Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspot, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you the Tottenham fan call-in show. So you guys out there that want to come on and have your say, get on and have your say. Plenty of things to talk about. Now, before I get into what to talk about, I just want to apologise for no fan show on Monday evening. Now, just let me explain to all you guys basically what's been going on with me. So look, I was in the hospital on Monday getting tests and all that sort of stuff done. So basically for the last 2-3 years, I've been battling really bad psoriasis. It's called black psoriasis. And it's all over my body, over my knees, my arms, my back, and absolutely it's on my scalp and everything else. And, you know, it affects me sleeping. It affects me just doing daily things like, you know, walking about, moving about, this, that, and the other. Some of you may always question, you know, even though it's roasting hot in Ireland over the summer like it was, why is Dave wearing long sleeves tops? And that's why, look, quite frankly, I haven't opened up about it before because I'll be honest, I've been completely embarrassed by it for a long time. It's really affected my mental health as well. I'm nowhere near as outgoing as I used to be. And over the last while, it's really took grip of me and took hold of me. So hopefully that probably explains the lack of streams lately as well. But going forward, I will be going on to injections for it. So there will be some streams where I just might not be here because simply I'll be too sick. Like the medication I've been on and the injections I'm going on to, basically they lower your immune system. It's very easy to catch all the little sicknesses that go about. Some days you can't eat and stuff like that. So there may be streams that I might not be on, but if I could ask for everybody just to get behind Jack and give him the support on some of the streams that I won't be on, and that would be absolutely brilliant. So that's basically just to let people know why there was no fan show Monday and what's been going on a little bit with me over the last while. But don't worry, I'm not dying. I don't want any sympathy from absolutely anybody over it whatsoever. I just think it's a fair deal that you guys have given me such loyal support that I kind of just let you know what's been going on. You know, a bit of a I don't know what way to put it, trust exercise or something like that. So that's the only reason why I'm telling you guys. But honestly, I don't want any sympathy or anything like that. I'm just letting you know as a part of the deal of you know, always supporting us. So I just want to let you know what's been going on. But look, Jack, we're going to move on. Actually, quickly, Monday. So look, I was watching the show in the bed through YouTube, and look, I noticed some comments were getting deleted, and I don't know exactly where they were, where it was happening, where it's coming from. Now, I think I've got the problem sorted, so I apologize for anybody that may have been frustrated because I've seen it myself. I think there was one from King Hoddle, Scooter Reacts, and some other guy. So I do apologize on that. Hopefully now we have that sorted going forward as well. But look, we've got plenty of things to talk about. Of course, we've got the big North London derby on Sunday, which is an absolute big one. Can't wait for that. But look, Lucas Moura, it's decided that Tottenham are not going to extend Lucas Moura's option beyond this year. They do have an option to extend it for a year. They're not taking that up, which means Lucas Moura is essentially a free agent. But look, for me, I believe we should have got rid of this guy, you know, time ago. I don't believe he still should be here. Even if we were not going to take up the option for his contract with him being injured and stuff, we should have terminated his contract in the summer or got rid of him in the summer for a cut price fee and got someone else in here. The board have responded to the Supporters Trust questions, which I'm going to just basically give you guys a quick summary of what the response was to the questions. Actually, I'll give you guys the questions first that the board, that the Supporters Trust put to the board, and then I'll read out basically what the board have replied for. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to get up the questions here. Where is it? So basically, the board wrote them a letter. Says, "Dear Daniel, Donna, and the THFC board, we are writing to you in light of growing support or concern about the situation at Spurs. There are many concerns around the direction of the club, on-field results and performances, the current managerial situation, investment and transfer strategy," which, look, I think every Spurs fan can feel that's fair, you know. And this is exasperated by a lack of communication with supporters, which is true. These questions reflect the concerns raised with us by the Spurs supporters and the issues which they wish us, as the official independent sports trust, to raise with you. We urge you to take the opportunity to engage positively with the concerned Spurs fans and provide open and constructive answers to these questions. So the first question was, will the club share its medium and long-term strategy for success, both on and off the pitch? How is the club measuring progress, and how does it judge current outcomes against these measurements? Number two, the manager employed by the club has not signed a new contract and tells us that we should lower our expectations about on-field outcomes. He has said it publicly that the club needs to spend big money every window just to compete. How does this align with the board's philosophy of achieving success? Number three, are you satisfied with the player recruitment in the recent transfer windows and with the performance of the youth teams and the development and supply of younger players through to the first team? Are there any plans to improve this? And number four, does the club have a plan for further investment to ensure that the club remains competitive on the pitch in the face of substantial additional investment by other Premier League clubs? Is the club closer to securing a naming rights provider? Is there a plan for further investment from ENIC or from other potential investors or buyers? Now, look, regardless of your thoughts of the Supporters Trust, I know there's a lot of mixed views and feelings out there when it comes to that Supporters Trust, but you know, at the end of the day, they have put the questions to the board in an official way. For me, I do think it probably does put a bit of pressure on the board, but the board have responded, and here is the response. I don't understand it myself, but basically they said the club is to provide a response in the coming weeks after the transfer window closes, which, why after the transfer window closes? Why not come out and give clarity now, considering, you know, every fan is confused? And like, you don't have to be confused on every single issue, but there's definitely issues out there that everybody has a concern with or wants an answer to.
Sure.
I don't understand, Jack, why they're going to do it when the window closes, but just I'll let you in on this now in a second, Jack. But they also said the club are very keen to address the issues raised. Well, they're not keen enough for me. Financial results to be released in February. I mean, look, originally it was supposed to be March, so I presume that's been brought forward, but why not do it in the January transfer window? I don't understand. Now, look, that could be a number of things. That could be that they don't want to let clubs know how much money they have maybe to spend in this January transfer window, so they're not extorted, this, that, and the other. That could be down to a number of things. And then Fabio Paratici to issue a statement after the window closes. Now, I presume that's a statement on what's going on around his future. Now, look, as much as I like Paratici and as much as I think, even though he operates under the same constraints Hitchin has done, I think he has done a better job. And I think he works under them constraints a lot better than what someone like Steve Hitchin has done. But, you know, every window we're used to seeing this guy, you know, reports of him being here, there. Like last year, early in the transfer window, reports of him being in Italy. We ended up getting Kulusevski and Bentancur towards the end of the window. You know, usually see pictures of him on the phone in random places. I haven't seen absolutely any of that. It does look like it's a purpose ploy to keep him out of the spotlight. Now, what I want clarity on is this affecting our transfer business this window? Because, look, we still have time in this transfer window to operate. But I don't understand why we haven't participated yet, why there hasn't been an official bid put in somewhere yet, this, that, and the other. It's very, very confusing, especially at a time when I think we're in need of, you know, 3 good quality players coming in here this January and hopefully, you know, finishing out the season in the top 4 berth, potentially an FA Cup that I feel is on, with City or Arsenal going out in the next round. Chelsea are already gone. Liverpool don't have 2 easy ties. They've got Wolves replay up at Molineux, and if they get through that, they've got Brighton. Newcastle are gone. Aston Villa are gone. You know, so a lot of Premier League clubs are gone. So for me, I think it's the right time to bring these players in and hopefully push this club and salvage the season. But look, Jack, what's your opinions on everything there? Sorry about that. I just went on one. It's been a while.
Dave, I mean, you had to let a lot out there, and this is kind of what's been probably on your mind while you've been sitting about. And to be honest, like, best case scenario, right? You look at maybe Spurs' response to it. You look at maybe the best case scenario is that perhaps Fabio Paratici comes out, Dave, glasses on, maybe, new sport coat and everything, and is sort of maybe just flexing all the new signings basically that Spurs make in the January window to help out Antonio Conte. That's basically the best case scenario, because they maybe wait to answer all those questions that the supporters trust have given after the transfer window, after they've done some business, and they can maybe answer it, let's say, a bit more confidently. The worst case scenario, Dave, is that you sort of look at it and like they're probably not confident in answering a lot of those questions right now, because they know that they can't answer those questions confidently right now. They know that they are probably going to be maybe, let's say, lying, or probably maybe glossing them up a bit, glossing themselves up a bit when they try to answer some of those questions from the supporters trust, because they're very valid questions indeed that are thrown towards them. But I kind of see it, Dave, is that they're probably waiting towards the end of the transfer window, maybe in hope that they can sort of win some fans over with whatever deals they might cook up, either through Paratici or whatnot, this window. And maybe then they might feel more confident in answering some of those questions from the supporters trust, because it seems like right now they don't really back themselves to answer those questions right now from the supporters trust, which is, like you said, really frustrating, man. Also, just sort of, I don't know, it sort of is a classic case of this board and how this kind of club operates. But at the same time, if I were to maybe kind of see it through some sort of positive lens here, Dave, perhaps they're kind of waiting just for Paratici to cook something up at the end of the transfer window. He puts on his glasses and pulls out the chef's hat and is able to just answer all those questions in full confidence, maybe.
Yeah, do you know what it is? Do you know what my problem is, Jack? It's just that when there's so much uncertainty around Tottenham like there is right now, why not just come out and lay your plans bare? Whether people agree with them or not, come out and lay your plans bare, and let people then decide for themselves if that's
You
what they
should
want
be
to
able
get
to
on
answer it right now.
it.
You should be able to answer
Yeah.
it right now, but it seems like they're going to try to my if I'm going to understand the club, Dave, and we've been around it maybe long enough to see that that's how I see maybe how they would operate, right? Is that they might wait for something to, they might do this January window to win some fans over. Then they answer sort of the questions. But like you said, they should be able to answer those questions right now. They're very valid questions towards them.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't understand it. I think you could. I think they should have came out and answered them. To be honest with you, this month, especially with the uncertainty, and they're getting it from all angles, getting it from fans, ex-players, pundits alike. So I just don't understand why not come out and do it. But look, we've seen this from the board before. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I think they should be coming out. At the end of the day, fans have supported this club long before they got here, and there will be long after they go. You owe it to the fans to shred, to put some clarity on what's going on. Your plans for the club, this, that, and the other. You owe it to them fans. They're the ones that fill up that stadium every single home game. The ones that buy the merchandise. The ones that buy the TV packages to watch the game, which they get TV revenue from. They owe it to the fans to come out and give a clear sense of direction instead of leaving us guessing. And I'm not happy with it whatsoever. Tequila says, are we deleting King Huddle's comments tonight? Look, I want to clarify that, my man. It wasn't us deleting the comments. I don't know exactly what went on. I only noticed it the other day when I was watching it on my phone that there was King Huddle's Scoot Reacts and some other guys' comments got deleted. I don't know why it was happening, but I put a stop to it and it won't be happening going forward. So do not worry about that. But look, let's welcome a few people in. Let's see what they have to say, and then let's get some of the fans on and let's see what they have to say. So we've got Dermotron in the building. Big up, Dermotron. We've got Theo Isaac. Good to see you in the build, my man. Mick Kermelos says, good evening. Big up, my man. Adrian Schrocker, great to see you, brother. Amir, good to see you, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Georgie Hill says, evening, lads. Big yourself up. Hope you're keeping well. We need Decky back, and if Lolo can't go, I want to see PMS smashing, Papa Matter Sarr smashing the runners at White Hart Lane. Will be the turning point we need. I really hope so, my man.
Well, this is why I put in the title, Dave. Am I getting ahead of myself here? Bentancur not pictured in training, Kulusevski pictured in training, which gives us confidence that he'll return for this North London derby. But we were given the go-ahead that Bentancur will be available, was the word for, I think, the North London derby. But is he going to start in it? That's maybe the question. Is he fit enough to start in North London derby? What would you say, Dave?
I wouldn't say so. If I'm hedging my bets, I don't think he'll be involved.
So if he's not, then who would you play there? That's in the title for you, Dave. Bissouma or Sarr? Who would you play?
Look, I really like Papa Matter. I really do like Papa Matter. I think there's definitely a player in there However, look, it's a big occasion to throw the young guy into on a North London derby. Everything around it, the build-up, the noise, the atmosphere, the pressure, the tension, the fight. You can't really afford to switch off. For me, I think it's a big, big ask to throw him in there and expect him to be amazing. For me, I would go with someone like a Bissouma who probably, look, I don't think he's been good by any stretch of the imagination. You know that, Jack. I've said this to you on a number of times. I think he's been very, very disappointing. But he probably has that experience to handle the bigger occasions, these derby games, more than what Papa Sarr was.
Big
He
games
was involved. He was involved in the Palace Brighton derbies a lot.
Yeah.
So for me, I would go with Bissouma, and hopefully it can be a breakout game for Bissouma. Hopefully it's that sort of game that gets him up, gets him hyper-focused. He goes into it, and along with the hyper-focus comes a really good performance.
I agree.
That is my hope. But yeah, I would probably go Bissouma. But if people disagree with me, feel free to let me know why you would put Papa Sarr in ahead of Bissouma. For me, though, I want to go with more the experience than anything.
I see where you're coming from there. I agree with that. To be honest, I think Bissouma has played in bigger games. He's at the end of the day, like we said before the season even began. Some people labeled it as one of the signings of the summer. That's how much they rated Bissouma before the season even began. So let's see that player kind of come alive, and maybe who knows, that player might come alive in a game like the North London derby. You never know.
Yeah, no, 100%. Couldn't agree more, my man. Let's keep getting some people in here. We've got R Green 216. Evening, chaps. Big up, R Green. When are you going to come on and have a chat with us, my man, with that badge beside your name? We've got Wembley once as even the boys, so the club has actually had the gall to admit to the trust that the annual financial records are indeed being delayed until after the transfer window has closed, almost fraudulent. Look, we knew this. They could have put them out before, before the new year. But they didn't. Originally, it was supposed to be March. Now it's February. Look, are we surprised? I mean, look, you could probably hedge your bets that it's going to show a lot of profit because, and the reason why I say that is Todd Klein, the guy in charge of all the commercial deals and stuff like that, he brought in more commercial revenue, I think it was last season, than what we did TV revenue. Now, that's massive. That is absolutely massive. So I would say they probably would show a profit. Plus, I think over the pandemic, did we take out that loan to sort of cover a lot of the losses out of the pandemic? So, to be honest with you, my man, I would say they show profits, and that's why they're being brought out after January transfer window, to be honest with you. I don't agree with it either, man. I don't agree. Like I said, I do think, they owe it to the fans to give answers when
even Sean, I believe, was waiting for the original release and was very, very frustrated by it. So just shows maybe they have been delaying it for a reason.
Yeah, because the new Sean was circling for them. That's why. 164 Spurs says, good evening, guys. Enoch out, Levy out. Big up 164. Hope you're keeping well, my man. Welsh Gal, good to see you in the building. I hope you're keeping well. Great to see you. Enjoy being down in London there for the North London derby at the over the next couple of days. Hopefully you have a good trip, Welsh Gal. Mick Carmelot, great to see you. Zoe, great to see you. Phil, great to see you, brother. Hope you're keeping well. He says, counting down the days, not long now for North London derby. First goal would be Kane to break Jimmy Greaves' record. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte, I trust. Levy and Enoch out. Yeah, look, I really do hope Harry Kane breaks that Jimmy Greaves record. I mean, it's probably the only time I'll probably see it in my lifetime. And, someone at Tottenham score that amount of goals and break that record. And it'll be a great day for him, his family, and for me, just deserved with the dedication and the commitment he has shown towards Tottenham Hotspur. So hopefully he does break that record. But if it's not North London derby, it'll definitely be the game after that. Big up Ryan Edits. Great to see you in the building, my man. We've got move on the quiet. Don't say nothing. Spurs get players back, but the players won't be fully fit, meaning Arsenal going to dominate Spurs. Big up, Jacob. Good to see you in the building, my man. I hope you are keeping well. Great to see you.
Congrats on 500 as well, my man. Big up, Jacob.
Big up, my man. Tequila 316. I hope you're keeping up. I hope you're keeping well, my man. Probably could do with some of the tequila lately, to be honest with you. But he says, big up to the flat cap and Irish armies. Never give up, never surrender. Levy out. Tequila 316 with the rallying call. Or Levy out, not tequila out. What am I talking about? Big up, man. Dan Coy says, gutted I can't get there Sunday. No tickets available. At least I'll be able to watch along with you guys at home. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Of course, we will have the pre-match build-up. Of course, the watch log and the fan show after. So plenty of ways for you guys to get involved that day. But big up, Dan Boy. Big up, Brad Matthews as well. Good to see you're keeping well, my man. We've got Calavius says, good evening. Hopefully we can bring in some additions. Levy out and Enoch out. Big up, John Stokes. Good to see you. Big up, Steve D. Great to see you in the building, man. Dan Davenport, big yourself up, brother. Hope you're keeping well, my man. Mia, great to see you in the building as well. Who else have we got? Mark New, great to see you, brothers. Big up, Jack and Dave, absolute Tottenham legends. Michael Bennett says, wishing you all the best, Dave, and I hope it works out for the best, and well done. No, look, I really appreciate that. Look, like I said, my man, really appreciate all the kind words and the support. Honestly, I find it hard to deal with sympathy and stuff like that, so please don't give me any whatsoever. I just rather just keep bantering like we always do. Claude Murphy says, big up you Spurs, can't wait for the North London derby. Big up David Hall, great to see you in the building, my man. Same as Tony. Cornelius says, can't see Chelsea getting Porro. They don't fuck about. Hope you're well, guys. Do you know what? I'm Pedro Porro. I'm starting to see something. Nah, big up, my man. I really appreciate David Hall. I'm Pedro Porro. I'll be honest, don't shoot me. I don't see him coming this January. I think we'll bring someone in that we're not even linked with in the papers yet, to be honest with you. I mean, it was the same in the summer. The summer we got Romero. It was all about Tommy Asu. And everyone's like, just pay that extra bit. And then all of a sudden, Romero comes in and it wasn't Tommy Asu. I wonder, are we doing the same thing when it comes to Pedro Porro? Because, you know, you're talking about the clubs arguing over 10 million, 15 million, which is chump change in football, to be honest with you. So, like, why wouldn't they trigger that clause on the 1st of January and bring him in here? No, we need them, especially with Emerson's bust up on that as well. Conte not wanting to use Jed Spence. So why wouldn't you do that straight away? Makes me think we're working on a complete different deal. But look, like I said, I don't know anything out of the ordinary, so let's wait and see what
Never
happens.
know with Paratici. Like you said, he's been very quiet in terms of even just his own presence. Like, we don't even know where the guy is. We haven't heard much about him. But when it comes to how his deals work, he likes to throw a bit of a, like we said, smoke and mirrors, Dave, when it comes to Paratici.
Yeah, seems like that. John Ellis Hall says, breaking news, we won't sign anybody. Look, if we don't sign anybody, I think every Spurs fan is going to turn on the board, to be honest with you. I mean, it wouldn't be acceptable, not knowing that we need players and that likes of Newcastle, who you know are going to be thereabouts, and they're going to sign players. United coming to the fore. Liverpool probably be in and around the end of the season. It'd be criminal not to sign anybody at all. Absolutely a crime. You know, especially when a manager like Conte needs help. For me, you got to give him what he needs. He's not here to dick about. He's already said he's here. He wants to win trophies, this, that, and the other. So help him. Don't put against him. Help him. Surely that's why you hired him, right? You know. Lazy 8, big yourself up, my man. Good to see you in the house. The disabled team, great to see you in the house. I hope you are keeping well. Who else have we got here? I hate missing people. Gamer16, good to see you. Daniela, great to see you as well. So Kulusevski is available. He is available for the North London derby. Big up Derek Smith, great to see you, my man. Craig Bowler says the questions from the trust are completely pointless. They asked the same questions last time and they'll get the same answers along with the carbon copy videos from Paratici. Probably won't even get one of them, to be honest with you, this time, Craig. It looks like they're trying to hide them from the Italian authorities. Big up, family. Really appreciate that. And then we've got Tequila says, I can't believe I'm going to type this and I will need a cold shower afterwards, but I've got to side with Levy on this one. There's no way I'll be able to back a manager who may be gone in 5 months. Look,
Dave, did you see the rumors, though? There's a bit of rumors that perhaps Antonio Conte is being kept around until he wins a trophy, which, of course, then everybody, sent memes out of, Antonio Conte, where he's gray-haired with cane, with canes and everything. But let's be honest, like, if that is actually true, that he is basically just going to be kept maybe throughout the end of his contract, they'll extend the contract at the end of the season, they'll give him that extra year. Basically, they're just going to, at all costs win a trophy with Antonio Conte. It's not like they're going to spend the money to win a trophy at all costs. I feel like Spurs, that's not really their style, but maybe they'll be less trigger happy when it comes to getting rid of managers this time with Conte. Like, they'll just keep him around and see if he can make a push for any trophy of any kind.
Do Do you know what, Jack?
I don't know if you saw those rumors on Twitter.
Yeah, I seen them. I seen them. That it was more so from Conte's side that he wants to win a trophy at Tottenham, and he's not going to leave until he wins that trophy. I mean, that could be, what's it been, 15 years already? So, I mean, Jack, he'll probably be 80. He'll probably be senile by the time that happens at Tottenham Hotspur, which, look, we shouldn't really be laughing about it, to be honest with you, because everyone that knows me, I like trophies. I like polishing them. I like shining them. We've got very little at Tottenham Hotspur. But I'll be honest, I sat back and I thought about this over the last couple of days. And when I just see what's going on, no contract signed, the board haven't been too pushed at really attacking this January transfer window head on early on, considering they had that rare period of the World Cup where they could have got a lot of this sorted. Seems like to me that they had the meeting stage, realized that they were never going to agree. And I think it's a marriage of convenience till the end of the season, if I'm being brutally honest. That's the way I'm starting to feel on it now, that they've just agreed. Conte's agreed, look, I'll see this out to the end of the season. The board have agreed to let him see it out to the end of the season. And after that, we'll probably go in a different direction, someone like Pochettino. But like I said, if they do that, last 4 years have been an absolute waste of time, waste of money, and a piss take out of Spurs fans. And, a piss take out of the money that they put into the club. But, look, I can understand, from a business point of view, you can understand why would you invest in someone that could be gone in 5 months' time. Can understand that. But we are at the point where it's up to us to convince Antonio Conte that we are the real deal, that we do want to go for trophies. We've got to remember, we hired this guy because of his CV, because he was at the trophy-winning level. That's why we hired him. We brought him in to bring us to that level, to compete on that level. And look, I've no doubt we brought the defensive type in to compete on that level because we don't have the money to go large every single time and the amount of investment that's going to take. So the great equalizer sometimes is having that defensive-minded manager in them sort of games, in around the semi-final and final, and rely on the likes of Harry Kane, Son and Kulu to go and nick you that game. I've no doubts that's why they brought Conte in here. But it's up to us to impress him. So put the money out there. I mean, the thing is, right, they were held under Pochettino. You can look, the stadium and everything else. Fans gave them that sort of grace, that period of grace. But now's the time is for you to go and convince the manager. So put that money in. Find that money, put it in, and go and convince them of the project. Get him tied down to a new contract, which should keep Harry Kane here as well. And let's move on to go and win trophies. It's not hard. For once, take a gamble on the manager. It's all I want. I really trust Conte. I like Conte. For me, take a punt, take a gamble, go for it. Now, I know people are going to say, Dave, with that amount of money, it's not sort of gambling money. The amount of money in football, look, just take that punt for once. Just take it. Under Pochettino, fans sat back for 3 transfer windows between 2018 and 2019 and understood the finances of the stadium. So now's your turn. The last 3 or 4 years, and I've said this before, Jack, but it's been the hardest time supporting this football club. It's been a constant drain. So now's your time to put your money where your mouth is and put it in and get these investments in this January. I don't think anyone should be surprised about me calling for investments this January because I've said it all on the build-up to January. We need to go in January. We need to bring in players. Like, for instance, Hincapié, or whatever you want to call him, whatever the correct pronunciation is. Why are we looking to strike a deal for the summer? Bring players in now. Bring them in now if it's a possibility. I don't understand it, Jack.
It just sort of feels like with Conte, Dave. Like I don't know what to really make of the rumors, Steve D. I'm trying to latch onto it as a bit of hope there, but with what Dave has just said, Steve D, is it really true then? Like, are they really actually willing to wait around with Conte until he wins a trophy? Because if that's the case, why aren't they actually showing any ambition in trying to maybe sort of break some of their old habits in the transfer market and just get Porro signed? Maybe look at, like you said, Dave, a center back of some kind, like a Hincapié or another one that they know that they can bring through the door. It just sort of feels like they're just willing to maybe play by the same old rules in the same game that they used to play. And that's not really going to be good enough for Conte. And so then maybe in that case, is Conte actually going to stay here till he wins a trophy? I'm not sure. And then if he does end up getting sacked, then it goes back to Pochettino, like you said, and then it just admits all the problems that they everybody's accused them of, and they end up being huge hypocrites at the end of the day in that case. And I don't know. It feels like January. I know it is the January market. I know you have to be somewhat realistic with how sort of deals are done. It is a bit of a Mexican standoff. I agree with Sean on that as well, but I feel like Spurs have to be a bit more kind of go against their old habits and go against their sort of ways of doing things this sort of window, just in order to make sure that Antonio Conte has some semblance of fighting for these sort of trophies that they say they're going to be willing to wait around for when it comes to him.
Look, I knew we should have been scared when the reports came out October time. Remember reports about the uncertainty around Conte's future, this, that, and the other. I was telling everybody, I would be worried of this. I wouldn't just, brush this under as reporters taking the mick, this, that, and the other. I thought everybody be worried. You could foresee the standoff coming. Levy's there sitting there going, well, in order for me to give you investment this January, you have to sign on the dotted line. I want to know you're here beyond the end of this summer. And then Conte is sitting there and going, oh, well, with your track record, I don't think so. So I want you to prove to me in January that you're going to back me, and then I'll think about it. Look, I could see it coming a mile away. It's just a shambles right now. It really is. And like I said, that's why I'm disappointed with the club board. They could have came out and sort of cleared a few things up, and they chose not to. They chose to let it continue on for the rest of this month until February. Dermotron says mental health is so important, and the Harris Army and Flat Cap Army is the best on YouTube. We will win on Sunday because the mighty Spurs come on you Spurs. Yeah, look, Dermot, mental health is really important, my man. I mean, it's something that a lot of people suffer with, whether they like to talk about or not. Look, like I've always said, my line of communications are open if anyone ever wants to get in contact and talk about it. And it is best speaking about, getting it out there and speaking to about someone rather than holding it in and bottling it up. As for the North London derby, Dermo, I'll be honest, I was saying to the Jack, Mia, Brad, KPV, I don't really hold out much hope going into this one because I just don't know what Tottenham team's going to turn up. We could get a Tottenham team that turn up like they did against Palace, go and slap them 4-0. Some people would argue it was a second-half performance. I think first 20 were on top of the game and unlucky not to score. But then we could also see the Tottenham that turned up against Portsmouth. Granted, there's been a lot of changes, but, I could pick other games throughout the season where we haven't turned up. Villa, Brentford, games like that. So, unfortunately, I just can't predict what Tottenham team are going to turn up. Last season, I was super confident going into it because we were on a roll. We were on an absolute roll. We were just decimating teams, getting over the line, getting the job done. But this season, I just truly don't know what Tottenham team is going to turn up. But, Harry Kane, for instance, top goal scorer, but there's games there where you don't really see him. And then there's games there where he's all over it. Sonny, will he be up for it? Hopefully he can continue on his Premier League goal scoring after scoring against Palace. But you just don't know what you're going to get from Sonny. Kulu being back. Yeah. It's going to be hard to ask everything of him that he's been giving us with all these niggling injuries, this, that, and the other. You don't know what form he's going to come back into. Højbjerg hasn't come back off the World Cup in great form, although I do believe he'll pick it up. You're picking between Skip, Bissouma, Papamata Sarr, Skip and Bissouma haven't really hit the ground running this season, haven't really laid claim to that jersey. Papamata Sarr, it's a big ask of a youngster going in there. Matt Doherty, I don't trust him in North London derbies. Last North London derby that guy played, he got absolutely played around with the same move every single time. Pass inside, Doherty fell for it, pass back in behind him. He's going to start right wing back. I don't trust him. Perisic has a difficult job with Saka down that down that side. Let's not gloss over it. Difficult job. Dyer and Lloris, they don't need any invitations to throw a ball out towards one of them, give a ball to one of them to tap it in. My point is, no matter how well we play, we are always capable of giving away a goal. Now, Mia did raise an interesting point, and I'm sure she'll speak about it when she comes on about, Tottenham have had worse teams in the past, and, Arsenal find it hard to come to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, just like we find it hard to go to the Emirates. The home team usually wins the game. You're talking about an Arsenal team that are in a lot of confidence right now compared to a Tottenham that seems to be in a lot of turmoil right now. How's Antonio Conte? Is he thinking clearly with Ventroni, Vialli, both dying really close friends of his? So it's a really tough North London derby. What I will say is that I do believe the fans can play their part. Get being around nice and early like we were for the one at the back end of last season. Get the flares out. Make sure their bus gets a horrible reception towards the stadium. When they get there, they have to walk down the side of the pitch to get to the change rooms. Make sure you've got people in that stand absolutely berating them like we did before last season's North London derby. Make them rattle before they even come out here. Now, we already know what game plan Arteta is going to do because in the last episode of the All or Nothing documentary, He said about that game, go and press them because their back line will pass themselves into trouble. So we know they're going to do that to us. And we know that once that pressure is applied on us, we start trying to play balls around. They're mis-hit, under-hit, over-hit, this, that, and the other. We give the ball to the opposition. We end up sitting deeper and deeper, and then when we get the ball, everyone's afraid to start passing it around, so they launch it long, and then they wait for half-time for Antonio Conte to get some words into them. That can't happen this North London derby. This North London derby, you need 11 men going out there and acting like men, having the balls of steel like men, trying to have a good, strong mentality about it, and everyone ready and waiting for this game. I'd be interested to see what the hunger is like around that. You know, if it was me as a Tottenham player, I'd be chomping at the bit.
Momentum changer for sure, Dave. I mean, you could gain so much from winning that game in the case of Spurs. Absolutely so much. I mean, it could probably maybe gel some of the squad together if there are any sort of kind of clicks again, or maybe kind of maybe some players behind Conte and other players less so behind Conte. I just think it could do absolute wonders. It really could.
Big up Dermatron, dog. Good super chat, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. Big up, Alan. Good to see you in the building, my man. We've got the Bolton Do. It says Southampton 1, Arsenal 1. Southampton 40% possession. Arsenal 1, Brighton 3. EFL Brighton 43% possession. Arsenal 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle 33% possession. Arsenal 0, Juve 2. Friendlies, Juve 25% possession. We can't play open. Jack, what's your thoughts on this?
There's no shame in, I think, coming up against Arsenal and playing your type of game to bottom, dude. Like, I think what he's trying to maybe point out here, Dave, is that you can get a result against Arsenal by not playing a sort of also open and progressive and attacking sort of style. By no means am I saying cave in and put every single man behind the ball, but at the same time, you can sort of catch them out for their own type of style, right? They're going to maybe put their fullbacks pretty high up. They're also going to maybe not have their wingers track back. They're going to have their wingers maybe try to actually press the ball. We could try to play maybe a bit more over the top with players like Longley. We know Longley has that really good ball over the top from deep, and maybe players like Kane, Sonny, the likes of Kulusevski can be able to get onto those. I'm with you, to bottom, dude. It doesn't need to be some expansive football versus another version of some expansive, positive, progressive football. We can easily beat them with actually playing a bit more kind of a, let's say, conservative and maybe pragmatic sort of approach. And we know Antonio Conte absolutely thrills at that, and or is exceptional at that. He's done that to Man City. He's done it to Liverpool. He's actually been pretty, I would say, Dave, a lot of times with these big teams, when he has most of the players to pick from, he's done quite well. And even in games when he hasn't had all the players to pick from, he's actually gone to usually quite right, or he's actually at least gone about it in a certain way that has seemed to jive up the players and seems to get them a good energy. So I don't know. I'm actually quite confident when coming up against Arsenal, just for the fact that it seems like Antonio Conte knows how to handle that type of style of football from the opposition team. To bottom, dude, he knows how to handle it better than clearly Graham Potter does.
So it seems to me, the bottom duty, you're probably suggesting that the way we play might suit us this North London derby. Let me know. But I did see another comment of yours where you said the game will be won and lost in the midfield. 100%. Look, I think they probably will end up having us sit deep, this, that, and the other. If we can just not crack under the pressure, just do all the defensive things right, everyone track their man, no one gets lazy like we've seen Bissouma do. I think it was against Aston Villa, failed to track the run into the box, free tap in. If everyone does the right thing and we can get the ball into a Kulu, into a Kane's feet, we can definitely catch them on the counter and go in and behind and score. But look, the midfield battle is going to be a hard one in there in this game, to be honest with you. I just hope Højbjerg, and for me, I think it will be Bissouma. I really do hope they're ready, chomping at the bit, because if we can turn the ball over and keep them pinned back in their half and play a ball, well, I'm all for it. I think it'll be an exciting North London derby. But what I don't want is us just relinquishing possession, like I said, through them pressing us, stupid under-hit passes, over-hit passes, panicking. Because we all know what happens. It leads to a goal. And then all of a sudden we come out trying to fight in the second half because there's no pressure on us. Don't want to see that. I want to see us at it from minute one and hopefully get at them from minute one. But big up the bottom, dude. But let me know, though. Are you suggesting our style of play might suit this North London derby? DJ Samuel says, breaking news. What team do you think Sol Campbell will support? Arsenal or Spurs? The correct answer, he be supporting the Judas team? Yeah, no, look, 100%. Yeah, he doesn't forgive Spurs fans for the reaction he got during an Arsenal. In fact, I think it's quite surprising that he was surprised on the reaction he got, if I'm being brutally honest. I mean, you're talking about a guy that played in North London Derby. He knows the hatred. Everyone can shy away from it, pretend it's a game of football, this, that, and the other. It's hatred at the end of the day. It's war. It's tribal warfare. It's about, running your turf, this, that, and the other. It's more than a game. I don't understand why he's surprised. I've heard him speak before about the hate he's got, this, that, and the other. But look, we all know he's going to be up for. He's one of them. He'd be wearing a half and half jersey, half and half scarf. He's one of them guys. You know that, DJ.
Lost his mind a bit on Twitter, so I've seen as well recently. I think he was, I forget, he was applying to be in the Hall of Fame or something like that. I don't even know. I don't really try to pay attention to what Sol Campbell has done, but apparently did something quite ridiculous on Twitter recently, David. Just shows he's not maybe right in the head at the moment.
Wouldn't surprise me. But DJ Samuel, hopefully we beat them, my man. I mean, regardless of what's going on, none of us want to lose to Arsenal, man. Nobody. Ellie, big yourself up. Really appreciate the phone call earlier on, by the way. It really did pick me up. She says, we had to rid ourselves of the dross. No room for sentiment. Get them all out by the summer. No later. No need to lose the dross. We all know who they are, lads. Look, Ellie, I tell you, I didn't get a good reaction for my reaction to the Carabao Cup game. I wasn't surprised. I know people get happy when we win, but my point is these are guys that are supposed to be chasing down the number one jersey, supposed to be putting the pressure on for the guys that currently hold that jersey, and they all just went through the motions. It's like we've seen this before. That's why we've gone out of cups at early rounds, before, because of this sort of shit. And I'm at the point, just fucking get rid of them. I don't want to sit there looking at them play Portsmouth. How is that? Gill and Sarr, the two youngest players on the pitch, come off with the most respect off the football pitch, purely because they have more heart, more desire than anybody else that was out there, even more than Harry Kane and Son. But I'm not even putting Harry Kane and Son in that category. But like Success Young, Emerson, he was just acting the prick. He was just waiting for the defender. Didn't want to move side to side, just ballooned it off him. Cess Young, same thing all the time. Sanchez actually had a decent enough game. He wasn't really tested. He was decent enough on the ball for once. But look, I've my issues with that guy before. Davies, not good enough on the football, in my opinion. I mean, we got to stop holding on to these guys. If, for instance, Eric Dyer failed right back, failed CDM, let's make him a centre-back because we don't want to buy one. Ben Davies failed left back, let's make him a left-sided centre-back because we don't want to buy one. Lucas Moura has to play all across the line as well. I just fed up with it, Ellie. I'm fed up with the same shit. Put them out there. You get pumped up for these games and you just get the same shit every single time they play. I got to the point where I question how much they want to be here. Do they still have that hunger and the desire and the passion for the game at Tottenham Hotspur? Me personally, I don't think so. I think they've done the same under Pochettino when he's had to rely on him. That's ultimately why Pochettino ended up getting the sack. Jose Mourinho, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not, with Nuno, they've done it under Nuno. Some of them are showing the same characteristics under Conte. And for me, if this club wants to progress, we have to be able to ship these guys on for a number of reasons. Because we want to get guys in that are chomping at the bit to try and get that number one jersey. So any minutes they get, they take them. They're not coming out with excuses. I need to run of games. I need this. I need that. But also for the youth. We can't get any youth through this club because we keep trying to persist with these guys. A, to put them in the shop window, or B, to try and get a song out of them. And they just let us down every single time. So it's blocking up the pathway for the youth coming in here as well. So And plus, it lets down every manager that touches this football club. They try not to pick them. But then there comes a point where the games come in thick, heavy and fast. They have to play them to give other guys a rest. And that's the shit we get. I'm just fed up with that. I've been saying this a long time, Ellie. Get these guys gone. I understand that the reason why the last group, which is all I call them, have been kept around is purely because we had to get rid of the guys with the bad attitudes first. But you should never be keeping players just based on a good attitude. It should always be on their ability as well. So for me, hopefully this summer they will be gone, Ellie, and then we can progress moving forward. That would be the ultimate aim. Jack, anything you want to say to Ellie?
It's just good to see Ellie bringing the best out of you here, Davo. And then also at the same time, it's good to see Ellie, while she wants signings in January, like everybody else, she's also recognizing that there needs to be a lot of cleaning up of the squad. And we've emphasized this plenty of times in podcasts and various shows that Paratici has sort of maybe the task to fix the squad with transfers, but he also has to fix the squad with getting rid of players. And weirdly, I don't get it, Ellie. He's criticized for not, getting rid of players. The guy's already gotten rid of basically a full squad as it is. And I don't know. He's been as ruthless about it as he can. But I'm with you, Ellie. He has to be ruthless here, and he has to realize that the real core of the problem here at this football club has been actually a lot of times just these players that have just stuck around and been given new contract after new contract that have simply never been good enough to be able to play and actually help us progress further with this team. Absolutely, Ellie. And it's good to see, Dave, that she feels the same way, about cleaning up the squad as well.
And the problem, though, Jack, is with so many of it actually being across the back line, doesn't matter what manager you get in here, you're still going to see the same results. You're still going to see the same shit because some of them just aren't good enough on the football and some of them can't concentrate long enough. And that's just the reality of it. So no matter what manager comes in here, no matter what style of football he goes to play, at the end of the day, he's just always going to be let down by some of these guys because whether we like it or not, injuries happen and these guys come in. So well and good us pretending, they're backups, leave them alone, stop being mean to them, Dave, all this. It's all well and good pretending, but at the end of the day, they've come in at times this season and they've let us down. That's the simple reality of it. And I expected it. I expected it. So for me, get them gone. Even if people don't like Conte, get these guys gone. Whoever's in charge next summer, if we can get these guys gone and get in better players on the ball, better technical players that want to concentrate a bit longer than some of these guys, I think every manager then actually has a chance to maybe somewhat succeed with this squad that he has when he walks in here. Ellie, but big yourself up. And then she also says, stop rewarding failure, please. Just get our act together and think big, and we will compete strongly for those big trophies. Let's think like Bill Nick, get the board reading the memoirs. And this is another thing, it was in the media there, Eric Dyer, potential new contract on table. What, we rewarding him for ending the ball into Mo Salah's path? Rewarding him for letting the ball, I think, was slide over or under his foot in the Champions League game when it went on and scored.
Yeah, he should think that he's close to being on the fringe right now. He should think that his spot should be, under contention. Like he should be worried right now. He shouldn't be worried. He shouldn't be thinking about a new contract. He should be worried about whether he might be getting replaced, right now, especially because he's been given so much playing time this season, Ellie. And the more playing time he's been given, the more he's been able to show sometimes his true colors. And let's be honest, Dave, for you, of all we predicted the November, October where he capitulates. He capitulates every November and October, but was this the worst October you've ever seen of Eric Dyer? I really think it was. So, it's crazy to see that he would be rewarded.
It's only a club like Tottenham, though, that would even consider giving him a new contract after that. Instead of going, think we've got a problem here. Let's bring in another centre-back that plays his position. Let's put him under real pressure, see how he responds. And then we might think about it. But no, we just want to give him a contract rather than spend the money. It's not just Eric Dyer. There's a lot of players. Harry Winks was at it for years. You've got Sanchez there. Look, Doherty, he's going to play between now and the end of the season, whether I like it or not. I include him in that. Ben Davies, there's a few of them. Hugo Lloris is in decline. You know what I mean? Just stop rewarding them. Just get in players to challenge them and see how good these guys really are. See if they respond to it. Instead of rewarding them, Ellie, because all you're doing by rewarding them is, thinking they're big-headed. Then they feel like they have the power to go to a Daniel Levy to get a manager sacked, the power to go to the press, this, that, and the other. And it's just got to stop, Ellie. It's just got to stop. But big up, Ellie. Really do appreciate the support, my dear. Everybody,
just quickly, Dave, just quickly, Mia threw in a member super chat. I believe it was it must have been over 6 months. I feel like, Mia, I feel like you've been with us a while, but maybe I'm misreporting it. And because the chat has moved on and I didn't take a screenshot of it, I missed it there, Mia. So I pulled a huge yank move. I've apologized to her in the back end, but Mia, just want to say, really appreciate you coming on for so many months, and as well, just sort of making the fan shows what they are today, just a good place where people can come on and sort of have any opinion and feel free to express it and feel like there aren't going to be, backlash for it in the chat or anything like that. You've just made the fan shows what they are today. So big up, Mia. But yeah, Dave, I pulled a real yellow card, pulled a real yank move by missing that one. But the one that I was able to catch here was Ben Kaufman's, member for 17 months. And he says 17 times for 17 more. Big up, Ben Kaufman. Appreciate you, my man. And hopefully we get to see you later tonight, my man. I would say the queue is not too long at the moment. So feel free to come on, Ben. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, and he wants his customary, can you smell what the Kauf is brewing? Big up, Benji. Really appreciate the support, brother, and hopefully you are keeping well. But look, let's keep this going. Norman Rand Wolf says, what age is Dar? I think he's 27, 28. But the key is answered it, old enough to know better. Absolutely spot on. But everybody, if I could ask of you to smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and feel free at any point, keep getting your comments in. Feel free to get questions in for maybe the guests if you want to press them a bit further on some of their points or anything like that. Feel free. And also feel free to get in a super chat, help support the channel. It's a great way to support everything we are doing here. But look, we've kept the guests long enough. I've been rambling my big fat mouth for 55 minutes. People want me to shut up. So let's start getting the guests on. It is Brad first. Let's see what he has to say.
Started.
Big up, Brad. Hope you're keeping well, my man.
Hey, David, I'd never ask you to shut up, David. Never.
I just throw a please, Brad, when I do it. I just throw a please when I do it. Dave accepts it. But good to see you.
Oh, I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thanks. Yeah, fine.
Good. What's got your goat this week? What do you want to talk about, Brad?
Well, let me start off with something that it's totally different from. No one's actually mentioned it in the chat, but I saw a tweet today.
Yeah,
and I shared it with the group, didn't I? And I just think it's an absolutely disgusting tweet. If I can find it, that is. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Here we go.
Head of this North London Derby, this tweet is for, right?
Yeah, it's from a group called. There we go. It's from a group called. Oh, would you believe it? This tweet has been deleted. It was from a group called Arsenal something or other, who have got 27,000 followers. And it was saying that they had a meeting and they did this, basically said everyone to keep a low profile going to the game on Sunday because Spurs fans do not care who they beat up. They beat up children, old women, disabled people, blah, 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 blah. And it was just totally nonsense, totally disgusting tweet. If it had been a little, a group that had about, 30 followers, then not a problem. But this is a group that have got 27,000 followers. The guy who put it on there later said, "Oh, that's only my personal opinion. It wasn't mentioned, not the meeting's opinion." And now trying to find that tweet's now been deleted. But this is the sort of thing that stirs up trouble. Look, Tottenham aren't angels, Arsenal ain't angels. No football supporters are angels, but you don't get any problems. I never see any problems going to the games, and this sort of thing just fires it up. It's just. But anyway, he's deleted it, so maybe he did get a lot of stick from both Tottenham and Arsenal on there. To be fair, so
shit.
I don't know, Brad. Maybe just in this case felt like maybe he just realized that it's just completely out of line, and also I don't know. I spoke to you before, like. You maybe kind of looked at it a different way, but I sort of looked at it as like a lot of clubs in London really hate Spurs, and it's not too, surprising to see maybe, a rival of ours sort of make up something in that sort of case in order to sort of, hype up before the derby or anything. But I don't know what you think. Like,
it was just a tweet from an account that had a lot of followers, so it's like David or yourself,
no shame, really,
that sort of thing. It's. You get loads of people that will read that and think, oh, and it's, I just didn't like it at all.
I thought it was poor. I thought it was very poor, to be honest with you. Look, they're just trying to stoke up the flames. They would argue that they're looking out for the safety of their supporters, this, that, and the other. Look, let's not hide away from the fact North London derbies can get very heated. But to say that Spurs fans just go after anybody and they don't care, I don't think that's true because, look, I watched a lot of documentaries, a lot of programs, listened to a lot of ex-football hooligans, this, that, and the other. It's usually organized with people that want the fight. It's not just on random people. So I always just very ill-judged and missed completely misrepresented the case, to be honest with you. But look, Brad, North London Derby victory at the weekend, and we'll make sure we tweet them back. And it'll shut them up, basically.
Yeah, I was hearing what you're saying about the North London Derby, and I'm sort of in the same boat, really. I mean, last season, we're in good form. Arsenal were showing sort of cracks, basically. And you just went there so confident that with the crowd behind us, the first North London derby at the new stadium, with the crowd behind us going for that, we beat them, and they would crumble, and they did, and we won convincingly. In fact, it was almost like a routine win, really. This time it's different. This time they are playing with confidence. This time we're not playing as well. All right, we had the 4-0 win at Palace the other day, but we're not playing as well as we were last season. So, yeah, it's going to be a difficult game. The only thing I would say is maybe certainly their supporters will go there feeling incredibly confident, and maybe that might backfire on them. They might go in too confident. But, it's going to be one of those games that it's one of those games where if Tottenham play at the best of their ability, we can win. Simple
But
as.
in order to play at the best of our ability, Brad, we need our best players. And Kulusevski, pictured in training, it looks like we're getting the go-ahead that he's going to be there, which is, like, again, an example of a player that we absolutely need in order to win this. Bentancur, though, not pictured at training. I don't know what you read about it, but I'm starting to maybe get vibes that he might not be fully fit going into this North London derby. If that's the case, who do you maybe play instead? Would you play Bissouma? Would you play Sarr? Am I getting ahead of myself here?
Or is it a ploy to throw them off?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I imagine that he might be on the bench. That's what my prediction is. But don't forget, we've had players that are almost ready, and we've been told they might be on the bench, and they haven't been on the bench. So
right,
I don't know. It's good news about Kulusevski. Obviously, our back line will be back to normal. I mean, I panicked when I saw the back line that we had up against Portsmouth, but luckily they didn't have to do a lot. But if we get our back line back, I just hope players like Romero don't sort of go charging in and get themselves booked in the first sort of 10 minutes, which we all, let's be honest, we all feared that last season. It turned out it was them that did that. So you'd probably guess that they wouldn't do that again. But we've just got to, I guess, play like we did last season. Last season was a very controlled performance by Tottenham, I felt.
Do you know what, though, Brad? Last season, Tottenham had Sonny, who was on fire. And if you remember the first, I think it was I can't remember if it was the first or the second yellow your man got. But Son completely dragged him out of position, and they tried to get up, to Son right up behind him when he touched the ball rather than back off him, and he got caught because Son turned him quickly. But this season, Son hasn't been doing that. Anytime the ball's come into his feet, he's had his pocket picked. He's been losing it. He's been out muscled,
I'll tell you,
was the decision for the penalty, wasn't it, when they got sent off? And it's kind of like Son was crucial to that sending off, but he's not the same player this season.
I'll tell you who if he plays will get a lot of stick and could do the same thing that Son did. And that's probably Brian Hill. If he just give him the ball and say go for it, because you're either going to get past them or they're going to bring you down, and maybe do that. But it's interesting to see what lineup they put out there, because as much as Brian Hill has actually impressed me in the last two games, I just wonder whether the 3-5-2 might be the best way to go, because we don't want to get outrun in midfield, especially at home, and with players injured, without Bentancur. If you didn't have Bentancur, you probably want to strengthen your midfield a bit. I was impressed by Sarr on Saturday, and yes, it was only a League Two team, but what you're saying about
he's one of the best players on the pitch. That's how you have to look at it.
Exactly. And the thing is, you say, David, about the big game. Well, he's played in a knockout World Cup game against England, so he can handle pressure. He's had pressure before, but it might be. I saw someone in the comments say it might be a Danny Rose moment. So who knows? But Bissouma again, one of those players that if he plays well, could be brilliant, but he's so inconsistent. I mean, I've seen him take Arsenal apart playing for Brighton. So,
You know what? I hope so, Brad. This is my thing. I hope it's a breakout performance, because remember earlier on in the year he got a game against West Ham because Bentancur was suspended, didn't take his opportunity. came off the bench against Leicester, sort of shored up that midfield for us, which kind of gave us the platform to go on and dismantle them the way we did. But since then, he's had other appearances where he just hasn't took the opportunity, in my opinion. I think he's been disappointed. I don't see that player that was getting on the ball, driving through midfield, making things happen. I don't think Conte wants him to play that way either. I think he's probably struggling to adapt to what Conte wants from his midfielders, which is a more disciplined role. He doesn't want them getting on the ball, driving forward. He wants to be able to move the ball and get them up the field naturally. So, look, I think Bissouma's I think he's good enough to come good, regardless of what he's asked to do. But I'm not hedging my bets on him in this Derby game. I get what he's done for Brighton and everything else, but we do this too often as Spurs fans. We take them on what they've done on other clubs or elsewhere, and we don't take them off what they've produced at Tottenham Hotspur. But look, Brad, what about Lucas Moura? You know, Tottenham not taking on the option to extend his contract by a further year, which essentially...
well, actually, before going to Lucas Moura, another player no one's mentioned so far is Oliver Skip. Now, it's a shame that he hasn't been playing loads of games. He's still, I think, struggling to get his form back. But he would in form Oliver Skip would be ideal for that game, being a Tottenham lad. Lucas Moura, I think as soon as this injury went on, you thought, well, that's it. He's gone. You know, I think if he'd been fit and getting regular games, then they might have did the option, because he gives, you know, Conte's used him a few times. He gives Conte that option. But I think the fact that he, you know, has got this injury that doesn't seem to be going away, I think that's probably put the nail in his Tottenham coffin, I guess. And also, you've got the added thing that Brian Hill has actually shown something that he can. I'm not saying he's the answer, and I still think he's a little bit too slight for the Premiership. But he's shown Conte that he can bring him on. He can be trusted to do well, and he's done very well in his last two games. So you made the point about Gill and Sarr being the two best players against Portsmouth, and yeah, I agree. They were. So
kind of two parts for me here, Brad. On Lucas first, as well, is like, you know, when we've looked at the bench, Brad, we've seen like it's no attacking options. It looks, you know, kind of barren, you know, for the most part, when it comes to any sort of creativity. I know not a lot of people rate Lucas Moura, but part of the reason that bench has looked so dreadful at times has been because we've been without one fewer attacker this whole season because of that injury or whatever it is of his. Like, we've just been without one less squad player in that sort of a situation with him. And that's where I kind of maybe look at Lucas Moura as, like, even if you don't rate him, even if you like him, even if you're a Lucas Moura stan, wherever you lie on it, we haven't seen that extra attacker that would normally be there in the lineup. He's been one of the injuries that I think has gone under the radar, is maybe how I would put it. And, people don't realize that sort of meant that it makes the bench look even worse for the most part, because when you don't even see him there, it's like, not only do we not see Richarlison there, we don't see Kulusevski there, we also don't see Lucas there, which is three attackers missing from a bench. Basically.
I agree with that. I think I mean, when he goes, presumably they don't renew his contract. He goes, with lots of great memories. I mean, he quite literally single-handedly gave me the best night of my life, So back in Amsterdam, So you did have that bench. You did have the situation early in the season where you had Lucas Moura, Richarlison on the bench, even Brian Hill occasionally on the bench. You had three attacking players, but now we've literally got no one to bring on. If Kulusevski not being fit, you got no one to bring on. So hopefully Kulusevski's fit. That means that Brian Hill probably won't play. But again, you don't mind him being on the bench to come on with 20 minutes to go and just create havoc. Just go out.
One thing you get from Brian Gill, at least he'll press the opposition. At least he'll go and look to win the ball back. Which can help us at times. Just quickly, Spurs. Richarlison was not in training today. Was not picked. Tuesday. Wasn't picked in training. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But Brad, I wonder if the club made the decision on Lucas Moura with the emergence maybe of Brian Hill, that they're not going to extend his contract. Because for me, look, I would have let him go. I would have let him go last summer, to be honest with you. Knowing that we didn't really have any plans for him beyond that, I would have looked at sort of cash in and get some sort of cash back for him. I find it weird that the club hasn't done it. It's kind of gone against their own business model where they don't usually let players run down their contracts. It's kind of sold on and get some bit of money in where they can, but they haven't done it this time. And for me, look, I'll be honest, thanks for Ajax, thanks for Amsterdam, but I'll be glad to see the back of him. I don't think he's been anywhere near consistent enough. I don't think he's done it on a consistent basis for us. Look, he's had a couple of goals against United as well. Thanks very much. But again, it's kind of signifying the end of averageness, I would hope, along with maybe a few others that would follow him out the door in this summer transfer window. But Brad, I want to ask you as well before we let you go, my man, your thoughts on the club's response to the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust questions. Basically saying, they'll clear everything up in February, which I think, me personally, I think it's a bit of a disgrace considering, every fan I think should be entitled to know what's going on at their football club.
People know me that I don't trust billionaires at all, and nothing that's happened in the last few days has made me want to trust them anymore. So I guess it goes hand in hand with the financial figures, and I guess in one way it's probably promising that you think, well, maybe we've got loads of money, more money than we thought we might have. If that's the case, you can see them doing that because they don't want other clubs to sort of see, they got loads of money, put the price up. And on the other way, if we don't buy anyone and suddenly the figures come out and shows we've made loads of profits, then that's going to upset people like myself and the fans.
Just confirms the
even
suspicion.
more, So
yeah.
I find it very, very strange. The only reason I can think of is that they don't want to play their financial card during the transfer window. That's the only thing.
But how do you feel, though, Brad, as a fan that goes to all the home games, more or less? How do you feel as a fan that, you put your money into the club, you're there no matter the weather, no matter the time, you're always at the game supporting the boys, and not knowing, the club won't come out and tell you what the plans are this January?
I think that's the problem. That's the problem. Even before the trust put in their letter, the problem always with Tottenham was transparency. No one knew what was going on. No one knew what the direction of the club was. 1 minute it's Spurs DNA, the next minute, and they seem to go from manager to manager. Suddenly we're going from an up-and-coming manager to one that's won trophies, and yet they both demand different things and have different ways of setting up the team and, the Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. So they just seem to have no idea what they're doing. And I think I was listening to one of the shows the other day, and I think Kuva actually put it exactly what I wanted to say, was that ENIC has taken us, they've put us in a strong financial position or a stable financial position. They've given us the ground and the training facilities and other income from the things that happen and the double crowds and all the events there. They've got us during that tenure. They've got us into, let's face it, we were a mid-table team. Now we're into the top 4 team. But the top 4, that came from around about 2010. We became a top 4 team or thereabouts. And I think the frustrating thing is we've had 10 years to move to that next level. And we've had that chance many times. We had that chance. We even had it under Harry Redknapp when we were near the top of the league and he wanted some players in, and we got Sarr on a free and Nelson on a free. Even going back that far. And we've had the Pochettino years, as everyone knows, where we got there. We got to that stage where we almost won the league. Just pushed that a little bit. And it's basically what Kuva was saying and what I'm saying is that they've taken us as far as they can take us. We need something different now to take us to that next level. We can't, we need someone that's going to, I'm sick and tired. I'm blue in the face. This is an investment company. They're going to be conservative. You look at the owners of Man City and the owners of Newcastle and the owners, until recently, the owners of Chelsea when Abramovich was there. They're putting money into the club that they don't want back. It's like everyone talks about sports washing, that sort of thing. They're not there to make money. They're there to make themselves look good and become heroes of whereas we've got owners that are there to make money for their investors. So they're not going to do anything that's risky.
Do you think then that this QSI or whatever it's called, the money that maybe potentially I don't know whether they've went out and sourced it or whatever else, but potentially that money coming in, do you think that's probably an admission that they have taken as far as they can go, and they do need investors to come in and help pump money into this football club in order for them to sort of keep it going the way Spurs fans want it to go?
Well, you'd like to think so, but let's face it. A few months ago, we were all excited about Google being, potential naming rights, and then that suddenly disappeared. It's very strange that suddenly this Qatari thing's coming up when it's the transfer window. There's supporter unrest, which is the biggest I've seen it since I've been supporting Spurs. Strange that that's come out. I'm not really putting anything on this Qatari deal. If it happens and we get money in, then you're gonna have all the problems. And speaking personally,
I asked that question on Monday, Brad. Like, is it maybe an invented story, a bit of PR, perhaps?
The side of me that writes songs and is Mr. Lefty, Mr. Human Rights Man would have problems with it, But then the football side of me will go, no, I want money, I want big good players, I want something to win things. So we could have Qatari investors or owners or whatever, and we win a trophy. I'm out there celebrating, that's the sort of, and that's probably everybody. That's being human. You can't. I'm probably wearing a shirt that was made by people in sweatshops. This sort of thing. There's so much stuff that's going on that you can't. It's very difficult to be too uptight about it.
Sure. Yeah,
but let's face it. Joe Lewis is not exactly Mr. Nice Guy, is he? Look what he's done in Argentina.
Nobody makes that money without. Nobody makes that sort of money without fucking over somebody.
Exactly, and exactly. And this goes back to my distrust of billionaires. So,
where I'm at with it, though, Brad, is it's kind of like, if the Premier League and all these football authorities aren't going to do anything about it, well then, stop putting it on the fans. Why would we impose our own sort of, what would you call, sanction or whatever you call it, If the authorities that are supposed to be there to protect you and protect all that sort of stuff just don't want to do their job, at the end of the day, it's like the World Cup. They had no problem with the World Cup going on out there, this, that, and the other, but yet, they had their media buddies stir up the human rights issues and everything else, which I think, are legitimate concerns and legitimate issues. But at the end of the day, they put it on the players to go out there and take a stand. When all these people that could have done it for them could have said no to the World Cup, they didn't, because they took the money, And I'm kind of at the point, I don't want to be left behind. I just do not want to be left behind, because for me it becomes unbearable and intolerable. I don't want to be left behind. So look, let's wait and see what happens, in the future. But Brad, tell us a little bit about Blue Sofa Songs before we let you go, my man.
Well, Blue Sofa Songs, it's basically my attempt at being a songwriter. Me and my guitar and my DAW music software, which I've recently upgraded. So I've got a few more drum tracks to use now. So
nice.
Hopefully in the next few weeks I'll be doing a bit more of that. There's a new song coming out this Friday afternoon called 2023, which is obviously about 2023. The Christmas song did really, really well. Last week's song, not so well, but that's the way it goes sometimes. But have a look. If you haven't seen it before, just go and have a look. I've now got two little sections there for little what they call playlists. I've got my favourite songs. I've got the DAW songs. So you don't have to trawl through the songs and think, there are a couple of songs in there that I don't think work, but there are songs that I like, and that's why I put them in the little favourites bit. But
I'll give it a go, though, Brad. At the end of the day,
exactly. I'm not working, but I tell you what, it gets to the stage now where I literally have Friday as my day off. Because I'm trying to record stuff, trying to get onto video. I mean, you guys know, you put on these shows, how hard it is and how
day work for you.
How time consuming it is. So by Thursday night, I'm sort of, I've got it done. It's done. I can relax now and I enjoy my Fridays now. Friday's my day off, my day of rest, so to speak. But look, please give it a look. Please subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. Please click a like. It doesn't cost anything. Hit the notification bell. Doesn't cost anything. Please put a comment. Doesn't cost anything, so and it just really, really helps. I'm trying to do my bit. I'm trying to make art. So, that's it. If you like it, great. If you don't, well, that's how it goes. So, but
Hit that red button. Show Brad some support, please,
yeah,
people.
please,
He's
please
on
have a
these
look,
fan
please,
shows.
and
He's on these
share
fan
it. Tell
shows,
your friends
helping us
about
out.
it, you know.
Help him out a little bit. Help him out a little.
Hopefully, I'm even looking into this year. There's a couple of sites that you can go on where you can actually release stuff on Spotify. So who knows? I might have an album coming out by the end of the year.
Who knows?
But yes,
Who knows?
please
Where I'll take
click
it,
like and subscribe to Bluetooth for songs. Click like and subscribe to these guys. David, I hope you get better soon.
Appreciate that, man.
And I'll probably see you. We'll talk before then, but probably see you guys for the Milan game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Brad. We'll definitely be seeing each other. We'll definitely be seeing each other.
Also, thanks for everyone in the chat that's supported me in my endeavours. I really, really appreciate it. You won't know how much I do appreciate it. So,
Brad,
thank you very much,
man. Brad, we'll see. I look forward to seeing you in person. Obviously, we'll be speaking on the fan shows before then, but look forward to seeing you in person at the AC Milan game.
I'm going to watch the rest of the show on my nice TV in comfort. So.
Jealous. I'm jealous.
A big up, Brad, and we'll see you
soon.
Okay,
guys.
Thanks for your time this evening. Come on, you Spurs. Love that. Absolutely love that. Quickly, I don't know if anybody's out there, but I got this Christmas present, and it's called Air Up. It's a water bottle, and you put a pot on it. So I put a watermelon one on it, and you put normal water into it. And when it comes through, it tastes like watermelon, but it tricks the taste buds. It's absolutely amazing. Anyway, I'm rambling. But people, if anyone has one, let me know what you think. I think they're bloody awesome.
Look for a sponsor, maybe, Dave. You never know.
I wish.
Dave's well hydrated when it comes to the waters there and the flavored waters.
It's amazing, though. It's like eating watermelon. It's class. Israel Uncover says, Dave, if you change your mind or opinion on bringing in Trossard, big up Jack and Dave, two top lads. We will smash the scum on Sunday. Big up everyone in the house tonight. Look, Jack knows how I feel on Trossard.
Purple patch player, Dave.
He is a purple patch player. He's not really the sort of player I want at Tottenham. I don't think he does it on a consistent basis. I think, look, he's done all right under this new guy. He done decent enough under Harry Potter. I'm just not sure he's Tottenham level, if I'm being brutally honest. I can see where you're coming from, Jack. Maybe a good backup to like Son or that. But, yeah, no, I think we should be aiming for better than Trossard, if I'm being brutally honest, Amir. But, look, you could come on, change my mind. Feel free to do so. Tell me what I'm missing when it comes to Trossard. Big yourself up, Amir. And Ellie says, who's with me? Arsenal are not getting battered everywhere they go, but they will get battered. Come Sunday. Come on, you Spurs. The fish is not the only thing getting battered. Well, I hope not, Ellie. I hope not. Hopefully, we do beat Arsenal. I mean, I'm sure the chance of Arsenal get battered everywhere they go will ring long into the night. And it would be absolutely fantastic. And let's be honest, it's a day I think many Spurs fans deserve this season. Those who go to the game and those who are all around the world. We put up with enough shit this season, a bit of a hard slog. So we deserve a good performance against Arsenal. We deserve a victory. And hopefully we get what we just deserve, Ellie. Big yourself up and really, really appreciate
I would say, Ellie, like after battering West Ham, Dave, you were there with me. Like you just so many different foods that, you were picking from. It's like, do you want a fish and chips? Do you want a chipper? Do you want something fried after you just battered a West Ham, after you just battered an Arsenal? Or do you want, like what we went for? We went for a bit of Greek, went for a bit of Mediterranean. So must be honest, Ellie, let me know. Maybe if we do get that big North London derby win and we do end up battering the scum, are you going to go for the fish and chips? You're going to go for the true and tested curry or a bit of Greek? Let me know, Ellie.
Love it. But yeah, she'll definitely have a celebratory meal for sure. And everybody out there, myself and Jack, we did get our AC Milan tickets today. So anyone that is going, hopefully we can meet up with you and see you over there. And maybe have a drink before the game. I'll of course have a soft drink or a drink of water, but I know Jack likes a pint, so if you let us know, we'll definitely meet up. But look, let's keep this moving along nicely. The next guest we've got on is Mia. Mia, are you ready? Yes, she is. The microphone has just been turned on. Let's go. How are you, Mia?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm keeping well. So look, where do you want to take this? What do you want to talk about? We'll talk about the North.
We can talk about the North London derby first. So, yeah, obviously it's going to be interesting to see what team he puts out. I'm a bit unsure about the Bissouma / Sarr one. It's like a bit of a dilemma because do we trust Sarr because he is a young player and this is a game that obviously is a huge game. but do we really trust Bissouma? Because Bissouma hasn't always been consistent with us. So, and I don't agree with Brad with paying the extra midfielder either, because I don't think that formation works, because we tried it and tested it. Everyone wanted it and it didn't work. And then when it didn't work, everyone said, actually, no, it don't really work. But now we're not doing so well, or haven't been doing great in the other formation. Everyone's going, let's go back to the other one. It's a bit like, well, we already said that one don't work. So, having having the extra midfielder really suppresses our attack. And if we want to score against Arsenal, we have to have the best attackers on, which is Kulu and Kane. Obviously, Son hasn't been doing as good this season, but still, he can pull it out of the bag. You just don't know with Sonny. So I would rather have them on than have the extra midfielder, because I do think it makes a difference, because I think the extra midfielder, yes, but we can try and maybe get them to cover a bit better. Maybe we just need to make sure we cover it a bit better than what we normally would.
To play the 3-5-2, you've got to get your wing backs to transition very, very quickly and get up the pitch and support. And we just don't have that sort of pace in either of our wing backs. Of course, my biggest problem with the 3-5-2 is we didn't create enough. You're essentially taking off an attacking player, bringing in a holding midfielder or another midfielder, and all of our midfielders seem to be holding options. So you're going to create less, which is then just inviting Arsenal to put pressure after pressure after pressure on you. And when we have played the 3-5-2, we haven't even got a grip of the games in midfield. So putting that everybody in there doesn't really matter. And what I would rather play what we usually play, because at least bringing in Kulu, you don't always have to hit Harry Kane every single time. You have the option to hit Kulu. He also can take the ball, turn, get us up the pitch. He can also get turned, play others in behind. So me personally, I do want to say Son, Kane and Kulu start and go with the two in midfield, because when we have played that 3-5-2, bar the Leicester game, I agree with you. I don't think it's worked. I think it worked against Leicester because it means we could push our centre midfielders out a bit wider and stop their wingers and fullbacks bombing forward, so we could take that out of the game, which then meant we could get a control and going forward. But since that game, I haven't really seen it. It hasn't really worked. So I agree with you. I would rather the normal formation we play and get Kulu back in there, because we've seen without Kulu, we struggle to create chances a lot of the times. Everything comes down the left without Kulu. Nothing comes from the right-hand side, so we need him. You have to have a threat on both sides.
Yeah, no, that's it. And Kulu's so good, like you just said, he's creative, he's brilliant, he pushes forward, he can turn, he's quick, he's strong as well. He doesn't get easily pushed off the ball at all. Like, he's really good. So when he gets the ball, that magic's going to happen. So I definitely really think that he's someone I would love to see on the pitch. I really don't want to see the three midfielders at all. I just don't think it will work. I really don't. So, yeah, obviously it's going to be interesting to see what lineup he actually does go for. As far as the back, it's just.
Yeah.
It feels
do you go with
dread,
Moonhead for this one? It seems like he's going to go with Moonhead for this one. He was preserved in the Portsmouth game, so it looks like he's going to be picked ahead of this one.
Yeah, but so
and
was
Davies
Longley,
might be kicked out then. Longley, Dyer, and then Romero.
Yeah, I think Longley maybe. He probably will pick. He will probably pick Moonhead. To be honest with you, although it obviously isn't something that we really want particularly. It's just like the better of worst options at the moment with them lot. So it's a bit like, who are we going to pick? Like, the lesser of two evils.
He might be more switched on in a game. Like we said, Davies is a bit of steady Eddie, but who knows? Maybe in the case of Dyer, I don't know. He's been in these North London derbies before. He's been in some big losses before in these North London derbies, but there is something to be said. He's had more experience in these.
Well, who do you go with then, Langley or Davies? Because you've got to take the Saka threat into account. Because, Perisic will be caught high up the pitch at times. Who has the best ability to be able to deal with Saka? Because he will get at Ben Davies or Langley, whoever starts, on a one-on-one. Who has the better ability to be able to curtail Saka?
Probably Longley, I would say. It's very difficult. I would say, although Davies can be good, I think Longley, he's just got that little something extra. I think he can read the game better. I think Longley can read it better, and if he gets a good reading of Saka, I think he'll be slightly better at trying to basically get him away, maybe move him away from goal, make him so he has to go out wider and not so much come in so much, or do any little things that, little tricks and stuff, because I think Longley could maybe read him a little bit better. That's what I think anyway, personally.
The way I see it is that we need, Arsenal have taken advantage of how poor our defenders are in possession and how poor they are on the ball. So I sort of look at a player like Longley, like he is a million times better than Davies is in possession. And he also has that kind of clip all over the top that he's actually quite good at, I think, from time to time. And I think maybe a team like Arsenal that will press us, we might actually benefit more from having somebody that's a bit more press resistant. I at least think Longley is a bit more press resistant than maybe someone like Davies is.
I think so. And someone just said that he's slow, Longley, but if he stays up, he might just need to stay back a bit more and make sure he's there. If he is that bit slower and he can't catch Saka because of the pace, he's just going to have to hold back and stay back a bit more to make sure that they don't get away, like Saka doesn't get away from him. That's all he's going to have to do, unfortunately.
I'll be honest. I think, look, thing is, we get so worried about pace in the modern game, and I get it's a lot quicker, but if you can read the game, you don't need the pace. If you can anticipate and read the way the game is going, know what Saka's favourite moves are, you don't need that pace. Sometimes it's about dropping off, waiting for him to overhit that ball on a touch, and then get in there and get it. But look, either way, both of them are slow, but for me, I think I would rather put in there who's better at reading the game and who's better on the ball. And for me, that is Langley. I would put him in there, like Jack said, press resistant, because we know they're going to press us. Mikel Arteta gave away the game plan on the last episode of their All or Nothing documentary. Press that Tottenham backline because they passed themselves into trouble. That was what he said. So for me, don't play players that are going to pass us into trouble. Play players that can have that bit of a better of an expansive passing range, that can put the ball into Perisic. Because I see Ben Davies at times. Sometimes he's hesitant to give it to Perisic. It's like he doesn't trust himself. Whereas Langley can play them clips over the ball. If we get further up the field, he can put in a decent cross. We've seen that this season. So I would rather go with Langley. But I'm asking everybody this tonight. I want to gauge everyone's opinions on, see where their fan base is at. What do you think of their board's reply to the Supporters Trust?
I'm actually surprised that they did reply, because I did think it was a bit of a publicity stunt. I did think, are they really going to get a reply? Or are they just the board that they're just are they going to just basically ignore it? But I do think the Trust are playing a bit of a game. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big fan of them. I've listened to a couple of them on Last Word on Spurs. I've heard them speaking, and I don't know. There's something I'm not. I know about that, but too much about them. But to me, I just think they're playing a bit of a game, and I'm shocked they even got a reply, to be fair. And the fact they're doing it after the window, I don't know, maybe they're just waiting to see, because obviously if we get players, because it may be like, then it won't be such a big deal, whatever they've got to say. So they're being a bit smart with it. Maybe they're just trying to be a bit clever and think, well, if we get players in.
Yeah. I was just going to say quickly, do you think then the response by the board to the Sports Trust questions is that they don't want to give away their sort of transfer plans this January, whatever their plans are, whether it is going after the players Conte wants, whether it's going after young and hungry players, they don't want to give that away, because they know clubs will probably ask for a bit of an extra premium, knowing that that's Tottenham's plans then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so, because I think it would be very silly to come out and start telling the world exactly what we're going to do, because that's not really what you want, is it? You want to keep a bit of it like close to the chest, because you don't want to just give it all up and let everybody know out there, because that's exactly what happened with Maguire with Man United. They knew they needed him, a defender, and then they just charged the absolute earth for him, because they knew that they were desperate. And if they know we're desperate for certain players, they're just going to increase their price and go, actually, we know you can afford it because we know you've got money. So actually, nah, we're not going to give them to you at that price. We're going to give it, we want a bit more, actually. So I do think that is something you've got to consider. I think that not many people probably considered that, but to me, that does kind of make sense, because you don't want to give everything away to everybody, because it's not only Tottenham fans who are going to read it. It's going to be everybody who's going to read it. So
surely with all the people in the club, though, Mia, they could come up with a sort of strategy to where they could put out enough to keep the fans happy without giving everything away, or even come out and say, look, the reason why we're holding everything back is because we don't want anyone to know our plans in January, and at least give the fans that sort of clarity, at least, no?
well, would that not then give away that they've got plans in January that other teams could then interpret that as they've got plans, so therefore doing the same sort of thing?
See, I think
not just giving it away and kind of indirectly? It's just, I know, but then people, okay, right. So if they come out and said we've got a plan, that still wouldn't satisfy some people. So what you've got to understand is, David, that even if they did come out with a smallish statement or whatever, some people would still not be happy and say that's not good enough, that's not enough, I want to know it all. So then what happens? So the fact is they can't please all the people all of the time. So what they might be thinking is we'll just do the statement after, because then at least we can just give them a bit more instead of trying to hold back. And then they're going to come back to us and say, well, you didn't tell us enough. Because it's true, isn't it? Let's be honest. Let's be completely honest. There's fans out there that they're not going to be happy no matter what they say. Even if they say after January something, they're still not going to be happy. So if they do a little statement, they're still not going to be happy. So it's a bit like, you know.
Yeah, look, I can understand that.
I do kind of think.
Look, just for me, I just would have. I just think a good leader stands up in tumultuous periods, or look, some would say crisis periods, and gives everyone a direction, gives everyone, steers the ship in a certain direction. And I just kind of look, for me, I think whether you're a fan that's worldwide or whether you're a fan that goes to the home stadium, everyone puts money into this football club, everyone supports it, more than it, like it's a religion, you know what I mean? Everyone pumps money into it, whether it's paying for tickets, paying for TV packages, merchandise, this, that, and the other. And it's kind of like, I just believe a good leader stands up and comes up with some sort of solution in that sort of period. Even if they don't want to give away the transfer plans or what their plans are, so that they don't have to pay a premium on players, I still believe a good leader will come out with something to try and steer the fans in let them know, at least an indication of what their plans are going forward.
I do get that, but then, as I say, if I use my logical side, because I'm quite a logical person, that still wouldn't satisfy people. So then they're still going to get backlash. So they're probably thinking, like, sort of, what's the point of putting out people want to know the ins, the outs, they want to know it all. So maybe if they get time to set this all up to give them the answers, then that would be better, because it would be more like a full proper statements, then everybody can be on the same page of what the hell is actually going on, because we don't know. The thing is, they might not see that they think there's a problem because they know the insides out of what's going on. So maybe they don't see it as a problem. They just thinking, oh, okay, they all want to know what's going on, but we know what's going on. So, okay, let's tell them, we'll give a statement obviously after the window and tell them, because maybe they don't see there's a problem, because the club are probably in the inside workings of the club. We don't know what goes on and what's said and what's not said, do we? So
what do you make of the fact that Paratici, though, is also, what do you make of the fact that Paratici is going to be giving kind of the answers towards it? I kind of see it as maybe kind of classic case where they would rather maybe someone else be kind of answering the questions, and they're going to maybe wait, as long as they can until they can answer the questions. But is it maybe the case that Paratici, there's a benefit that maybe Paratici is still alive, right? He's not maybe behind bars come, the end of January, and he's expected to be giving the answer to these very difficult questions, let's say. Is there something to be said about that? Like that they trust Paratici to be there to answer those questions?
I suppose them trusting him to do it gives, obviously, there's two sides to that. There's a double-edged sword, because it could be seen as they're trying to not answer questions directly themselves, or it could be that they're trusting Paratici to go out and do it. So, it's a bit depends on your perspective on things, I suppose. And if he doesn't come out in sunglasses and a suit like a proper don then I'm going to be very, very disappointed.
worried.
I want a full Italian suit. I want a full, like a proper.
You want the chef
mafia
hat
look
maybe
when he
as well?
comes out
That's
and
what I'm
does it.
thinking. Yeah, a little bit of a chef
Yeah,
hat as
I
well.
want it all. I
Wooden
just
spoon.
think, he's got to come out and be full on. Yeah, he's got to do it properly, because I think it'd be so funny for him just to come on camera looking like an absolute don. Like, I'm not in prison, yeah, I'm all good.
Yeah. Do you know what, though? I'll be
honest.
honest. I am a bit concerned that we're not seeing anything about what Paratici is up to. It does concern me. Look, I know why they're doing it. They want to keep him out of the limelight, of course.
Yeah.
I would hope that
Yeah,
he is actually doing stuff behind the scenes. He is out there working and doing what he usually does. But the fact that we're not seeing anything about him gives off the interpretation that there's nothing going on in the transfer window, that we're not acting in the transfer window. And then when you see other clubs, Aston Villa, teams like this, putting in bids for players, and we haven't even launched an official bid yet, it does give off that perception that we're not doing anything. And that's where a lot of the frustrations comes from the fan base. And, the owners know that there's frustration in the fan base. And at the end of the day, whoever owns this club, they serve the supporters of Tottenham Hotspur at the end of the day. And that's why I think it was even more important for them to come out with a statement, because we're not seeing Paratici. We don't know what's going on. So it makes it even more important. But look, let's hope we do get in some players this January transfer window. I will say there's still time to try and get some players in. Me personally, I would have liked it done earlier to help us out for the likes of North London Derby, the Man City game, because, if a goal comes from a centre-back making a mistake or a right wing-back being a prick, the fans are going to go mad. And they're just going to say, well, we've had 2 months of the World Cup. We've had the start of the January transfer window to get them players in so that this shit wouldn't happen in these games. So they're only going to make a rod off their own back for doing it, in my personal opinion. But Mia, just before we let you go, one more thing. Lucas Moura, Tottenham not taking up the option to extend his contract for a further year. What's your thoughts on that, just briefly?
Yeah, obviously, I think it was pretty much we knew that anyway. I'll always think of him special because of what he did at Ajax. There's nothing that's going to take that away from me. That night was just crazy, and I still get that feeling every single time I watch it. That clip of that game, I still feel the exact same. Honestly, it makes me get all tingles. I get all the emotional. Still get really emotional, and even watching him when he reacts to watching the video, I get really emotional, because in that moment, that feeling is never ever going to be forgotten. Never going to be forgotten in my eyes. But he has to go. He's not good enough, and obviously we need to get rid of players that aren't good enough in the club. But I will never be horrible to him, because he gave me one of the most special moments so far of my life in being a Tottenham supporter. So I can never ever be horrible about him for that reason.
You're a better person than I am. I thank him for Amsterdam. I thank him for Amsterdam, but I do question what he's done, before and since then. But look, Mia, you're a better person than I am, for sure. But Mia, tell people about the channel, what's going on, where they can find you, my dear.
Well, first, I'm going to say that I'm on THFC Till I Die as well, so don't forget that. I'm there. I'm also sometimes modding, so you better watch yourselves, because I'm quite a strict person on the old chat. I watch like a hawk what everybody is saying, so you need to behave yourselves. Then, obviously, I've got my own channel, Spurs Between the Lines, which is got 89 so far subs, and I'm trying to hit 100, because then I'll be doing a live. So I've only got 11 more before I have to get my 100. So that's not, it's going really, really well. I'm really pleased with so far. I've got videos this week that I've done. I've done like a stats video, and also I've reviewed some of the older games, some of the old Tottenham games I've reviewed. I thought it'd be nice, a blast from the past, to go back and do a couple of the games. So I did the 4-4 game in 2008, and then I did the 2-0 game that we won as well at home. With Poch. So yeah, I think, and I'm going to do another one tomorrow as well. I don't know what game yet. I haven't decided. I'm in the know about what game I want to do yet. But yeah, I thought it'd be nice just to do a little quick review on actual games of the past. And yeah, the one that I chose, the 4-4, was actually not long after I had my first baby. It was on the 20 something of October, 25th or 27th of October. and I just had Jakey by that point. So it's like that one always it sticks in my mind because obviously it was just after I had my first baby.
Yeah, you'll never forget that.
Yeah,
so
imprinted 4-4
never.
as well. So that was that was a mad game to like watch just after I had a baby. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah,
Crazy
so obviously
game.
I'm going to be picking those games. Then I'll be doing. Yep, and then I'm going to be doing my full review as well of obviously the preview of the game, then the full review after the game as well. So yeah, keep looking out. I'll be posting content like regularly. So if you can all just go and sub so I can get to my 100, and then I would love to invite you guys on for my first live because you guys have been so supportive and great. So I'd love to have you guys
Love
on
to be
the
there.
first live that I do.
I'll be there.
Love to be there. And also, sorry about missing your member super chat earlier, Mia, being a yellow card on my part, but you know, I'll get a suspension at some stage. But appreciate
I know
you.
you should do after all these yellow cards that you've had. Surely, I'm sure they've all added up by now, Jack. You should have had suspension by now.
Someone's gonna
I'm
You probably have
sure.
to take
But all it said,
a one-match suspension.
Someone throw a sir in the chat. Someone's got to get him out of here. But appreciate you, Mia, and all that you bring to these fan shows.
I was going to quickly say, thank you. All I was going to say was it just said about David that obviously we fully support you, and if you ever need anything, I'm here for a chat. Because obviously the psoriasis crew in it, me and you, I've got it too, so I'm not shy to say it. I've had it since I was a kid, since I was really young. I can't even remember what age I went to the doctors actually and they said it was psoriasis, to be honest. So it is something we have to live with, and it can be difficult, but I'm sure everybody understands, and you know, we all support you no matter what. So it's all good.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mia. Look, thank you for your time this evening, and we'll speak again soon. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Mia.
No
See you, Mia. Speak to you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Everybody get over, check out Mia's channel, give her a subscribe, and let's get behind her. We'll take a few comments here. We've got Moondog. Good evening, Jack, David, Jack, and Posh Mia. Big up, Moondog. Good to see you in the building. I hope you are keeping well, sir. Big yourself up, my man. We're gonna need
Højbjerg this weekend, Moondog. I have the Højbjerg plaque right next to me for the derby, my man. I'll have him right beside me. Big up, Moondog. Appreciate you, my man. And the Flat Cap Army coaster.
Oh, hopefully we can get the win against Arsenal, man. We need it, Moondog. Any special bets on the horizon? Let me know, brother. Big yourself up. We've got Ian Cook with the super sticker. Jack, what's the super sticker?
He's just saying, good job, everybody. He's just throwing in a good job, Dave, and appreciate you, Ian. It's I think it's gone, according to plan. I've enjoyed the fan show so far. We're getting on to plenty more guests, so don't you worry, Ian. We're not done here, and I'm looking forward to what more people have to say. But yeah, I've been enjoying it, my man, as I always do, and I'm looking forward to Friday as well. So kind of more back-to-back fan shows, if you will, Ian. Appreciate you, my man.
Yeah. Big up, Ian. Really appreciate the support and really appreciate the support of words, my man. Hopefully Tottenham can do as well at the weekend, huh? Big up, Ian Cook. And really appreciate it, brother. It really does help out everything we do here, my man. Let's take a few more comments. We've got Adam Phillip. He says, Paratici will loan out his prison sentence. Thought that was very, very funny. Wouldn't surprise me. Nicholas Collison says, only thing he's doing is cooking the books. Look, he's cooking at the end of the day.
Makes him a Don.
The lad says he's going to end up near you, Jacko, and get more Paratici. Big up now. Well,
he might end up in the Glamour Slammer, Dave, which is actually out here in New York. Maybe he'll be put in the same. He'll be put in the same sort of cell block as El Chapo, the Unabomber, all those guys. Yeah, he'll be put in the Glamour Slammer over here in New York. You never know. So many financial crimes.
Love that. King Huddle's going with the sarcasm. He says, City are losing, daring crisis. Big up, King Huddle. Brad Matthews says, last financial figures for year ending 30th June 2021 were released in November 2021. On that basis, we should have seen these released in November 2022. 100% spot on, Brad.
Intentionally delayed.
Yeah. Mark New says, always a great call, me. Big up. Love the passion for Spurs, your background knowledge. Always impressive. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, Mark.
And then we've got Jody in the building, says, evening all. Big up, Jody. Good to see you in the house. And then Danny Kiriakou with a very, very personal question. He says, Evening, boys. Have you got a lot in the back end? Now, Danny, that very personal question there, Danny. No, look, we've got KPV, we've got Ribsy, we've got Michael, we've got Ellie, and we've got Amir. Anyone that does want to get on and have their say, if you could click the link in the next 4 to 5 minutes, that would be awesome, because we usually leave it up for 2 hours and then we take it out, and it's approaching that 2-hour mark. So those of you who do want to come on your say, click on the link, get in the back end, and let's have a conversation.
But we do have an IOU, Danny, and you can save up that IOU anytime, and you can use it tonight if you like, my man. But you also have Friday. If Friday afternoon works better for you too as well, Danny. Big up, my man.
So he says he's going to join. Big up, Danny. Let's have a conversation when you get on, my man. Good to see you. And Nick says they're not announcing it now because there will be massive profits and won't want the fans asking more questions. Look, I mean, I think most people could have hedged their bets. It's going to show profits, to be honest with you. Like I said earlier, Todd Klein, the guy in charge of the, what was the word I used earlier? I nailed it. Commercial revenue, record commercial revenue, I think first time since 2010. I can't remember what it said, first time since 2010 or first time ever that our commercial revenue has given us more than the TV revenue. So you can only imagine what the profits are like, Nick, if we're being brutally honest. But look, it's KPV time. Let's see what he has to say. Let's get him on. KPV, how you keeping, brother? Harry Kane loves breaking records. You think that's going to happen this weekend?
It's going to happen. Yeah, Harry Clark is going to break the record when he scores a hat-trick against the field. Imagine the scene. And he won't just go down as the greatest Spurs goal scorer of all time, but he'll go down probably as the greatest North London derby scorer of all time. Like, that'll be 17 North London derby goals. So that'll be 17. So,
he's already got the most North London derby goals of all time, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got 14. Yeah, 14. Yeah. So he'll score a hat-trick. It'll be 17. So that record ain't going to be broke by anyone if he scores. No one is breaking it. So, yeah, he's going to score a hat-trick, and everyone will be watching. He only
needs 2, doesn't he, Kyle? I think he only needs 1 to equal it and then the next 1 to break it.
Yeah, and he'll need 1 to equal and 2 to go ahead. So, yeah. And
think of that Portsmouth goal, Kyle, and it was a real screamer. I feel like these North London derbies, they often have a really good goal in them. Could it be Harry Kane maybe to get that sort of screamer like he had against Portsmouth? Maybe he might even have that mask he might rip off as well.
Yeah, like Son might do that as well. Yeah, Kane done it in 2016 at White Hart Lane. And David was asked a question by Ben, is that the greatest North London derby goal from Sonny a couple of seasons ago? But unfortunately it is. It's beaten Harry Kane's one. So sorry to everyone who says it's not, but it is. Son's goal is better than Harry Kane's. It's on Spurs' official Twitter page.
Disagree, Kyle.
Nah, Dave.
I think the one where Harry Kane whipped off the mask, that was the one from at the acute angle, whipped off the mask. That was well better than Sonny's goal, Kyle.
No, it's not, man. It's not.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Because Son scored from outside a couple of yards. Kane scored next to the corner flag. So Son scored from about, 40 or 45 yards, and Kane assisted. So Leno did not save it. And there's no way Ramsdale's going to save that when Son scores again. So Kane scored at home last season twice, but Son scored home and away. So can Kane replicate that like Sonny did home and away? Because he always does. So watch, everyone. And Kulusevski's back. So watch when Kulu scores, because he's going to score as well. Kulu is going to score in a North London derby, because I've told everyone Kulu's never lost it because he didn't play at the Emirates.
Yeah.
We would. I feel like a lot of people even said KPV. Had we had him in the last North London derby away from home, we would have won that game if we had Kulusevski.
Yeah, but the good thing is those lot ain't got Gabriel Jesus though. They haven't got Gabriel, so they're still getting their asses whooped. We're at home. Their record at our ground is poor. They haven't won there since 2014 when they had Thomas Waziski scoring a blinder. So it's revenge time. They beat us in October, but revenge time. So it's time for revenge.
I feel
And
like this is the best version of the scum we've actually come up against in some time, KPV. So it's going to be a tough one here. I don't know. I think they start games pretty well and they start games pretty quickly. It feels like Arsenal. They like to score early. How important is it, KPV, that we sort of also, right? We start fast, we start early. Can't let them push us around in the first 10 minutes.
big up, Phil. Exactly, my man. Kane man of match coming in again.
Routine. It's like clockwork. But KPV, tell me what. First of all, answer Jack's question, but also I want to know what a North London Derby day looks like for KPV.
Yeah, what does it look like?
What does it look like? It means everything to me.
So what do you do when you get up? How do you prepare for it?
You playing a little FIFA the night before as well, maybe smashing them 8-0 and things like that?
Yeah, I smashed them. I play as Spurs on career mode and I beat them at the Emirates. Big scoreline. Kane scores all of them and Kulu does. So I beat them and then, that's how I prepare for the North London Derby.
What do you do the day of, though, KPV? You waking up nice and early? You find it hard to fall asleep before a North London Derby?
Yeah, I find it hard to sleep, but we're at 4:30 on Sunday and I'll be in the pub watching it with the Spurs fans.
Nice.
And the atmosphere is going to be brilliant in the pub, like it will be in the stadium. I know Daigle's going with Ben and Sim, but who's going to do the watch along? Is Danny going to the game like he did last season? I know you can. I know you're hearing this, Danny.
I'm sure Danny will be there. Yeah, my guess it'll probably be someone like Nick, or probably Nick. I'd say.
And Delios went because he said it before. They on Sunday. This will be 1 year ago when they decided to postpone on the North London Derby at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium because of players testing positive. Well, they're not this time.
They can't run away this time, KPV, the Gunners.
They can't run away this time because we're just going to run past their whole squad. And imagine someone doing that goal like he done against Burnley, run past the whole defence and just another Puskas incoming. So watch out, people. Back-to-back Puskas awards. Son got it and Eric Lemessi got it.
Could you see a bit of shithousery from Antonio Conte, maybe? Because last time Antonio Conte, right, he was sort of making some digs at the Lego man. Maybe if he gets the win this time, KPV could be maybe take some pops over at Arteta, take some pops over at the Lego man.
Yeah, he's going to take some pops over the Lego man because he said, you never know, they might lose at Norwich. Well, who's crying now, Arteta? You got lucky at the Emirates. You got lucky. But not this time, fella. You've only won at our ground as a player. That was with Everton and the Filth. But not anymore, fella. You're getting mad.
What would you say to your lad then here at KPV? My lad says Spurs will beat them so bad on Sunday, I can't wait. He almost sounds as delusional as me sometimes.
He must think a Harry Kane brace is happening. That's what he must think. He thinks he's breaking the record.
I want a Kane hat trick. People got Kane in their fantasy teams. Triple captain. You'll get triple points from Harry Clark today. Like, I've got him, so hat trick can come in. But Kulu and Son I want. So that'll be nice. The front three. And like everyone can, hopefully we'll be talking about this next week. And hopefully we'll be talking about this. And the scenes will be rocking. Let's see some scenes on Sunday, people. Enjoy the game. And don't let the Arsenal fans come near you because you know what happens before the game. They all fight. But the police are there. But anyway, James Black will be there, the Spurs fan, the voice of Spurs. I follow him on Twitter and I already done the song he done after the game last season when Arsenal came to Tottenham. That's the song he done. So
love it.
Looking forward to you being nice and loud in the pub, KPV. We're gonna need people like you alongside them, and they need people to keep them calm, but also as well stay positive behind the club as well.
There's actually a new Harry Kane song out. Spurs song sheet done it. Go and check it out. It's brilliant. He passes like Glenn Hoddle, scores like Jimmy Greaves. It's absolutely unbelievable. So go and check it out, KPV. You'd be jumping around your sitting room, you'll break the coffee table and everything. But Honestly, you will, KPV. I get pumped up every time I hear it. But man, what do you think on the board's response to the trust questions, basically saying we're not going to hear anything on the financials or the plans until February?
Like, answer the question now, for God's sake. We don't want to wait till after the window. Answer the question now, not after the window, because we want answers immediately, not after the window.
Yeah.
Answer them. And it's just annoying everyone. Like, and I hear that Conte said he ain't going to leave until he wins the trophy. Like, that's probably best for business at Tottenham.
He's already in his 60s, isn't he, KPV, or 50s? I mean, how many years old do you think he'll be before that happens?
Probably about 69 or something. 69.
I told you, he's here for the long term, Dave. He's here until he wins a trophy. He's here for the long term.
Back in the summer of 69 by, what's his name, the song, whoever sings it, like, back in the summer of 69.
Summer of 69 is not Bryan Adams, I think.
Bryan Adams, yeah, like, back in the summer of 69, that's how old he's going to be until that's when, then once we win a trophy, then once he wins, then, yeah, Bob's your uncle, then we can shut up the filth, the Arsenal fans, because they've not won a European trophy, but the double is still on. The double's still on, people.
KPV, do you think the FA Cup is definitely achievable this year? Because I look at the way the draws panned out. You look at it, Chelsea are gone, who, no matter what crisis they're going through, they always perform and usually beat us. One of City and Arsenal, you would think, are potential winners. Probably one of them will be guaranteed to be gone in the next round. Liverpool have Wolves to overcome at the Monument and then a tough away trip to Brighton, not guaranteed to get through there. Aston Villa gone, Newcastle gone, along with some other teams. Do you think this is a real opportunity for us this season? And do you think we should actually take it really seriously?
Probably, yeah. Like, we didn't take the Conference League seriously last season. Like, so take the FA Cup seriously, people. Like, this is our chance. I don't want those lot winning it 15 times because we used to win it every time before they came to our perch and they took over. So they're not winning it 15 times because if they do, and I like what Jeremy Harris said, if Arsenal win the league, he's leaving. And I'm going to say this now. If they win the league, then I'm leaving the UK and moving to Canada. Because, like, yeah, I'm leaving the UK. And I hope, like, anyway, they're not going to win it anyway because we'll just smack them, man. They've still got to play City 2 times. So, City, I know they just lost to the Saints, Southampton, but City will still beat them because Arsenal ain't winning the league. So, good luck. And I heard what I don't know, what was this person saying? What team do you think the Judas is going to support? I don't give a fuck. I still don't like him. So, don't mention the guy's name, whoever, Samuel, do not mention his name. Ben and Tim already heard it, I can hear. Danny is probably going to hear it. Daigle. So everyone, do not mention the guy's name because I will never forgive him. So fuck off, that's where you came from. So suck it and we will still be better.
Give me the sign off, KPV. Levy out, everyone else in.
Yeah, everyone else in. Levy, Enoch out. And come on, you Spurs. In Conte, we trust. We're going to smash the field. I'm going for a big 5-0 win. Kane, hat-trick, Son and Kulu. So, 5-0. And
come on, Sonny and Kulu, let's go.
Still staying above us. So, we just need to win. And then we've got City, as I said, just lost tonight. So, we have their number. We're their bogey team.
Yeah, look, whatever happens over the next few weeks, KPV, it's going to be massive for this club and it'll definitely dictate the future. The North London Derby, the 2 games against City, the transfer window. Important few weeks ahead, a busy few weeks ahead. Hopefully Tottenham come out the right side of it. Most people would say, and going on past, you'd probably say, are we going to? Let's wait and see. But KPV, big yourself up, my man. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep spreading that smile around the fan base.
Man.
I'll see you again soon, sir.
Yeah. Come on, you Spurs. Conte, we trust. And as always, Levy out. Everyone else in. Come on, you Spurs. Conte, we trust. North
Don't
London
we
and
trust.
God.
Top man, KPB.
Big up,
Top man.
Big
See you
up,
soon, brother.
everyone.
See you soon,
See you
my
soon.
man. I love that, man. I love KPB. You know, he always puts a smile on my face. He always comes with a lot of energy. I love it. He just says what he thinks as well. Absolutely love that. But look, let's keep this moving along nicely. Tickety boo. Jack, who have we got next?
I think we have a super chat
Dermotron.
from Dermo here. Big up, Dermatron says, Dave, top person you are and a true gentleman and a brother. You are truly an Irish legend and a brother to myself. And you're an inspiration to not only me, but to everyone. And you and Jack are the Spurs YouTube legends. Appreciate you, Dermot, my man. Really, really way too kind today. But what I would say, Dermatron, is it's a tough month of January. Hopefully people can just stick by us and stick by the channel, and we'll get through this all together, my man. And we do really appreciate you. And Dermatron, if you need me at any stage over on the THFC till I die, if you need me for a live stream or you need any help with anything, do let me know. I sent you that text before, brother. Appreciate you, my man.
Big up, Dermotron. Really appreciate the words. I'll be honest, I'm absolutely useless at taking praise and stuff like that. But all I can say is thank you. No legend. Don't want to be a legend either. Someone that is a legend is Harry Kane, Dermotron. So, you know, Dermotron, Harry Kane is the legend, not me. I don't stack anywhere near Harry. But big up. Really appreciate the sentiment, my man. Top bloke as well. Top bloke. Big yourself up, brother. I really don't know what to say when people praise me. I really don't. I get embarrassed, actually. I get red. You know, it's like meeting a girl for the first time. You get all red and embarrassed and everything else. But look, enough of that. Let's keep this moving, Jacko. Who we got on next?
Ribsy time, Dave. You haven't spoken to Ribsy in a while. I got to be able to catch up with him from time to time on the Fridays. So let's get Ribsy on.
Let's get him on. I always love to hear what Ribsy has to say. Ribsy, bro, how are you keeping, man? What? You're on mute. I'll get you before you start. No, still on mute.
Here we are.
Off.
Right now?
Yeah, perfect.
Sounding good.
Yeah, good. You're very low, Ribsy.
Oh,
Yeah, let me try to turn him up, maybe. I can try to turn you up.
That's the silly echo cancellation thing. How's that? Is that better?
No, it's very low. It's like the mic needs to be brought closer to your mouth.
Yeah, it's like you're a little underwater.
Give me a sec.
No hassle. I'll take a few comments while you sort that out, Ribsy. Toxic Headshot, you are saying you are legends. Look, I appreciate it. I don't think I am anyway. I think I'm a goof and a gobshite. But anyway, appreciate that. Big up, Chris. Really appreciate it.
Might have to unmod him after saying that, Chris. You have too much power now, David. The power's gotten to his head now. He's calling me a Winx lover and everything. Big up, Chris.
Love it. Ribsy, do you want to try now?
How's that now? Any better?
No. It sounds like you're like underwater and the mic is muffled or something. I'm only saying it because I want people to hear what you have to say properly. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. You wouldn't want to miss out. If you want to bring the next person on, I'll sort it out, and then.
Sure.
Right,
How
so
about we'll just put you on after
put
you on after Michael? You want to go? We'll put you on after Michael. We'll see if it's better after then. Sorry about that, Ribsy.
Sorry about that,
We'll get you on
Ribsy.
next time, my man.
Sorry about that, my
So
man.
we'll get you on after Michael. All right.
Perfect.
Switch you up.
Do
All
not
right,
worry,
Michael.
Ribsy will be back. Love what Ribsy has to talk about as well. Always do. And same as this next guest, he's always very insightful, very thought through. Let's get him on. Let's hear what he has to say. It's Big Mike. Let's have him on. Big Mike, how are things?
Yeah, Big Mike is in the house.
How are you keeping, my man? Look, what's got on your tits this week with Tottenham? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. How about yourselves?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. I'm all right. As good as can be, I suppose. You know,
Yeah,
but look,
yeah.
enough about us. This is all about you. This is your time, Michael. Tell us what you want to talk about, brother.
Yeah, it's mad, boys. Like I've had plenty of like university stuff to do. Like I have like plenty of like final exams and whatever, right? Because I'm like in my second to last semester, and pretty much like the last semester is only writing the thesis. So like this is pretty much my last semester of uni. So yeah, they are really going ham with the exams. But frankly speaking, it kind of helps me with like getting my mind off football and of thinking about North London Derby and whatever, right? But
well, I'd like
today,
to think you are, but I know you're not.
Yeah.
It's not helping you.
Yeah, but trust me, the issue is that once your mind gets polluted with football, it's always fucking dead. And whatever I'm doing, I'm always like thinking in the back of my head, how it's going to go on the weekend and whatever, right? So yeah. I've been thinking a lot about the North London derby, and I'm listen. I've been on another show today, and the host asked me what's my prediction with the North London derby, right? And I know you usually tend to ask about predictions later, but trust me, it's worth it when I say it, right?
Let's get the North London Derby out of the way, because I know you're going to have a say on the board as well on their response. So let's go for it.
Yeah. So
Bentancur weaving in the title here? We have Bentancur sort of, with the North London derby. Does he factor into your prediction here, especially if he were missing?
Yeah. Like, listen, without Kulusevski and Bentancur, I think we are losing.
I think Kulusevski is going to be there. Rest
But
assured,
Kulusevski will be there, right? And I hope that Bentancur will be there too. And with Kulusevski and Bentancur in the squad, I listen, and it might be stupid, but for me, it's the definition of being a Spurs supporter and how our club is. I have a sneaky feeling that we are going to win against Arsenal and City, and we are going to get clapped by Preston North End in the FA Cup. It just sits somewhere deep inside me. And, I can't get rid of this feeling that for some reason we are going to win against the first and second team in the league, and we are going to get clapped by Preston and then probably lose to Fulham too.
If we do win this North London derby, though, Michael, let's just start there. I mean, that is like a huge momentum. It's a huge momentum changer. It really changes a lot, doesn't it, if we do win that game? And it takes a lot of pressure off the players, a lot of pressure off Conte. I feel like Spurs fans can definitely breathe easy if they win that North London derby a little bit, for sure. But also vice versa, if we don't win it, I mean, we'll be kind of further in the sort of toxic cesspit we're in now. So I don't know, like that North London derby. I mean, if we win it, you can't overlook it. That would be a huge win. It is a huge win.
Yeah, like for me, how should I put it? Like for me, if we won the North London derby, as you said, it takes like a lot of heat off of Conte's back, right? Because and it also connect what I'm going to say. It also connects to my stance on the board, right? I think that right now our fan base is pretty split between like Conte in and Conte out, which is also kind of connected to Levy in and Levy out. Yeah. I've seen like that sort of pattern that usually when people are like Inik in, Levy in, they are kind of Conte out. I don't want to generalize, right? Of course, everyone has their personal opinion, right? But that's just a kind of a pattern I've seen. But I think if we won the North London derby, I think it would take like a lot of fans off of Conte's back and to actually like look at the board, because you know, if with this crop of players he wins against Arsenal, who are top of the league, like 11 points ahead of us or whatever they are, right? I think that's a massive achievement, right? And like seriously, the things that this guy pulls off cannot be understated, right? The fact that we somehow won 4-0 against Crystal Palace, and I know that maybe we've been lucky in that game with a couple of things, right? But the fact that he like pulls completely like pulls it out of the ass, the 4-win at Selhurst Park, where we've been struggling for previous years,
True.
right?
True.
Yeah, that's massive for me. And now, if he wins the North London derby, that would like what else do you want as a proof of his quality, right? I know the football isn't nice, but the tactical mind and like the how he handles our players mentally, that's undeniable.
Let me ask you quickly on the football, Michael, before you move on to your next point. Do you think it would look better if we had some better players in some positions that I think let us down, like a centre back, like a right wing back, maybe? Do you think it would look better if we had maybe some better players in them positions as a whole? Or do you think it would look the same even if we got better players in them positions?
Yeah. Listen, like it always works like this with every formation, that if you have like better players, it will look better, right? But especially with this formation, in my opinion, we've discussed like formations plenty of times, the three of us, right? And like my stance on it is that if we play a 3-4-3, which I think should be our preferred formation, right, because of the quality that we have up front, like you have to have quality wing backs to support the attacking play, right? Because the mid in a 3-4-3 system, the midfield is not your creative hub, right? They
Yeah.
can be creative, they can contribute to the offensive, but it's not their main task, right? One of the players' main like thing is to cover the defense, right? Because usually in a back three, one of the center backs often joins the attack and makes that late run. So then one of the center mids covers for that person, right? And the other one is like roaming somewhere in the middle. And I'm using my handset. I actually realized
I
like
get
one the other guy is roaming somewhere in the middle and can also contribute to the attacking side, right? But that's not their main job to provide for the attackers. It's the wing backs, right? So listen to the positions that I mentioned: wing backs and center backs joining, like having quality to actually contribute, right, forwards, either with long balls or by joining, right? So with our wing backs, like Perisic can provide on the left with the crosses and whatever, right? But on the right side, we are absolutely shambolic. I listen. I wish Doherty is in his purple patch like he was last season, right? I fucking wish, but I cannot bank on it, right? So that's why I think we need improvements in the right wing back position and in the center backs, because like when you defend and when you even want to attack, right? That like center backs are so crucial, right? For them to be confident on the ball, because that's like the way the ball works in a 3-4-3. It usually is like a donut, right? With the empty middle. The middle doesn't really contribute that much to the build-up play. It goes from center backs to wing backs to forwards, right? So we have to have quality center backs and wing backs if we want to.
We have to have quality in the wide
utilize
areas,
this.
people that have it in those wide areas.
Yeah,
and we don't.
if you want to utilize this formation, I think I know that Inter mainly played 3-5-2 under Conte, right? But they often played 3-4-3.
But with the 3-5-2, you still need brilliant wing backs to make up for having less out wide. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So, but what I wanted to say is that Inter were brilliant to watch. If you actually watch some of the games from that season when Conte won them the Scudetto, right? They were brilliant to watch in some of those games. Of course, there were games like some of ours where they were like low blocking, taking pressure on the defense and trying to counterattack. But that's the way it is sometimes, right? So with proper center backs and proper wing backs, I think this formation would thrive, because we have so much quality in the forward line and we have solid midfielders that actually are workhorses and know what their job is, right? So I think like half of our team is kind of sorted. The forward line and the midfield, in my opinion, kind of sorted. I know we need backups, but in terms of like first 11, but the wing backs and the center backs, bloody hell! Like whenever I start a career in FIFA or a Football Manager, the first thing I do is like rip out the defense and bring some center backs in, because like sorry, but our defense is just not good enough. And honestly, like my issue with this North London derby is that I'm confident we will score goals, right? I'm confident we will score 1, 2, or 3 goals, because we have so much quality in the forward line that they will master up something, right? My issue is that defensive line, that they are going to let us down, because like when I think about Perisic and Langley, or Perisic and Davies defending against Saka, oh my God, that's long, guys. And Emerson defending against Martinelli. Whew.
Emerson won't be playing. He's
Doherty.
that stuff. It will be
I hope it's Doherty. I know maybe he's not as good defensively as Emerson, although that argument is like.
I think it's the same argument you just made with Perisic and
Longley.
Longley. The Perisic and Longley on the same side against Saka causes you worries. Romero, we know, is a brilliant defender, but Doherty coming up against Martinelli should cause you worries, to be honest, Michael, as well. Like, I agree with you, because I feel like we have no issue with scoring goals. And in this North London derby, I don't see us having issue with creating and scoring goals. But the issue is that this defense, Michael, how many times have we seen us have the momentum in the second half, sort of have control of the game in the second half, and then we just see some random goal just be conceded by Spurs,
and we get knocked on the head,
that completely kills all of our energy, completely kills all of our spirits. I mean, that can happen in this North London derby. We can't say it won't.
Yeah, and especially like with the midfield thing and the comment that you just brought up, David, right? I think that
I want to correct it though quickly, Michael. I said it wouldn't overpower. I didn't say it would. I said it wouldn't. I don't trust it.
Yeah. So, like, the issue with our formation against the way Arsenal play, right? Because I've watched kind of like a tactical analysis of how Arsenal play, right? And what they tend to do often is that, when they have three in the midfield, right? Odegaard usually plays slightly behind the forward line, right?
Yeah.
And he tucks in to either left or right, usually on the right, but he tucks in on one of the sides, and because he creates an overload on that side, you need one of the midfielders to tuck in there to provide cover, right? The issue is if you have three midfielders, then it leaves your two midfielders against Xhaka and Partey, right? But with our formation, we have two midfielders. So if one of them goes to join to cover for Odegaard, then it leaves one of them against Partey and Xhaka. And you could see that.
We sort of seen that in the last North London derby.
Yeah, in the reverse fixtures, when Partey scored that blinder, there was no one near him because one of the midfielders was covering on the wing, right?
He always had a spare man to pass it to. Always had a spare overload. You're spot on.
Yeah, and they also, what they do really well is switch the ball through quick passing to the other side, right? So when one of your midfielders tucks in, they just switch the plate immediately to the other side, and also if your one midfielder wants to tuck into that side, it opens up the team completely, right? Because then you are stretched out and with an empty middle.
So how do we combat it then, Michael?
Yeah, like, I don't want to see a 3-5-2 because we don't have the personnel for it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If Bentancur is not fit, and even if he is fit, to be honest, but if we assume that he is not fit, Højbjerg, Bissouma, and Sarr, that doesn't give me any confidence.
Yeah.
Or Højbjerg, Skip, and Bissouma, whatever, right? Whichever combination you want to field, because like Højbjerg, I know he has like enough fight and quality in him, but Sarr is a kid, and I know he showed quality, but North London derby is a different gravy,
different ball game altogether.
It's a different ball game, right? Xhaka will try to kill him, like literally, because he's that.
If he starts, Michael, they're going to target him. They're going to put him under pressure every opportunity they get, purely because of his age.
Yeah, purely because of his age and lack of experience. And with Skippy, I know that he played in North London derbies, and I know that he is like Tottenham through and through, so he will have fight in him. But his recent performances don't give me any confidence, right? Listen, we all want like the Tottenham kids to do well, right? If we could, we all would have like 11 kids from the academy, because like that's so magical, right? With Skippy, he showed me, like throughout like past 2 years, he showed me that he has quality in him, but because of the long-term injury that he had, and because he is like kind of out of the squad because of how many midfielders we have, he has no game time in his legs, right? So throwing him in against the best team in the league currently, that's not for me, right? So even though I just highlighted like the issues with two in the midfield, I still think we should be playing with two in the midfield. It's just about like tactical awareness for our midfielders, not to get carried away with the cover-ups, right? So because like the reason why you have to cover is because your side, that side of the pitch, cannot handle the Odegaard and Saka double up, right? But I think they will have to like grit their teeth and actually like give the defensive duties to that side of the pitch and stay in the middle. So That's my opinion. But in terms of attacking wise, as I said, I'm not worried about attack. I think we will, especially if Kulusevski is fit.
Yeah.
I'm not worried with the attacking side of the pitch. Right?
I agree. I agree with you, Michael. I share a lot of concerns. I think, I just about what you're touching on. I share a lot of concerns. Like our defense, even Hugo Reese, they don't need an invitation to make a mistake. Before you know it, you can end up being 1-0 down, even though you've done all right. For me, I think when I look at this game, when we do get a hold of that football, we have to keep it so much better than what we usually do. We have to find them passes. None of this under-hitting, over-hitting, ballooning it into the stands, ballooning it straight back to Ramsdale. At times you've got to be brave on the ball. I just hope every single player out there is focused and ready to go. No one enters that pitch with nerves, And at the end of the day, I hope they realise we have to win this because, look, whether what Arsenal go on and do between now and the end of the season, we can put a dent in their confidence and their title hopes by turning them over and beating them badly. A bit like what we done at the stadium last season. It had a knock-on effect into that Newcastle game.
Yep.
And before you know it, they crumbled on top four, and they could easily do the same in the league. So I just hope. Look, I think we know Hugo Reece between goals, Doherty right wing back, Perisic left wing back, a back three of probably Romero, Dyer. Midfield probably Bissouma, Højbjerg with Kane, Son, and Kulu. So, look, I think there's definitely enough there to be able to go and score goals. But like you, my concern is defence. It is their overload in the midfield that absolutely won them the North London derby in the last game. Overloads out wide, then bringing it back through the middle. And that's got to stop. Also, these little pullbacks to Odegaard they do. Someone needs to watch Odegaard for me. Can't be letting them keep making them late run into the box and not mark this, that, and the other. Someone's got to pick them up. But what do you do when you've got two in midfield and they're already up against 3 minutes? It's hard to know. But look, Michael, I think that was a very actually good in-depth analysis on the North London derby. Actually, very, very good, Michael. But I also want to give you a bit of time to speak about, the board and their response to the trust questions. I mean, look, first of all, probably no surprise to any of us that we weren't going to get the answers, before the January transfer window closed. I don't think anyone's surprised over that, to be honest. But what's your thoughts on it? Because me as a fan, I believe, they're there to serve our best interests. And I do believe, okay, even if you want to make the argument that they don't want to give away a January transfer plan so we're not, overpaying for places or overpaying for players and that clubs can't smack a premium on, understand that. But I also, go by that a great leader in the tumultuous time steps up and shows people a direction, shows people leadership.
Calms down. Yeah.
I just need to go to toilet. I will be back in 1 minute.
Now, what do you make of their lack of a response, actually, Michael, right? They've decided to delay their response until the end of the window. And Paratici is going to give it, in fact.
Yeah. So, first thing with the supporters trust thing, right? Because I actually seen a bit of criticism towards them that they are not rigorous enough. They are not critical towards the club. But I think that whereas because they are kind of our voice towards the board, right? The easiest way for fans to get some answers from the board is through the trust, right? Yeah, but I think they are in that kind of position that they are so connected with the club and they are an official entity, right? Let's say that they cannot really go aggressively towards the board. I think that they have to put things in an official language. Let's say ask questions kind of that can give the board a chance to answer them. It's all politics, basically. What I want to say, right? So, whereas I get that some people want them to take more action. I think that them publicly sending a letter, publicating answers and what they asked is really good. And I also think that the questions that they asked in that letter were really good. I think that most of the concerns that we raise as a fan base towards the board I think they were mentioned in that letter, right? So it was about investment, about youth academy and youth facilities, why they aren't producing, right? About what's the deal with Conte and his contract, right? I think that the questions they asked were really good, and with now from the board's perspective, I think they are in a really shitty situation because both with the financial reports and the questions asked by the support
I'm with the fans in the stadium chanting at them as well.
Because like if they gave us like an answer right now and they gave the financial reports right now, it gives us fuel to the fire that we can say, like, listen, we see that you've earned this much. Why isn't it getting spent on new players for the manager, right? Why are you not investing? Why are you not supporting Conte, right? But if they release it after the window, and let's assume most likely that they won't like fulfill the desires of the fan base in January, then we also have fuel to the fire, because we will see how much they earned, and we will tell them like, why didn't you invest if you had all that money, right? Because let's be honest, we'll probably like record know the biggest fuck, I'm lost for words, sorry. The financial gain that we had over this year will be the biggest one that we probably ever had, right? So that's what I wanted to say. So that's the most likely case. So like they are in a peculiar situation, and with the answering of the letter, like if they release a statement in February and Paratici comes out and it's all like oh, the plan for summer is this, and we are going to do this, and it's all rosy and whatever. Fuck this, January is over, we didn't support the team, right? So that's also a really fucked up situation. As you said, if they release the answer in January, then the clubs might rinse us with transfers, because they know that we have money, right? And they know that we need X, Y, and Z player. So it's a really tough situation, and you have the fans singing like their name in the stadium, and you have all of the online discussions and online movements, Libya out and whatever, right? So I think they are in a tough spot. And I hope this means that something will give, right? I hope that something changes. And as I said like once or twice on the shows with you guys, right? It's not that I'm necessarily against like Levy himself or Inik itself, right? It's not, if we were owned by, I don't know, Fanta, let's say, right? If we were owned by Fanta, but they didn't invest in the club, I would be against them. I would be against that ownership, because they don't give me the plan, the targets, and the steps needed to achieve the targets, right? So like I as I said, I really think that February comes and we will probably get some wishy-washy answer to the letter. It probably won't achieve much, but I'm happy that little steps are being taken to put pressure on the board. Because as I said,
it's nice to see the Paratici still alive too, Michael, because he's going to be the one answering it, right? He could be answering it from a cell block, or at least we know he's going to be alive.
I always said coming into this January, that it will probably answer a lot of questions that that fans really need to know. What direction are they taking this club? Do they have the money to take this club to compete with the clubs that we as fans want to compete with and to win trophies? And basically what their sole intentions are for this football club, and for me, I've always said coming into January, if they don't go again under Conte, I think it's criminal. I think you've done that to Pochettino when you had the chance. You could have done it with Jose, you didn't, and now Conte. It's how many chances do you need to be able to push this club to the next level when you're, what I would say, on the brink of it? Because coming into this January transfer window, we were on the brink. We were sitting in fourth, and you have that. You bring in a couple of players, you help the manager, you help the system, you help the other squad players. It could easily push for a second successful half of the season, like it did last January when we brought in Bentancur and Kulu. So for me, I've always said coming into this January, we need players in here, and we need to back Conte, and we need to help this club push forward. And right now, I would say we probably need to salvage top 4 this season with the way things are going now. But we need the investment. And like I've always said this, Michael, that fans gave them the chance, when they were building the stadium, the 3 windows on the potch. We didn't like it, but we sort of understood it, this, that, and the other. So, now that most fans, want Conte, they sold them the Conte and Paratici dream, you've got to see it through. You've got to.
Yep.
But I still believe a good leader will come out and, at least put something out there that fans can maybe get behind to show that sort of leadership. And they've chosen not to do it, which I'm not happy with. I just want to take Tin Man 007 Super Chat here quickly because I didn't want to interrupt you, Michael, because you're on an absolute roll today. But he says, imagine if we lose to those lot and we beat City twice over the next 2 weeks. That would be a nightmare. I mean... Look,
yeah, he expected us to beat, we beat Arsenal and then we lose to Preston.
You're doing Arsenal a favour then, you lose to them.
Yeah, we would do them a huge favour.
Off City, you do Arsenal a favour, and it's kind of like, look, Tin Man, I think that the ideal thing is beat Arsenal, probably, hopefully beat City twice. It's a huge ask. I do believe game is going to be completely different than previous years. Previous years, you can show them out wide, cross the ball in, we'll mop it up. This year, they've got Haaland. I mean, you've seen our defending from corners and set pieces and balls in the air in general. He's just going to eat that up. He's going to absolutely eat up. If I was Guardiola, I'd be saying the exact same. Get the ball out wide, put it in the box, and just let Haaland go and feed. The guy's hungry. But, yeah, it would be an absolute disaster, Tin Man. Hopefully, that's not the case. Hopefully, we can beat Arsenal, go and beat City. And who knows? Put ourselves maybe in a nice little 3rd position, see what happens from there. That would be nice.
That would be nice, yeah.
We need investment to go along with that for that to happen, or for us to even maintain something like that, Tin Man. But big up, brother. Really appreciate the support. But most of all, I hope you're well, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully you're busy with work and stuff like that. But I hope you're well, man. Big up, Tin Man. Really appreciate the support. But Michael,
Yeah. Can I say two quick things also? Because with the transfer windows, right? I really voiced the same opinion as you did, David, in the summer, right? That window was deceptively bad, in my opinion. Deceptively good, sorry. And in fact, it was bad because we actually didn't cover the weaknesses of the team, and all that stuff, right?
Conversation with you on that, Michael. Just a quick one. So for me, this summer, right, we had bare 11 come the end of the season. So the summer was about bringing in players here and filling out that squad. Now, obviously, with injuries, we've been decimated by them. Little niggling injuries here, there, and everywhere. It's completely decimated our squad, and it looks like we've no sort of depth to that. But what I would add, if we didn't bring them players in the amount we brought in this summer, this season would be even worse. It'd be even worse because we wouldn't have that little bit of depth or whatever else. If we had that bare 11 and we had some of them injuries, this season would be a complete write-off and even worse.
Yeah, my issue with the window that we had, the summer window, right, was that even because at the end of the last season we had 13 fit players. If I remember correctly, 13 or 14, right? It was absolutely mad. We were so lucky that none of the starters were injured, actually, because it was mostly the backups were injured, right? So I understand what the club wanted to do in the summer. They wanted to fill the numbers so that actually whenever we need to substitute one of the players, the quality doesn't drop off that bad. But I think what they failed to do is listen, much rather than bringing Richarlison for 60 million, I would, and it's nothing personal against Richarlison, right? Much rather than bringing him for 60 mil, I would want us to bring a centre back for 30 and backup for 30, right? Because this defense, I think they deceived us with the performances last season. We thought that Davies and Dyer actually found their rhythm and found their system, and they were exposed this season. So I think that's why they didn't do it. But we now are paying for that mistake, right? But what I wanted to say with the whole transfer thing, right? What I didn't like during summer was that we kind of try to support the manager with the experienced players like Perisic, right? And we kind of tried to do the whole youth thing with Spence and Udogie and whatever, right? I think that there is a golden, like whatever is what's it called?
Golden
Not
chance.
golden.
Yeah.
Like I think there is like a sweet spot where you can bring young players with enough quality for the manager to be satisfied, right? And I think that players like, let's say I know Bastoni is quite expensive player, right? But Bastoni, Hincapi, Poro, all of those guys are 22, 23. They have experience, but they are young, so they kind of fulfill both visions of
like
the
a sweet
manager and
spot,
of
is
the
what
club.
you mean.
Yeah, it's a sweet spot, right? So I think that if we actually decided to do that, which is like bring young players but with enough experience, I think this Conte project can work, right? Because a lot of people are saying that Conte needs 28 years old, 30 years old, experienced old geezers to fulfill his plan. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think he can work with young players, and with how he utilizes Sarr, I think he kind of tries to like give us a hint that he can use the young players, right? But he also, with how he treats Spence, he kind of wants to show the board that, listen, you are fulfilling my desires because I'm the coach, and you have to provide for me, and I'm not going to put up with your ideas in my team, right? And quick, that was low. I said I will like do 2 short things, and I spent like 8 minutes on it. Yeah, and the second thing, actually, because I watched the Southampton against City game, like the end part of it, right? The end part of it, like they were spamming the ever-loving fuck of crosses, right? Like so many crosses, and actually they couldn't find Haaland, and it was so hilarious because like Soton were defending like 8 players in the box, right? Literally 8 players in the box, and they packed the thing so tight that Haaland had no space, and it was so hilarious because like City had like 90% possession in the second half or whatever, right? And they actually couldn't break Soton down. So that gives me a bit of hope that if we do the same thing at
You could see
Etihad, that we
Conte
can
pulling off
actually,
something similar.
that we can nick something of them. And City are off form, in my opinion. Like that's mad to think about, but I actually
Club
think
in
that
crisis,
they are kind of
is
off
King
form.
Huddle.
Maybe not in a crisis, but they are kind of struggling. So yeah, I listen. I am strangely positive about those 2 games. I'm shitting bricks, but strangely positive.
The revolves are reversing. Usually I'm the positive one, but you know what? This sort of January, I'm a bit dubious because in reality, I just don't know what Tottenham team's going to turn up. You know, and that's where I'm a bit dubious with it. Whereas last year I was extremely confident because we were on a roll and we were smashing teams. You know, but this season, not so confident. But all you guys are making me confident. Everyone's saying we're going to beat Arsenal at the weekend. Hopefully that is the case because I do want it to happen so badly. Like I said, I want to put a dent in their title charges. But Michael, really great call in today, brother. Really enjoyed that, and thank you for giving up your time this evening in your busy college studies.
Appreciate you, my man.
Lovely speaking with you guys as always. And listen, come on, you Spurs. We are going to shithouse the win. I'm confident. And bring it on. If we lose, we lose. Shit happens, right?
Shithouse the win. That's what we want to hear. We love hearing that.
It's just going to add fans to the flames to the fire, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really hope we win. I mean, I could do with a win. I think everybody else could do with a win. But Michael, really enjoyed that calling today. Some great insights on the North London Derby and the, between the board and the supporters trust. Really enjoyed that. A lot of people in the chat really enjoyed it as well. So big yourself up, Michael, and we'll speak again very soon. Come on, you Spurs.
Lovely boys. Speak again soon. Bye.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Michael. Love that. What a call in from Michael. Absolute banger of a call. Really enjoyed that. Some really good points raised, especially about the North London Derby, about Odegaard creating them overlaps and the extra man in midfield, which sort of killed us in the last North London Derby. So definitely a few things that we have to look at, and hopefully that Antonio Conte does have the plan for that as well. let's wait and see. But a great call in from Michael. I have a couple of comments here, and then we're going to keep this going. Ribsy, I don't see you in the back end, brother. I don't know if you're still watching. Let me see if I've got a message off him on Twitter.
I messaged him on Twitter, but Ribsy, like, we can hold your spot for a little bit, my man. Like, we couldn't hear you, or at least we know that the fans wouldn't be able to hear you basically the best way that I think they wanted to. So wanted you to be able to see if you could fix it. But yeah, let us know, Ribsy, my man. Feel free to come back on. We're holding your spot for you, brother. We're holding your spot for you.
Big up, Ribsy, my man, legend. Big up, Spurs 72. Good to see you in the building. He says, glad to see you're doing better, David. Look, my man, it's going to be an ongoing sort of issue. If you want to hear, what's sort of going on, just go back to the very beginning of the fan show. I addressed it straight away, my man. So, everything's there. But good to see you in the building. I hope you're keeping well, and hopefully life is treating you well, brother. Big yourself up. Then we've got Faz Radfar, stop their pressing, and no silly error. We beat them. Look, this is the thing. I've seen games this season where we do sort of, we are on the front foot, but just, Brentford, for example, Newcastle, for example, and then we just start committing silly errors. I would even go back to the Palace game. First 20 minutes all over them, and then, players start under-hitting passes, doing stupid things, and it just puts us under pressure. And then Palace kept us boxed in, really, for the rest of the half. And it's just like, we play ourselves into pressure, but Mikel Arteta alluded to it in the last All or Nothing of his documentary series. Press Tottenham's backline, they're going to pass themselves into trouble. Everybody knows this. It's not a secret. It's just not a secret. And that's why, for me, we've got to get better defenders in here on the ball to be able to cope with that. Because as long as we keep rolling out these guys, it's going to be the same tactic.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing teams that are shit and worse than us pressing us. It absolutely kills me. Absolutely kills me. Last season they tried it, Jack, but we had an out ball and we went and smashed them every time on the counter.
They're a team that can take advantage of how bad we are with the ball at our back line. Like, they could take advantage of some of our center backs and some of the errors. And also, I think, Dave, Arsenal, from what I've seen, they're a team that likes to start fast, and they seem to score quite often early in games. They don't score later in games. They seem to score very early in games and sort of do a good job at game managing it kind of from then on out. So I think what's most important is that those kind of defensive errors don't come early in games, because that's when I see it most likely happening for a team like Arsenal. And we even saw it happen in the early part of the second half. So it's stressful, Dave, going into this North London derby, knowing that this Arsenal team are very good going forward, and know that this defense of ours easily give up goals, even when under no pressure at all. They can give up goals, and that's where it's a worry, Faz. But like I said, the one worry I have with them too is that with the Arsenal is that they seem to start games fast and they seem to score early as well.
Yeah. Look, let's see how we can withstand the early pressure. But big up, Faz. Really appreciate support, brother. Are you going to the game? Let me know, because I know you go to games also. Myself and Jack, along with Kildare Spurs. And there's a lot from Paddy's in the building, I see. A few from Limerick Spurs going as well. So the Irish will be descending on Tottenham. The Irish and the Americans will be descending on Tottenham for the AC Milan game. Hopefully you will be going, and hopefully we can meet up and have a chat, my man. Big up, Fazzy Radfar. Big up, Paddy. I hope you've recovered from that wedding. Hope you're keeping well, my man. And then Eamon Burns says, lads, we only beat Portsmouth 1-0 at home. How are we going to beat Arsenal? Look, I share them same concerns. I'm not confident going into this one, Eamon. Last year, so confident. Some of the others before being confident. This one, I'm not confident. Like I said, I really don't know what Tottenham team, what performance to expect, what Tottenham team are going to show up. Are we going to show up and ball out, or are we going to show up and, I was going to say bitch out, but, basically, just cower. Hopefully it's the former. Hopefully we do go there and ball out. One thing I will say, is there was a lot of changes for that Portsmouth game. Some of them guys, we've seen the same results with them over the year. Not really looking to impress. Think they're too good to be out there and just want to get through the fixture. We will probably make 8 changes to that lineup, so hopefully we will look better. But I share your concerns, my man. But big up, good to see you in the building, and really appreciate the comment, brother. Faz Radfar says he's not going to my sister house full of Arsenal fans. Will be the only Spurs supporter with my daughter. But you know what, Faz? Make sure you sing loud and proud. Get the daughter involved with all the songs as well. and stick it to them. Win or lose, just absolutely stick it to them. Don't take their shine whatsoever. Even if they win, don't succumb to them.
Make
or
yourself
anything
heard
else.
fast.
Just give them shit. They give it to us all the time, win, lose, or draw. It's about time we started doing it back. But big up, Faz. I'll be thinking of you. I know how hard it's going to be, so I will be thinking of you, my man. But big yourself up, brother, and hopefully you and the daughter are the ones that are sitting there with a smile on your face at the end of the day. Big up, Fazzy. But look, let's keep this moving, Jacko. I believe we've got 3 guests left. We've got Ellie, we've got Amir, and Danny. What order did they get in, Jacko?
I think it's going to be then Ellie next in the queue. Queen Ellie is up next. Ellie, if you're there, you don't need to, I think maybe just put her. Yeah, there she is. There she is. Bring her on.
Get her on.
On. Bring
How
on
you
the
keeping,
queen.
Ellie?
Bring on the Queen. Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to the North London derby, and I'm looking forward to battering the Arsenal.
Where does the
Fish and
confidence
chips you're
come?
having after battering the Arsenal, Ellie. That's what we heard, right?
Yeah. Do you know what it is, right? Because everybody's expecting us to lose, aren't they? Right? We're the underdogs this time, because last year we were the overdogs. Now we're the underdogs. So let's see what we can do. Listen, if Harry Kane turns up like usual, David, for you, because you email him every game, don't you? Right? And you probably send him a golden email for the Gooners.
I fangirl him every single day. He knows about me. Don't worry about that. He's well aware of who I am.
Yeah, he knows who you are, right? But the thing is, he responds to it because he has the most worldy game against Arsenal every season at White Hart Lane, doesn't he? So he turns up, right? And people say that he doesn't turn up in the big ones. Well, what bigger game can you get than the Arsenal, beating Arsenal at White Hart Lane? You know, because they always do us over at their ground, more or less. I think we've won once in 20-odd years. So
Are you concerned, though, Ellie, maybe? Would you not be concerned, though, that maybe, look, Bentancur's out. He's huge in the midfield for us, just the way he picks up the ball. He can move with the ball, the way he transitions it. You know, right wing back, centre back. And the fact, look, Jack's been highlighting it all evening. I share the same concern that, you know, we don't even have to we don't even have to do anything. Like, you know, we just gift away a lead naturally and make it harder on ourselves, or gift away goals. You know, are you not concerned by that heading into this North London derby? Do you think the players can put together a good cohesive 90 minutes?
No, I'm not concerned. Do you know why? Because we got Gil Messi and we got Pape Sarr, right? These 2 boys, they turned up against Portsmouth. They're the only 2 who you can put your money on and say, wow, you know, they really did try, right? Even though it was a bit of a drab game, those 2 boys stood out. And like I heard you earlier saying it as well, David. So, you know what? These boys, they've got a point to prove because they were out the door, weren't they? They were going to be put on loan. So they want to fight for their Spurs careers. And what better way to show the manager that you deserve a place in the team, in the first 11, than to turn up and actually stick it to Arsenal and let's batter them. I want to beat them 5-0 like KVP said. Come on.
I really hope so. Look, it's a big day. It's a big day for Harry Kane. I've no doubt he's going to go into that game in the right mind frame, you know, and looking to bag a couple of goals. But the guy can't do it all on his own. He does need help from people further behind him in terms of getting up, supporting him, making runs, playing the right passes for him. You know, he's not going to be able to single-handedly drag us through that game. I just want to see a good performance, to be honest, Eddie. If we can put in a good performance from minute 1, it gives us a hell of a chance to be able to go and take the 3 points off Arsenal. And look, I'm well aware that the home team usually does get the result.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just have a bit of doubt in going into this one in general. Because, look, let's be honest. Hugo Lloris, the last North London derby, palming it straight out for Gabriel Jesus. He done more or less the same for the Aston Villa goal. He hasn't learned from his mistakes. You know, the back line is leaky. I've seen him being run ragged all over the place. With the way Arsenal attack, with all the overloads out wide and through the middle, I've no doubt we're going to be absolutely run ragged. And I just don't see anybody in that team in the heat of the moment that has the calmness about them to start putting people into the right positions to help alleviate their dominance or their pressure. I don't see anybody stepping up to do that.
Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. He's the man, right?
Look, what do you make, Ellie? Some people have been convinced with his return. Some people say, I'll be honest, I don't think he looks like the same Pierre since he's come back. I mean, how can he turn this around? He's not looking
Right,
like
I
our
think he's
regular
going to
Pierre.
turn it around because I've emailed him.
You need to have a word with him,
Yeah.
Pierre. You need to have a word with Pierre.
The Queen Ellie Hoybiers emailed the Hoybier. Right, I
Good.
think, right, last season, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Because Arsenal started well against us last season. The last, at White Hart Lane, right, they had about 12, 13, 14 minutes of really good play. And we were under the cosh a bit until their defender decided to Muller Sonny. So hopefully one of their other defenders has been given the same agenda to Muller Sonny, and then Kane will have a free
back
role.
line, though, Eddie. You know, that other clown that got sent off, he's not in that back line. It's Saliba and the other guy. They have improved back there.
Oh, of course they have. They got Saliba and they got Ben White playing out of his skin as well. So we have to be on our guard. But it's not how you start, guys. It's how you finish. And we know that we're notoriously bad in the first half. So we have to sort of do damage limitations in the first half. Keep it tight. Don't give a goal away. And if we do, try and get an equaliser just before half time. Because then we're going to go in on a high. I predict a 3-1 win or a 3-2 win. I don't predict 5-0 because that's a bit silly. But do you know what it is, right? Sometimes when we play Arsenal, right, we're a bit nervous for when we first come out, and then we get into our stride. So we've got to knock them off their stride because they're flying high, Arsenal. You know, they're cock a hoop, aren't they, at the moment? You know, and they're winning all the bragging rights as well because they're top of the league. And they're even, I think they're 5 points ahead of Man City even. So we've got to make sure that we turn up, and we turn up in every single department. And that makes, like Eric Dyer, he's been dire this season, hasn't he? Not the whole of the season, but he's made some really bad gaffes, and so has Lloris. So these two boys have got to really pull their socks up and make sure that they actually turn up for this North London derby, because we're all banking on a win.
Do you know what, though, Ellie? It's deeper with Dyer and Lloris because it's their confidence. It's gone. It's completely gone. It's completely shot. And that's a different ball game altogether. You know, it's not like they're just out of form. It's their confidence that is also gone as well. And it affects your game. It affects your decision-making. You're worried every time the ball comes near you or is in around you. You swipe at things, flap at things, hit things. You know, you overthink things. You end up, thinking that much into the game. You end up losing runners, this, that, and the other. And it's a lot deeper than them just being out of form. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, it's true. But the thing is, that's Conte where he earns his money, because he's a mentalist coach. He's got to get into these boys' heads and say, listen, that was the past. This is the future. We've got half the season to go. If we have a really good half the season, we could do just as good as Arsenal. And if they tailor off like they normally do and peter out, that's Arsenal for you. You know,
I mean, we could be the catalyst for it. You're right, Ellie. With this win, we could be the catalyst for it.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Ellie, who partners our man Pierre? Who partners our Viking in case Bentancur isn't available? Because there's rumors he might not actually be fully fit for that North London derby.
Pape Sarr. I was talking to my brother Boo about him.
Okay.
Right. He goes, he's so elegant. He's got full of running. He's got the spirit, the boy, to prove everybody wrong. You know, and do you know what it is with him, right? He's a young guy. He's come from France, which is notoriously a league that, you know, either gives you a star or gives you a duff, don't they? Yeah. Right? We've had Nod on belly. So he wants to bring back the French, you know, and make us realise that the French boys are good, you know, because we've had quite a few French boys that have come over that have not really cut the mustard. So I think he's got a point of proof. And what I've seen of him so far, like my brother Boo, I like him. I like his work ethic. I like his attitude when he comes on the pitch. He's always talking to the other players. He's very
positive with the ball.
Yeah, he's very positive. And he, you know what? He's got a little link up with Pierre, but that will come in time. You know, if he gets more games under his belt before Benny comes back, because I'm sure Benny's going to get his position once he's fit. He will, because that last 8 games that he played before he got injured, before he went to the World Cup, he was playing out of his skin. especially
Well,
that
is
Leeds
this-
United game.
Is this not a
Brilliant.
huge problem at Tottenham, though, that seems to be no matter what players we bring in or whatever else, you know, the competition isn't really there. Whenever there's an opening for some of these guys or the new signings or whatever to go and lay claim to a first-team spot with Bentancur being out injured, no one's really took it. But this has been a problem at Tottenham since, you know, you would say Pochettino's days. Some would say probably longer. What is going on? Why does this keep happening? Why when we give these players the opportunity, no one seems to want to grab it? And that's why we always have our first 11 at Tottenham. And after that, we get worried when we see injuries because these players just don't come in and lay claim to the spot.
I think that's where we can turn the corner, you know. What I've seen of Pape Sarr and Gil Messi, as you call him, David, I like what I see. Because little Gil Messi, especially, I love the way he moves off the ball and he creates little pockets of space for players to run into. You know, this is clever football. This is what people don't realise. When you're doing all this running, making space for others, you're creating space for them to score and for them to make a killer pass. He's so intelligent, the boy. He reminds me of Modric a lot. When that first season, when he was bedding in, right? Because you've got to give these players time to adjust to the Premiership. Because the Premiership is tough. You know, you've got big players like Louis Dunk who are going to take you out, you know. And then you've got Van Dijk who will take you out. You know, like if you're not on your guard and you're not wary of who's around you, you've got to adjust yourself to each team. Because not every team has got a massive centre half. Right, and not every team's got a hard man. You know, we've got to play a team to adjust to the other team as well. But we've also got to play to our strengths, and our strength is Kane and Son. We know that, but Son's been off form, right? Totally off form, and he's lost his mojo with Kane. So Kane's not been off form, so that's one bright spot we can rely on. And we know he always turns up. But in answer to your question, I think we have got two gems there who can step in and be a first team 11. You know, I personally think they've got the attributes to succeed at Spurs. You know, we've just got to make sure that we nurture their talent and not spoil them, because that's what we did with Ndombele. We gave him too much leeway. We gave him too much rein. And he just took the mickey, you know. He didn't put in the work ethic, did he?
No, look, he did. That's why we signed Højbjerg, you know, to do all his defensive work because he didn't want to do it. But look, I hear what you're saying about Gil Messi and Papa Moussa Sarbele. Look, I really like them as players. I really do. I think they do have the right attributes to be able to succeed in the longer term. But it is a lot to ask them to come into a North London derby and put in a performance that's capable of helping us win. It's huge pressure. It's an awful lot on them. Me personally, when I look at them, I'm not sure they're at that sort of level of development yet. I do see it in them in the future. I really like Papa Sarr, but it's a huge ask. And if we're being realistic, we shouldn't really be in this position. But look, I do hear you. Hopefully, if they do get the nod, if they do get minutes, they really come on and take it and prove me wrong. I just think a North London derby is a complete different ball game altogether. You know, games against like Aston Villa, Palace. Look, the crowd's not really on your back. You know, it's sort of a game you can ease into, whatever. North London derby, you've got to be physically, mentally ready. You've got to be, you know, ready for the crowd to be on your back, you know, at times hostile, you know, this, that, and the other. And it's a lot to ask from these young guys to be our saviours in the North London derby. But look, William Kelly has a super chat here. And
come on, William Kelly.
First of all, big up, William. Hopefully you and the new missus are doing well, my man. Hopefully Luke is doing good as well. Good to see you in the building. He says, if you play Bissouma, we lose. If you played Sarr, we beat Arsenal simply.
I agree, Mr. William.
I disagree slightly. I think, look, for me, I want to give Bissouma the chance. I think it's a chance for him to have that breakout performance, like someone else said in the chat there, just above that. And I would probably have a bit more faith going into the game with someone like Bissouma than Sarr, because I think it's a big asset. What Sarr does good, right, is he comes on, gets hold of the ball. It reminds me a bit of what Carrick used to do. Pick up the ball, shift it left, shift it right, and go and support that, pick it up again and keep the ball moving. But how much is he going to be able to do that in the North London derby up against their three midfielders, when I predict they're probably going to share the main bit of possession in the game. They're going to have a lot more than we are. So then does that then nullify someone like Papa Sarr, Ellie?
Do you know what? Like always say, come off the hour, come off the man, right? We need these players to step up. And what better way in a North London derby to prove yourself?
True.
You know, they haven't got no fear as well.
Yeah.
They haven't experienced the North London derby, so they don't know what to expect. Whereas Bissouma, he's been in a lot of derbies down in Brighton, playing Southampton and Crystal Palace. They consider a derby as well, you know. But now he's come to Spurs, he's found it tough, hasn't he? We haven't seen the real Bissouma. But you know what? I think Conte might go with him because he might think he's more experienced, you know, and he'll be able to handle himself. And then if it doesn't work, then he's going to bring on Sarr. He will. But the thing is, I think with Bissouma, he's been disappointing, but I've seen flashes of brilliance as well.
And that's what's hugely frustrating, though. You know, we want to see
Very
this.
frustrating.
We know the player's in there. That's what's frustrating. We know that player's in there. We know he was one of the best players in the league last season in his position.
Yeah. It's almost like he's trying too hard, lads. You know, and he's trying to impress, right?
I think he's overthinking everything by the
his game. You know, like, you know, when Saka from Arsenal, when he first broke into the scene, he was all over the place. They were talking about him, and then he slacked off, didn't he? Whereas with Bissouma, it's the other way round. You know, he's got to hit the ground running now. He's got
with Bissouma,
paid 25 million for him, and you know he's worth every penny.
With Bissouma, a club like Brighton, they're able to let him sort of be free. In our system, it's a very disciplined role, and it probably, I would say, restricts his game, because Bissouma, like, you know, even when we watched him against, even when he put in that goal, I think it was in the FA Cup against Tottenham, picks up the ball, runs through the middle, bangs one in. I don't think he has that allowance in the Conte system, or that freedom to be able to go and express himself in that way. I think Conte does want them to get the ball and ship it on, so that we're not caught on it in the middle and they break on our back line. So I don't think Bissouma has that. And I think where Bissouma's struggling is, I think he's struggling with the more disciplined role on him than what would have been at him on Brighton. So it's a hard one to know which way Bissouma's going to go. I think he is good enough to be able to get up to date with that sort of restriction on him, but it is taken away from the player we bought. It's a tough one. It's a bit of a mindfuck on Bissouma. Look, hopefully he can get into the North London derby. He can play well, I think. But also, what I will say is, in order for this situation to be rectified, Bissouma has to take the minutes, impress Conte, earn the trust, and then hopefully, if he earns the trust, the reins might be released off him a little bit. So, look, hopefully we can get this this situation sorted out, because I think we all need Bissouma. You know, we're going to need to rest Højbjerg or Bentancur, like, for instance, now with injuries, and this is where we need Bissouma to really come into his own. So hopefully in the North London derby we can see a real the Bissouma that we thought we were getting when we bought him. To be honest with you, I just hope that the fact that we are stifling what he was probably good at and what we thought we were getting when we signed, which is breaking through the middle, I hope that doesn't take away from his confidence or alter his game when he does get the minutes. You know, that he maybe doesn't stop doing that because he's conscious, oh, well, this isn't what the manager wants. Because sometimes in games you have to have someone that just goes, do you know what? I see an opportunity here. Fuck what the manager wants. I'm going for it. Put it in top bins. You know, and sometimes you need to do that. I just hope we don't coach that out of.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Do you know what I would do if I was Conte? Right, I would deploy Højbjerg to mark Ødegaard out of the game, because what Saka and Ødegaard do, they've got a good link system together. They really do pass to one another and they interchange. Right, one's on the wing, one's inside. right? So if we get Højbjerg doing the old Bissouma role where, you know, when he did the number on Kane when they beat us 1-0, right? So we do Højbjerg marking them Ødegaard so that Saka can't feed him, right? And then play Skip as well. I would play Skip as an extra backup, right? And then play Bissouma in that free role because he's got the footballing skills to hurt Arsenal, right? And do a link up with Harry Kane, right? So Harry Kane can drop a little bit and then have Son more forward so that he can make the runs because Harry Kane will find him because his passing is immaculate, right? So like when we beat them 2-0, we've done 2 fantastic passes, one from Sonny, one from Kane, and we split them apart. And they were on the attack. And I remember, I think it was it Skippy who played that game? I can't remember. But anyway, we stifled Ødegaard and they took him off. They actually took him off. So we need to do that. We need to stop their bloodline because that bloodline can punish you. They really can. Arsenal will punish us if we don't stop that.
It'd be very interesting to see what Conte goes about. And me personally, if I'm hedging my bets, I think he's going to look to get everybody to drop into shape, compress the middle, and sort of not let Arsenal play around the sides and see how we cope. Look, it would be nice to put a bit of pressure on them, but I'll be honest, I don't think that's the instructions whatsoever. I do think we will be asked to sit back and consolidate, which then it does make it harder that when we do get the ball to get out because everyone's so deep. So, but look, if the players take care of the ball, we won't be giving them the ball, which means we don't have to sit so deep, which means we can get players higher up the pitch and really go and affect this game and have a good fucking North London derby. But Ellie, tell people what I've really enjoyed this conversation. Great conversation again. But what's coming up on THFC tonight? Why should people get over and subscribe?
Right, because we've got the Spurs ladies show over there as well. So anybody interested in the ladies show, even if you're not interested in ladies football, there's the Queen Ellie Højbjerg and Mia. We're bringing it home to you, you know. We talk about ladies football, but ladies football is just the same as men's. You've got the star players, you've got the ones that you don't really think are performing well. You know, so it's the same thing, but it's just ladies. All right, so then we've got the North London Derby debate that's coming up on Friday. I think we're scheduled for 7 o'clock.
Nice.
And we've got other shows like The King, Queen and The Godfather and lots of other different things. We're going to introduce a few new things as well to entice people to become members as well. Because as you know, lads, membership makes your channel grow and it gives you the spirit to carry on and, you know, fight for your place in the YouTube. Because at the end of the day, you know, you're there to entertain. And if we're entertaining, we're doing our job right.
Well, look, you know, and look, I wouldn't say you're there to entertain. Like me personally, I think you're there to, you know, get the fans' opinions. But if you can entertain when that goes along with it, it's absolutely A1. But do get over there. Please do show Dermot, Philip, Ellie, and Mia the support over there that they deserve. Ellie, I really appreciate your time this evening. Hopefully you go and have a good day at the North London Derby. Go and enjoy it. Hopefully we can win. And then we'll speak after. Hopefully you can come on the fan show after North London Derby if we win. Look, I'm just going to be honest. I'm just going to be honest. If we win, I'm going to hold the fan show to rub it in. If we lose, I'm not sure I can have the head.
We're going to rock.
But Ellie,
big up and we'll speak soon. All right, take care, lads.
Appreciate you, Ellie.
Brilliant as usual. Bye-bye.
Love that. Big up.
Catch you soon.
Love that. Oh, well, we've got some great conversations here with everyone today. I'm really enjoying this. You guys are really lifting my mood and my spirit. We've got 2 guests left. We've got Amir, and then we will end off on Danny Kiriakou. So we're going to bring Amir on. I'll be honest, guys, it's 3 hours, 10 minutes. I am in dire need of a cigarette. I'm going to take a quick cigarette, but I can still I can still hear what Amir is saying, and you might hear me still speaking. So look, let's get Amir on. Big up, Amir. How are you keeping, brother?
How are you doing, Amir?
I'm very well, lads. I'm very well. How are you guys doing?
Keeping all right. I mean, let's be honest, kind of, sort of, I feel like haven't been too excited about this North London Derby because we're a little nervous, Amir. How are you feeling? Are you not so nervous as us?
I'm not nervous about this one, Jacko, because I honestly think we're going to go out there, and we're gonna smash them. We're gonna smash them. We're gonna take them down. We're gonna take them down a notch or two. It's gonna start their demise, and they're gonna start slipping down the table. I think. So
That
far
could be
this
huge
season,
for us, though. Let's be honest, and huge for Conte if he gets a win, because I think
Oh
it
yeah,
could do him a
huge.
lot of good.
Huge. It will be massive for us. It will be massive for us. But I can see us doing it. Look, last season they ran scared. Last season they ran scared twice. We ended up smashing them at the lane, and I can see them coming over to the lane and getting beaten again. I think they're overrated, to be honest with you. I think they've got quite lucky with decisions this season.
Yeah, that's fair.
Arteta, his antics on the touchline make him look like a clown. And I think we're going to really show them up for the team that they are, which is a team that is not that good, going nowhere. And
I'll be honest, you're so right that VAR have saved them so many times this season.
so
They
many
really
times.
have.
So many
That
times.
is, to be fair, that is spot on. And it
And
also
if
is
you-
probably why they're sitting at the top of the table. They have played brilliantly, but that is part of the reason why they're sitting at the top of the table is they have been saved in big games from that VAR.
They've been saved by the VAR, and they've also been lucky with deflected goals and whatnot, and just very, very lucky. And their luck's going to come to an end come Sunday. I'm sure of it.
Let's hope so,
I'm
Amir.
I'm sure of it.
What would you
You
say
know
to
what?
the
Just
title
for
of the?
me,
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, just for me quickly, what I've noticed with Arteta, and I think this is where we could get at them before the game, is Conte put huge pressure on Arteta before the last North London derby. The game at Liverpool, I think it was it last season where they were completely dominating, and then Arteta, sparked up a feud with Klopp and then end up galvanizing Liverpool to go on and have a good game against them. I think they ended up winning. But what I noticed with Arteta, in the big moments, in the heat moments, his mentality sort of goes a little. And I think if Conte can target him in the press conference, get him wound up, get under his skin, and beat him in the press conference like he did in the last North London derby, I think that's the way to get at them before the game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're spot on, David. You're spot on there. We need to get under their skin. We all know Gunners are runners, and they're going to be running away from White Hart Lane and Tottenham come Sunday. I'm just sure of it. I'm sure of it. And one thing that I think is really important for the whole fan base, whether you're Levy in, whether you're Levy out, whether you're on the fence about what goes on, behind the scenes, we all need to get behind the team and all the players. Whether you like this player or you don't like that player, you want him in, you want him out. We need to get behind. These are the players we have at the moment. These are the players that we need to support and push on to get that result and get behind the team. I think that's critical for us going ahead in this season. And earlier, David, you were speaking about the draw of the FA Cup.
Just before you get onto that, I just want to make a quick point on the fans before,
Sure.
because I don't want to go back to it. I want to keep the conversation moving along with you, Amir. But on the fans, look, I have no doubt, absolutely, everybody attends that game, everybody worldwide. They'll get up in the morning, the Spurs songs be on, the jersey be washed, ready to go, gleaming white. They'll wash it with Daz, it makes sure white's white, or, you know what I mean, and all that shebang. And I believe, before kickoff, they'll create a credible atmosphere. But it all depends what the players do in the first half. If the players put in a crap performance, naturally, the fans are going to be unhappy with it and make themselves heard. And I agree with it. You can't accept shit like that at home against your biggest rivals. But I have no doubt the fans, every fan, going into the game, will 100% be behind the team. But it's what they do in the first half that'll dictate what goes on for the rest of the game. It could go one way where we could all be, walking out, battering the teams on the way down, making nice, singing Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Or it could very, very quickly turn very toxic. The owners will know exactly what the fans think of them. Some of the players will know exactly what the fans think of them as well. So it could really go either way. I think for me, as a Spurs fan, bar last season is probably one of the biggest North London derbies in history, because you can see it going either way, really.
Well, do you know what? I think this one is even bigger. I was having a chat with my best mate there earlier. If we go ahead and win this one, That's us pushing our season forward. That's going into Milan with confidence. That's going into City with confidence. That's pushing ourselves on, and it's taking Arsenal down a notch or two from where they're at, and all the overhype around the young squad. So for me, this one, it's so critical that we all get behind the team. We push Conte. We push the players. You know, I was at the Brentford away, and I must say there are some fans out there that are at the stadium can be overcritical, just swearing at players for no reason, just shouting their heads off for no reason. Shouldn't be about that. Shouldn't be about that.
I think I know what you're trying to say, Mir, where it's like maybe the first touch of a player is a little loose, right? And people are already on their case. And it's just kind of like, you know what, maybe this time around for the North London derby, if they look a little nervous, if they look a little tense, don't, look at that as a bad thing. Maybe just give them a moment, give them a second, and they might actually prove you wrong.
I hear you. I hear you guys. I'll be honest, I am one of them fans. If the first touch goes on in North London derby, I am on their case quicker than a bee is into a beehive. I can tell you that now. I am on their case because it's sort of like, for me, it's a North London derby. They're the, if your first touch is wrong, it sort of usually is the way your game starts to go for the rest of the game. But if it's spot on, it gives you that confidence to push you on, and your game usually goes like that. But I'll be honest, I am.
Maybe we should make a mirror, Dave. We should get a mirror as your safe word. Maybe a mirror should be your safe word.
I'll take it on board. I'm not sure they're going to listen to me from behind my computer screen, but I'll definitely take it on board, my man. But you want to talk about the FA Cup as well?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about the FA Cup because I think we've got a real shot this season at the FA Cup. And honestly, lads, I grew up with the sticker books, as a kid.
Same here.
We were the team that won the most FA Cups, and just seeing that change over the last 15 years, it hurt. It literally pains me. The last FA Cup that Arsenal won, it hurt. It literally hurts. It's like a physical pain, not just a mental pain, but a physical pain. So I really think that we need to be pushing for the FA Cup. We need to go as far as we can in the Champions League. Hopefully, win that as well. And
especially if you've seen what Forest are now in the in the semis of the Carabao Cup. I mean, they're dog shit as well.
Southampton.
So,
Southampton
makes you think about it, Amir, that you should take these cups more seriously. I know, 100%. Everybody says why. There's reasons why they don't take them seriously because it doesn't really mean anything financially at the end of the day. But forget that. Just forget that. Look at the fact that teams like Forest and Southampton have actually, just by taking it more seriously than others, can stumble their way into a semi-final. I mean, that's what we should be looking at it as.
Yeah, no, 100%, Jacko, 100%. These cups, they mean the most to the fans. If we can bring home a cup and we finish 5th, okay, the money's not going to be there, and we will be disappointed going back to the Europa League. But I can guarantee you that parade down the high street will absolutely invigorate our fan base and get people back to believing that we are a winning club and that the glory days are ahead of us. Right? The whole
a lot of teams have been knocked out too this tournament.
Here's the problem with the cups, though, guys. I mean, I get blue balled on them the whole time because, for instance, Nottingham Forest last year, was it Forest or Middlesbrough? I can't remember. Middlesbrough last year played our first team. We got knocked out. But, even when we go and play some of the reserve guys to give some of these guys a rest, we still see shit performances are capable of getting knocked out. And it comes down to, I'll question some of these players' desires to play in these sort of games, in these early rounds, whether they're midweek or at the weekend, traveling, some of these little teams where they know they're going to be kicked around. I question their hunger and desire in these games. I think a flick has to switch, or someone has to drill it into them in order to win a cup. You've got to go there and do the job against these teams, whether you like it or whether you don't. You'll be put out there for a reason. You've got to go and do the job. And it's like, it's holding us back. Look at Nottingham Forest this year. You would say some of a mix, first team, second team, no desire, and we got knocked out, and this shit can't keep happening. I know we got Preston in the next round. It's a good chance to continue our run in the FA Cup. like I said, Chelsea are already gone. No matter how they always play well against us. So that's one gone. One of Man City and Arsenal will be gone next round. Brilliant. Hopefully after that, Man City and United can play each other. One of them are gone. But there's a real shot for us to get to a semi-final. And once you get to a semi-final, who knows what can happen. But our problem is making it that far over the last few years, Amir.
Well, this is the thing, and I think you're spot on, David. When you're looking at some of these players coming in, squad players, they should be taking advantage of every single minute that they get on that pitch to show. And that's why I'm so happy with Sarr and Gil Messi. They're showing what they can do. And, the harmony within the dressing room is something that is sometimes overlooked. When you have all the players pushing in the same direction, when you have the Deadwood out, when you have the Ndombele's gone, when the Winksy boys out of there, when the rest of the Deadwood are cleared out, and you have that harmony, you have that belief that we're going to go and win things, and then the fans will be, sucked into all of that. We'll see what's going on with the club. We'll see that, hopefully Conte will sign a contract and be backed. I don't know what's going to happen with regards to the end of the window. None of us seem to know what's going on. But I do have the hope that we're going to bring in some quality like last Jan. We saw, there were people moaning that Kulu and Bentancur were rejects and whatnot. And, we've seen the impact that they've had on the first 11 and on the team. So I'm still hopeful with regards to the window as well.
I'm with you, Amir. I'm with you. Can I quickly ask Amir?
Sure.
Bentancur might not be available for this one. I mean, who are we going with? Do you go with Bissouma? Do you go with Papamata Sarr? I'm not sure if you were able to answer that.
Yeah, no, I'll go with Bissouma. I'd go with Bissouma just because of his little bit of extra experience. I know he hasn't hit the heights that he played for Brighton. But I do think there's a real player in there, and I think that this is his chance to kind of cement himself as a Spurs player. If he has a standout performance against the Scummers, then, he's going to become a cult hero. It just takes one goal. Look at Danny Rose. Do you know what I mean? It just takes one goal against these guys, and you're going to cement yourself in the Spurs memories for years to come. And with regards to Sarr, keep him on the bench. He could have an influence off the bench. There's no harm in a young player, sitting on the bench in a derby, raring to go. So yeah, I would keep Sarr on the bench and Gil on the bench as well.
Just one more from me, Dave. I know I'm a little eager here with Amir, but Amir, I know you've been around this channel a long time. We were a little early on the Gil Messi train. Can Gil Messi be the Kulusevski alternative for the rest of the season? Because we've been speaking about that as Spurs fans. Kulusevski's injury record hasn't been consistent, or he's been a little shoddy this season. He hasn't been consistently available. We might need that Kulusevski alternative. Some people are thinking about Marcus Edwards, being brought in. Would you rather maybe Gil Messi be kind of used as that Kulusevski alternative? Maybe we look for like a Sonny alternative, like I was explaining in that video, maybe a Trossard, someone like that. I mean, what are you thinking about with Gil? Would you keep him around?
Oh, I'd 100% keep Gil around. I think he can have a real impact on the team. He brings something different that nobody else is really bringing in terms of his technical ability and the way he can just jink past players. I know David's not keen on Trossard. I actually think he'd be very handy in our team. I think he would
tell me why.
I think he'd link the play really well. Yeah, well, I think he's a very good player at linking the play between the midfield and the forward players. And I think he's a good finisher as well. If you see,
I think he's more creative than Sonny. Would you say? I think he's more creative, more tricky.
I think he is a bit more creative than Sonny. I think he is a bit more creative. I don't know if he's like as good a natural finisher as Sonny.
Yeah,
no, definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not. But he's a good finisher as well.
I feel like he has that through ball. We saw in the stats he has that through ball, and like when I saw that stat there, I was like, you know what, that's kind of makes sense. Like when I see him play, I feel like I always see him trying to like slip people in behind. He has that sort of like clever no look, and he seems like a tricky sort of kind of player.
He's an intelligent player. He's an intelligent player. But again, like if we were to bring in players this Jan, for me, it's critical the wing back and centre defence before any Trossard or Maddison or anyone up in those positions. It'd be great to get all three. But yeah, we need to be looking at that defense. Centre back, right wing back. Those are the places that we.
Well, what do you make of reports that we're going to bin off the centre back this January and that we're going to get to it in the summer? I mean, for me personally, I think it's too late. I already said going into this season, I wasn't fooled by Dyer and Davies in that last season or Sanchez at the start of this season or the end of last season. I always said they're going to revert to type. They always do this under every single manager, and it's kind of like it has already come back to fucking haunt us. And I have no doubt that these guys probably will or could pick it up between now and the end of the season, but there's still going to be a game or two when it really matters that they're going to let you down again.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
So do you agree with the club putting it on the long finger, or do you think it should be urgent? It doesn't matter how much it costs. Go and get it in the door.
I think it's urgent. I was at that Brentford game and that slice clearance by Dyer. He had all the time in the world just to get rid of that ball, take a touch, do something. Do something.
There wasn't a player 20 yards away from him. When the next player is 20 yards, to him. He's under no pressure.
That's the thing. And then in that same match, okay, it showed the difference because Perisic, so calm, so chesting the ball back to Lloris, he showing the complete opposite of what Dyer is showing you. So for me, yes, no, go on, David. Go on.
I was going to say, but we see this with a lot of Spurs players, though. It's not always just Dyer. How many times is there times to cushion header it down to somebody and you just see them putting a head through it straight back to an opposition player and you're like, I mean, you've got 3 Spurs players to pick from. Pick which one you want to do and just cushion it down to them. And they don't. We just panic and then at that point you put yourself under pressure. It's so annoying.
It is a lack of composure.
It's a real lack of composure. And hopefully, with Perisic there, I honestly think that he's making some of these other players look a bit better than they are.
Because he has that composure.
I've seen him bollock a few players over the last.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Look, he's 33 years of age, and he's running around more than some of these younger guys. It's unbelievable. So they really should be taking a leaf out of his book and following what he's doing. I know that Cesc did say that he's learning quite a lot off him in training and whatnot.
I'm not sure he's learned anything them here, to be honest.
If he has, that's worrying, because he hasn't improved very much. Let's be honest.
That's the thing. We still got to remember that he's young and whatnot. It does take different players progress at different rates. But yeah, he definitely needs to be showing a bit more.
But Udogi's coming in next season. I mean, what would you say to that? I mean, that practically main Session spot's kind of, maybe gone.
I think it is gone.
Could be. Yeah, look, Udogi's been doing absolutely amazing out in Italy. If we had any chance of even bringing him back in Jan, I probably would do that, but I don't think we can.
There's no chance, no cause in the contract for it. With Session, though, I do think that I think injuries have curtailed his career, if I'm being brutally honest. Them years where you want to be out there, you want to be playing, you learn the most from them sort of years. He's missed through long-term injuries. And I just feel it's curtailed his career in terms of what his body could do to what it can do now, in terms of his confidence as well, which is huge. I'll be honest, I said it in the summer on a debate with Ben on one of our shows. I would predict that Session, he's not going to cut it out at Tottenham, and this would be the year that many Spurs fans wake up to him. It seems like that. Look, I want to be wrong when I say these on these players because I want everyone performing, because everyone performance means wins means trophies. So, I don't enjoy this, but I just want him gone at this stage. Bring me in a doji. Let's give something fresh. But Amir, before we do let you go, I do want you to have your say on, the board's response or lack of response to the supporters' trusts questions that they put to them.
Yeah, they're a bunch of jokers, really, isn't it? They need to set out where we're heading as a club. They need to, if their attitude is we're a business, we're running this as a business, so let all the fans know so that we can hound them out of this club. Yeah, because some people are still under the illusion that they really want to win trophies and get silverware and bring back those glory days. Well, one trophy in 15 years is not that. It's just not that.
The fact that they also, Amir, the fact that they felt reluctant to answer it right away, some of those questions, what does that tell you, right? They don't feel comfortable answering those questions.
Of course they don't feel comfortable. Of course they don't feel comfortable. And with the chance at the Palace game and Levy's feeling the pressure 100%. Look, he's running to QSI to get some investment, which is an absolute joke as well. You know what I mean?
Amir, do you think that probably signifies that they don't have the resources to take us to the like of a Man City or that clubs that we
Is he asking for help? Yeah.
Yeah, well, he is. He is asking for help. You know, why would you do that if you're not? And you know, he must be pretty desperate going to those guys because you know, I don't know how you boys feel about it, but I think it's an absolute disgrace. These guys, the Qataris, they paid off FIFA to get the World Cup. They lied about workers' deaths. They do. I could go on for ages here, but lads, and I know your time is short. They fund a lot of really bad things going on in the world as well. So to go for them for money is just an absolute joke. When you had Google knocking at the door a few months ago about naming rights and whatnot, should be looking into other avenues. And it just shows you how really scummy they actually are. And what kind of person Levy is that he would sit down with these people and have discussions about money. Here's an idea. Why don't we get Shawnee Butler, the financial master, to create a SFF, Spurs Fans Fund, and we'll raise the money to buy shares in Spurs. How about that?
I think Sean should make like a list of sugar daddies for us to, pick from.
There you go. How about that? How about that? Because QSI is not the way to go, lads.
Do you know what, Amir? I hear you on that, right? I do hear you, but when the footballing authorities who are supposed to be there to protect the game from this sort of crap won't do it and they're taking the money, it's kind of at the point where, why should fans be the ones to take the moral high ground? It's kind of like when them authorities should be doing that. And it's at the point where they're just letting it happen. And if it doesn't happen to Tottenham, we are going to be severely left behind. And I'm not I'm talking about probably with the amount of teams that are getting these sort of investments and this money from all these dodgy places. Because let's face it, no millionaire is a good person, on the face of it. But we're talking about going to be a mid-table team, a bit where we were when I was supporting the club as a young lad. And I don't want to go back to that. I really don't. And it's kind of like, I hear you and I hear everybody else that raise these concerns. But for me, I don't think it should be left up to the fans to squabble amongst each other about this. It should be the football authorities that should stop this sort of stuff from happening.
Oh no, I'm with you. With regards to the authorities, look, they let City get away with murder. They let Barcelona get away with murder, and in the Italian league, we know what happened with Juve, the old lady. So the corruption runs deep. The corruption runs deep in football. Yeah. My issue is that I don't want Tottenham to be involved with a group that funds terror across the world. Quite frankly. So, if we do take money from them, honestly, David, I'll be so disheartened. Yeah. It'll really, really hit me hard. I
can understand it.
It's good to hear.
And I do think that there are like other people that you can go to. No billionaire is squeaky clean, and no millionaire is squeaky clean for sure. But with the fan base that we have, with the celebrities fan base that we have, with this new stadium, with the money that we have coming in, we can do a lot better than QSI. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, Amir. Yeah, speaking honestly, I know what you're saying, my man.
Look, where I'm not going to chastise fans either side of it, to be honest with you, because it should be the authorities that should have a zero tolerance policy towards
100%.
it. But look, Amir, great calling, my man. Do you want to plug Israel Uncovered?
Yeah, sure. Look, guys, I'm on the march to 100 subs over there for the tour guiding business. So, if anyone can get over there, that the idea is to show people the beauty, the nature of Israel. So, if you get over there, give it a sub, that'd be fantastic. And, as always, come on, you Spurs. Let's get Levy and Enoch out of this club. and let's smash the scum on Sunday. That's the most important
I hope
thing.
so, Amir.
We'll
I really
do it.
do hope so.
We'll
Do you
do
know
it.
what? I came into this defeated already heading into North London Derby, but absolutely everyone I've spoke to today has said we're going to win.
Oh,
So
we will.
We gotta get with it.
got me going a little. You got me going a little. Hopefully, you're not setting me up for a fall. But Amir, great conversation as always. You look completely different without the hat, by the way. Do you know what you look like without the hat? John Cooper from We Are Top TV. You do.
Yeah?
You look like him a bit. Yeah, you do. Love it. Well, Amir, big yourself up. Really appreciate you waiting in the background and giving up your time this evening. So Amir, thank you very much, and we'll see you again very soon, brother.
Take it easy, lads. Have a good one.
Come on,
Nice one.
See you soon, Amir.
Come on,
I'll see you
Tottenham.
soon.
Come on.
Good man, Amir.
Another great call in by Amir. Geez, they're absolutely flowing today. Somebody are. Everybody with a lot to say, which is great.
Time to bring on a closer, Dave. But we have actually some comments
just
to
get
get
some
through.
of these messages.
But we have a closer
through,
lined up,
and then we'll get Danny on. William, look, I think we've already addressed with the conversation with Ellie, but for me, I would rather play someone like a Bizarre, give him that, or Bissouma, to give him that chance, to try and have that breakout performance that's needed. I think it is a huge ask for throw Sarr in there in the North London Derby. But look, if you're, age is only a number. If you're good enough, you're old enough, as far as I'm concerned. Paul, good to see you in the building, my man. Hope you keep it well. Love this dude. He says, Cup means the most to players too. Nobody can tell Lady King the League Cup isn't worth winning. I think players from that era, means a lot. I'll be honest, players from this era, I think they are more, focused in on the league and European football and don't really care about the FA Cup or the League Cup, in my opinion. That's just the way I see it. And the reason why I say this is, you look at a lot.
They didn't grow up with the coverage that Paul had. They didn't grow up. That's all it is, Dave. I mean, some of the players now were born after 2000 and things like that, right? Like they weren't born with the FA Cup coverage, the League Cup coverage that Paul had grown up with, that yourself had grown up with, that plenty of people were given, like you said, even like you said, the stickers and the magazines, that's just not a thing. Like after 2000, it's just not a thing. So I think Dave's right about that one, Paul, that maybe just the younger players, like they were never taught, the magic of the FA Cup. So it is.
Well, it's also, Jack, I think, when you look at it, half of the Premier League teams are already gone, right? Why? Because these lower league teams want it more. They just simply outrun them a bit. They're more dedicated to the job they're put out there. They're more focused. And that's why, they have more hunger, more appetite for that game. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these Premier League teams go out. For instance, Villa went 1-0 up against Stevenage on Sunday in complete possession, complete control of the game. But, Stevenage stuck to their task. They still had that hunger and that desire, and end up turning them over and taking them out with 2 goals in 3 minutes or something like that. And it's like, that's the whole reason why a lot of these Premier League teams get knocked out. They think they're too big. They think they're too good to be there. They look at it wrong. They're like, I'd rather be like, so-and-so. I'd rather be up at Butlins having a day out with the family. I don't need to be here. And it's kind of like, unfortunately, I do think some of these modern day players see it like that, Paul. But Ledley King, definitely love the cup, my man. Big yourself up, Paul. Spurs 89, I'm going to try and take this comment on board for North London Derby. Says you can be annoyed with players' performances, but see the bigger picture at the same time. For example, Son has been pants, but he's still world class and will come good at some point. Yeah,
we've been pretty good with that. We've been consistent with that, to be honest. I think with Sonny, we kind of treat his performances. I don't know. We find that fine line where, like, you judge his performance and you admit that, it was another poor performance. But at the same time, we still have held the confidence that he is going to come good and that he is still that world-class player is in there. And we're not sure how soon he's going to find that in him. But I don't know. There's that fine line for me, Dave, at least, where, like, you can judge the guy's performance and then also acknowledge how much credit he has in the bank. And with Sonny, we've been very good, I think, about acknowledging how much credit he has in the bank with Spurs, but also at the same time acknowledging that he, didn't have a good performance maybe on certain days as well.
No,
so
spot on.
It's a fine line.
I do maintain, though, there's some players that just never have credit in the bank with me. Never will either. It's just hard. It's just hard. I just don't want to see him in a Spurs jersey any longer. But anyway, Ellie says, we are going to win 3-2, lads. Come on, you Spurs. The reason why I I know this. I've collaborated with William Kelly's clairvoyant in a dream I had last night. Woo! Absolutely love that, Ellie. Hopefully you're right. Hopefully, the clairvoyant is right. It looks like she could have been right on the Conte Levy thing, because I remember William Kelly saying that. She said that Conte will outlast the owners. Now, we've heard reports of investment coming in, potentially takeovers in the last year or whatever. So interesting times, Lenny. Look, the main thing is, the owners and getting them out is a long-term solution to the problem. But in the meantime, we also have to have a short-term solution, which is this January transfer window, which is beating Arsenal, which is beating City, beating Fulham as well. So we've got to concentrate on them as well. But big up, Ellie, and really appreciate the support, my dear. Thank you.
Always good to have William Kelly's clairvoyant on your side, Ellie. Always good to have her on your side. Big appreciate it.
Oh, I love that. And then King Adler says the intensity among the players when it comes to domestic cups just isn't there. Yeah, look, I see it. And it's like, it doesn't matter whether it's first team, second team. I think we'll all see it. It's one where they don't want to be there. And then you look at the likes of Papa Matt, Sarr, Gill, they came off the pitch because they just tried. They just showed a bit of energy. And the reason why they've done that is because they want to make an impression, That's it at the end of the day. And Spurs 89, don't worry about that. We know, my man.
No,
we
exactly.
just thought it was too common. Want to bring it up and just
Good
discuss
comment.
on it, my man. Big
Great
yourself.
comment.
But look, we are going to close the show with Mr. Kyriakou. Let's get him on. Long time no speak. Let's hear what he has to say. You're on mute, first of all, Danny. So take that off mute so we don't get off to a start like that. But how are you keeping, brother?
Yeah, it's a great start to come back for a while. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We saved you from a poor first touch there. We saved you from a
Yeah,
poor
literally.
first touch. No hospital passes for the Irish Hotspur. Danny, I heard what Dave just said earlier, right? Where everybody's come on and told us that North London Derby, even if it's going to be tough, we're still going to win it. What do you say, Danny? I mean, are you with them, or are you kind of like with us, where we're a little bit more skeptical, like we're a little bit more nervous going into this North London Derby than we?
Yeah, look, I'm very more of a realist than a false hoper, because I'm the type of person that I've seen too much heartache and been burnt too many times from this team to kind of give myself this false hope that we're actually going to go and beat the best team in England right now. They're playing the best football in the Premier League. They're a very good team to watch. Everyone is saying it, and I think you'd be delusional to not notice that just because they're Arsenal. I think it's biasly that will allow you to kind of not see that, right? Now, what I want and what will happen maybe are two different things. Obviously, I would love for us to do nothing more than to batter them. But if we're honest, that's not going to happen, because they're going for the title, right? And they're very strong. They're going to have a strong team. And we don't have our strongest 11 out, most likely. So it's going to be a very, very difficult game. In my opinion,
What do you make of the title here with Bentancur potentially being out? Are you a big fan of Bentancur? How much of a loss is that for us?
Yeah, he's a massive loss. I think he's been our best midfielder all season. I think with Bentancur, I think you've seen what I've seen from him this season is that he's gone up like another level. And I think it's down to the training. It's also down to playing in the Premier League, because in the Premier League you need to be it's more demanding. So he's obviously got his fitness levels up to be able to cope with the physicality and demands of the Premier League. And I think when players get up to another physical level, then it allows them to show them and express themselves even more, which is what I think he's done this season. So it's a massive loss. And I also do think what I've seen as well, which we'll get onto after, is that when Bissouma has kind of come on in games, it's allowed Bentancur and Højbjerg to push forward, and it's allowed him to have more of a free role because he's got that support behind him. And I think that's kind of helped him score a few more goals this season, because if you notice, when the goals that we have scored, or he's scored, should I say, it's because most of the time, I can't remember the stats, I was reading it earlier, but most of the time it's when Bissouma's come onto that pitch during a game, not when he started, but when he's been substituted on.
He's been a great impact player for us.
Brilliant. It's been brilliant, yeah. And I think we all know, I'll get onto Bissouma after, but yeah, with Bentancur, I think it's a massive, massive loss. And it's going to be interesting to see who he starts. Now, Paul O'Keefe was saying it tonight, and I'm
just
trying to...
quickly. I hate to do this to you because we want them both back, but this is you know me, Dan. You've been with me before. I love these horrible questions, but Kulusevski or Bentancur? I mean, who would you rather have back? Let's say if the game happened tomorrow, who would you rather have back, Kulusevski or Bentancur?
I'd probably say Kulu, because I say
so that is a huge return for us then.
It's a massive.
Confirmed he's back.
It's a massive return for me. Why I want to go watch Tottenham at the moment this season is for Kulu, because he's that guy that gets you off your seat. Like, he's unpredictable. He's just a flair. He's intelligent. He's got so much more intelligence than most people. The only person who can compare to him with his intelligence levels at Spurs is probably Harry Kane. He's the only player, right, who's got that kind. They've got the football brain. And for me, Kulu is just I haven't kind of been excited by a player as much as Kulu for a very long time. Yeah, he's got everything, and I believe he's going to be one of the best in the world at one point. If he keeps progressing the way he is, especially.
I think he's the future.
But you know what?
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't strike me as the type of guy, although young, although playing well, and although has a lot of support from Spurs fans, he doesn't let it go to his head, and I don't think he ever will. He seems like the guy that's always going to remain grounded. And once you have that with talent, you know, with the work rate, you'll always get the maximum out of it. And I do think Kulu will be that sort of player for us in the future.
Oh, definitely.
What I like about him, Danny, is he holds up the ball, he can run with the ball, he's got a sweet left foot, he can cross, he can shoot. You know, he's got it all. He's got absolutely everything. He's a beautiful player.
He can go both ways, left, right. And what I love about him is his acceleration when he's standing up against a player. He can beat a man like he's not even there. Like, he'll stand up against him, but he's not like the most rapid player, but it's his acceleration to beat a man. It's just so good.
It's also the strength to hold him off, Danny. You know,
it's brilliant. He's got.
Do you know what I love? Do you know the favorite move I love of Kulu is when he gets on the ball and he always beats them along the byline, and it looks like there's not enough room there. But we missed that against Portsmouth, right? Someone that beats the man on the byline, gets the ball across. We didn't have anyone that wants to do that. Whereas Kulu does do that, and it works for us. It creates chances, creates havoc. You know, and I absolutely love that move from Kulu. He does it all the time. I love it.
Shows in the weight room after he skins past his man. He doesn't usually beat them with pace. Is that he usually skins his man, and then he kind of seals them, you know, after that. Like, he sort of kind of seals them behind himself, and then he's actually brilliant at that. That's one of my favorite things about Kulu, is that he doesn't usually beat them with pace afterwards. He almost beats them kind of just by showing them the weight room afterwards, where he just doesn't let them, you know, on top of him, or he doesn't let them get in front of him afterwards, which I don't know. But Danny, I feel like I've interrupted you a few times. Like, what do you want to get to? Cool. What do you want to get to? Like, what's on the mind?
Well, just to finish on Kulu, I think with him, he's definitely, in terms of our attacking front three. He's the final piece of the puzzle, right? That's literally it. He is that final piece of the puzzle, and he makes that front three tick. He's the creative spark in that front three. Of course, Bentancur's a massive miss, and the only thing I'm gonna say against Bentancur is I haven't seen him perform at the top level like he can do when he's played the big clubs. Every time I've seen him play Arsenal, United, Chelsea, he's been a shadow of the player, and I can't. You remember it, right? When you can realize when there's a good player. There's a good player, right, who's actually performed very well against a big team. You'll always remember it. But when you also remember very vividly when a good player doesn't perform against a big team. And I do not remember once. Even when you lose, sometimes I remember last season, Bentancur against United, right, was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. He was awful, and he was also quite terrible, to be fair, against Arsenal. At the Emirates this season. Chelsea, he wasn't very good. And Liverpool.
Whereas just quickly, you would say most people rate Bentancur higher than Højbjerg. But what you would say is, like, I even looked at last season. Remember the game we lost to Man United, you know, with the Ronaldo hat trick. I remember Højbjerg having an absolute worldie of a performance that day, you know, away at Old Trafford. And it's kind of like, has Bentancur, like, you know, Bentancur has that worldly performance in him against a big team, but I'm kind of with you. Like, has he had a worldly performance against a big team yet? I'm not really sure. You know, maybe I'm not sure.
I don't
know what you're saying.
Yeah, go on. Go on,
I
Jack.
was going to say, I don't think we have that centre midfielder, though, in general, that, going into a big game, he's going to lay it all out on the line and he's going to be your star man. I think that's why we also get overrun a lot in these games against the big teams, because you don't have that player in the middle that wants to grab the game by the scruff of neck, kick a few people, get on the ball, make shit happen. I definitely agree with that, Danny. But look, let's move on from the North London derby, because that's all jargon. I want to ask you a question.
Before we do, right, I just want to say, with the North London derby, I think it will be a draw. I'll be honest, like, even though we are the way we are at the moment, we're very inconsistent. We don't even know what Tottenham's going to come out.
Yeah,
I just feel that we're gonna try to do everything we can not to lose that game, even if it means stinking out the place with a defensive performance, because I just think that Conte is he's going to set up so he doesn't get beat, because the worst thing that could happen is to get beat at home to Arsenal. It'll just be the worst thing. So I think that he'll set it up so we don't lose, and I could see a draw. Look, I could say someone can win it 3-2, but I can't give you an answer to say who.
I'll be honest though, Danny. I think it'd be stupid not to set up not to concede goals, because we all know with the rate we concede goals, like, we can't go 1 or 2-0 down in North London derby going into half time, because we won't claw back. We just won't.
We won't.
Not in the North London derby. So he'd be stupid to set up any other way. He's got to set up to not concede goals and back our attacking players to have enough about them to be able to go and win us that game. If he sets up, to go for the game, we're going to be 3-0 down by halftime like we were under Nuno at the Emirates, And I remember Ben and Sim telling me how horrible that next 45 minutes was, and I don't want anyone to go through that. I don't want a North London derby over after 45 minutes. So I think he has to set up to contain Arsenal, and like I said, hopefully the 4 players have enough about them going forward.
Bottom Duda, though, brought up some of the results, right, that Arsenal have lost in or dropped points in. Like, he pointed out the possession figures in those games. Like, the teams won it by not, like, trying to go head-to-head with Arsenal and kind of both playing expansive football. They went about it in a different way, and there's no shame in that. And that's why I even said having a player like Longley, I'm kind of thinking could be useful, because he's really good with those balls over the top. That could, with a really high line of Arsenal, you want players like that in the team. There's no shame in playing that way, as long as it ends up being effective, which certain teams have been effective with it in the past.
Yeah, it's the only way. We're going to have to play. Unfortunately, fans are not going to like it, but we're going to have to play that counter-attacking type football on Sunday. I think it's the only way you're going to beat Arsenal. You can't, unfortunately, we cannot go toe-to-toe with Arsenal. The only 2 teams really in the league that can go toe-to-toe with them is probably Man City, Liverpool. Man United did. But they got battered, but they beat them on the counter. So they got battered at Old Trafford against them, and they just beat them on the counter. So it seems to be the only way you're going to beat them is to counter them on the break. It's literally it. And I think if Conte can set it up so he don't concede, he's going to have to. What I see happening is he's going to put everyone behind the ball. Like, it's going to be one of those games where there's going to be 11 men behind the ball. They're going to try and break with the front 3. When they got an opportunity to, and then you have to hope that they take their chance. That's the only thing I can really see. Or a corner, or set piece, maybe a set piece.
He's got to set up with everybody behind the ball, because if not, we're going to be ripped apart, absolutely destroyed.
100%.
Paul says we have to be tighter than an un's chuff against the scum. Definitely agree with that for sure.
I agree with that. I was going to say bring that comment up, because that's spot on.
I want to know why he's thinking about nuns, though. I think that should be the serious question here.
I mean, because he's praying at the moment, Dave. He's praying for a solid backline. That's what he's doing, Dave. He's thinking of the nuns. But Danny, I know Dave was going to want to get to this, so I know we want to give you some time to give you a proper answer. The supporters trust questions to the board, and the board's, let's say, lack of a response or a delayed response, if you will. And it's going to come from Paratici, who's also kind of gone missing actually for a little bit as well. So it's nice to see that he's alive. What do you make of all that? And I kind of asked, Amir about this. So you could look at it a few ways, but one of the ways you could look at it is if they don't feel comfortable answering those questions right now, why is it that they're waiting until later then, right? It just means maybe they aren't comfortable answering those questions.
Of course they're not. It's typical behavior from the board, typical behavior from Levy. It's the same shit we've seen for 15 years at this club, to be honest with you. Nothing's changed. The way they do things, exactly the same. The stuff that I've heard from people who've interviewed Levy before, we're actually going to have one person on our one of our shows, I think next week, who's actually from the Supporters Trust. So we've got some good conversation.
Still an active member, or was
still an active member? Yeah, been an active member for a very long time. And he's going to give us some
in the trust, or
someone in the official Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust, and he's going to give us some.
I'll definitely be giving that a watch.
Yeah, he's going to give us some good insights into kind of things that's gone on between the Supporters Trust and Levy, and I'll try and save it for that. But what I would say is that the guy, he doesn't care about the fans, he doesn't care about Spurs, he just cares about the money. That's it. Unfortunately, that is the situation we're in, because if he did care about the club, we would have won trophies by now. It's as simple as that. We would have won trophies under Poch. We had chances to compete at height. We had chances to compete for trophies even under Jose Mourinho. And what did he do? He sacks Jose Mourinho before a final. So it just goes to show all the stuff that happens now, they always do it to protect themselves. They don't do it for any other reason. Because look, they're not stupid, right? They know, and I know this for a fact because I know people who are involved in that side of the club and who have not direct ties to Levy, but there was something I did find out about the first time those Levy out chants happened, and Levy was quite worried in the box, because I know someone.
You could see it on his face, Danny. You could see.
Well, do you know what, David? I said to you in the chat in your group chat that I knew a friend, and her friend was in the box of the Levy family during that game where the Levy out chance was, and it was a very tense, awkward situation. She was saying basically because he hadn't heard that since obviously the Nuno day, right? The El Sakako, and I think look, this guy, he does everything to save face, right? Everything he does is to save face. He knows that the Levy out movement, right, or this Levy out narrative, people want to call it, right? It is picking up a little bit of momentum, right? But what Levy does, and what Levy does best, is he loves to throw little things, like he'll probably go and sign a player or something like that, right?
What does Qatar? What do you make of the Qatar sports?
You know, like it's like he'll throw.
Made up,
well, I'll get onto it, but like he throws a little candy out the pram and waits for everyone to pick one up and kind of try reel them back in again, and that's what he'll do. He'll do something to the bare minimum, right? So that the fans start believing, they start kind of dropping the Levy out bit again. But you've got the hardcore people like me, Brian Daigle, and everyone else like Sava and other people who are really just, we know exactly what this parasite, in my opinion, is about. And I just don't want him at this club anymore, because I want to see Tottenham win trophies. And I just don't feel that we're ever going to be competitive to win trophies under this board. So about this statement thing, it's why, like Brad said earlier, and so many other people have said it before, why are they not releasing the statements, right? Their financial reports. Why are they doing it in February after the transfer window? Yeah, exactly. Because they know, right? And Daniel Levy knows, because he's not stupid, right? That if he releases those statements in November, the fan base, they're going to be like, well, if you don't spend money, then they're going to backlash him even more, and it's going to be toxic even more inside the stadium. Now, Daniel Levy's not stupid as well, because I'll tell you this for a fact, right? He knows that he cannot afford to fuck up this transfer window, because he knows, right, that if he doesn't bring in any players or fucks up the deals that are currently in place or they're discussing at the moment, right? If he fucks up all of them, then he knows it's going to get toxic in that stadium, because 100%. Guys, if Arsenal go and sign that Mudryk guy, and then you've got Man United might go and sign a player as well. That. And if we don't sign any player, well, I would have taken Weghorst. We could do with another striker right now, right? I mean, look, if they go and sign another player as well, right? I mean, well, obviously, Chelsea,
but also because we're playing so many games this January is what I was going to actually say to you, Danny, right? We don't sign many players, that puts on pressure, right? But maybe he can hide in his little office, right? But the thing is that January is a bit like this October fixture period, where it's like we're playing a lot of games, like and big games as well, like, you know, sort of season defining sort of fixtures here. And it's like he kind of can't, like, the pressure is on, not only because of, you know, him backing Conte and it's a January window, the pressure's on because he's also coming up in the biggest fixtures basically of the season also in this January moment as well. So I'm with you. Like, I hope he's not that stupid, Danny. That's when you said that, I was actually surprised for you to say that, because that's what I sometimes hope, is that he's not that stupid and he does realize that he needs to save face, because sometimes people don't think he's smart enough to save face, or he'll still take advantage of us no matter what. But if he is going to save face, that might mean then he brings in some transfers, and God hell, do we need them? We do need them.
This is where my frustrations come from with all that, though, guys. It's like, look, let's face reality. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have someone like Conte in this club who would challenge him, right?
Yeah, that was also to save face, to bring in Conte.
Yeah, he brought in Conte to save face after Nuno, right? To get everybody back on board, which it worked. Look, I'm behind the Conte and Paratici, thing. I'm behind them. I'm not behind the owners. I'm behind Conte, right? But he also knew then going into this January, or even before the World Cup, he knew he had to get the contract signed. Failed to do it, which then puts him under even more pressure and scrutiny in the January transfer window. Now, in my opinion, he can't miss this January. He can't, because if he does, even like, there's so many fans out there that like Conte and believe in the project. If that doesn't get back, and we make Conte look average like we done to Jose Mourinho and stuff like that, I believe most fans will go for him. Most fans will be unhappy with what's going on. It's like, why would you bring in Conte, sell us a dream? We waited for the stadium. We gave you the years and the graces about the transfer windows then. Now it's your time to put your money in your pocket, fund this guy, and deliver trophies at this football club. He knows the pressures on this January. Now, what he chooses to do about it, I don't know. I don't think anyone could predict what's going to happen, to be honest.
This is the type of thing with Levy, right? So, like, the stuff that I've been told, I can't remember if I mentioned it in the chat or not, but basically, there's a right wing back that we're supposedly looking at. I can't say the name. People can guess it. If you want to guess it, guess it.
It goes along with what I said earlier then, Danny, that I think Pedro Porro, it's like, look what happened with Romero, with Tomiyasu. Look over here, and then someone out of left field comes in.
Well, put it this way. All I know is that they want to try and go for...
I
can't say. I promised this person
Okay.
I wouldn't give the name, but
fair enough.
What I would say is that they were supposedly they're gonna try and go for this other player, and if they can't get him, then they will try and go for Porro. But again, they don't want to pay the full release clause, and if they wait too long and they don't get the player they want initially, then what the most likely scenario is that there could be other clubs. There'll be another club will snap up Porro, and then we miss out on both options. And then what they will say is they'll go to the end of the window and they'll be like, "Oh, we couldn't get the right wing back in because we tried, we just couldn't." And then the other option, he got bought by another club. So it'll just be the usual bollocks that we hear, that Daniel Levy's tried to lowball a club. They didn't want to do business in the first place. They then the actual other player they actually wanted to go for on the list, they couldn't get him. And then they just miss out on both because they couldn't get their initial one, and then the other one gets bought by someone else. And that's just a typical story of the transfer window and transfer business of Daniel Levy, the transfer history of Daniel Levy. It's what he does. So that I wouldn't be surprised if I see that. But if something like that was to happen, I would probably say, no, it's not Wan-Bissaka. No way.
Does it rhyme with movies? Everyone, let's play a little game for 5 minutes. Get in the players, find a rhyme that rhymes with the player's name, and let's see if we get a thumbs up off Andy.
Is it Brian Lumphreys?
But no, it's cool. But look, I just think that they have to do something, and I think what Levy will probably end up doing is I've said it before, right? I got told by a source that we'll get in one player only, and it'll be after the 20th. And I had people on my Twitter. It was the first time I ever posted like a transfer kind of little hint kind of thing. And people were like, "Oh, you chat bollocks, all this kind of shit." I said, "Okay, I don't give a shit what you think, because I'm just telling you what someone told me who I trust, right? I'm not an ITK. I don't put out posts to the public about what I get told. It's for me and my close people around me. But that's it. But with this thing, I guarantee you it'll be one player we get in. If we're lucky, we might sign Kulu on a permanent, or we might get an additional loan player. But I think it'll be one player if we get anyone in. And don't be surprised if we don't get a player, because the way Levy does business, it's up to whether he will pay the money or not to get some of the players that they probably are interested in. For example, Trossard could be one of those players. Are Tottenham going to pay what, 10, 15 million pound for him? Maybe, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the only one they bring in, if it is someone like Trossard. But is that enough? When really our most critical area with the needs reinforcements is our defense. Is either a centre back or a right wing back. Everyone knows it. So I think fans would be, to an extent, I would say, content if we bring in a right wing back, right? But it has to be someone that they want in their list. Now, and Porro, just to tell you, if the club did sign Porro, Conte is on board with it. He is part of the list that they've discussed with the club. So there is other players. There's two other names who's on that list, but they only want to go for their top 2 targets. And Porro is second in the list.
On another player, Danny, it's up to you if you know about it, whether you can confirm or deny it. But Zabrani, I've heard that deal will not happen because they don't want to negotiate with Levy whatsoever, because they were pissed off with the way they tried to negotiate a deal. I think it was in the summer or last winter or something like that. Can you confirm or deny that?
Yeah, so basically, allegedly, what I was told by one of my sources is that with Zabrani, what happened last summer was that Paratici was working on that deal to try and bring him in. They wanted to find a player that fit the philosophy of what the club want, which is to buy a young player, talented, who can grow, who's got a bigger sell-on fee, and someone who also fits the attributes that Antonio Conte wanted. Right now, from what I understood, was Dynamo Kiev. I believe that's who he plays for. Dynamo Kiev told the club the fee that they can have him for. Like, that's the fee. You pay this, you can have the player. And from what I understood, from what I was told, was that Levy offered a region of 5 million short of what the actual club was asking for. And he was trying to negotiate, trying to obviously get a less than what the asking price was. And it pissed off the chairman of Kiev, right? And now apparently he doesn't want to do business with him anymore. And that's maybe, from what I was told, it's probably Tottenham won't revisit that deal because they've now broken that relationship. So whether or not it can be mended,
which would explain not getting a center back in some way or another.
Yes, exactly. Now, the reason why, obviously, they wanted Zabrani because he's 6'3", I think he is. He plays.
I know a bit about him. Yeah, he's young. He's very good on the ball. He's
very good,
tall,
both footed as well. He's good in the air. He's
that's what he would bring to Conte's system. He's much better than Moonhead on the ball. He's actually really good on the ball.
Well, yeah, exactly. And the plan was to have him as the young one, and Eric Dyer is the one he can compete with. But obviously,
that's what I thought.
Talent-wise, Zabrani is much better than Dyer. And I reckon at the young age that he was with Romero and a very good left centre-back, whoever that would be, I'll just say, for example, argument's sake, Pastoni or Hincapié, then you're looking at a good back three of Romero, Zabrani, and Hincapié or whoever. So that was kind of the idea of what they were thinking. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't ever revisit that deal. If we do, maybe they have rekindled their love relationship. Maybe they've kissed and made up, but who knows? But I was quite annoyed because the prices that they were talking about for Zabrani was,
I think it was like 15 million, 10 million, right?
I think it was a bit more than that. It was more than that. Yeah, look, who knows? We might go back for him in the summer. We might go, do you know what? We'll pay the fee and we'll do it. And then maybe the club want to do business with us. But to me, when I heard that, and this person, I'll be honest with you, this person is not really a Levy out person. They're more like a just back the manager kind of thing, right? So when he said that it's just Levy just kind of doing what he usually does, I was just like, well,
especially over, I'll be honest, a bit of a nothing player. Like, it's not even like a big name player of any kind as well.
Yeah, exactly. And Jack, and I can believe this as well, because he did the exact same thing with Jack Grealish. He did the exact same thing, and everyone knows about it, right? He tried to lowball Aston Villa for £5 million, right? Just before the new ownership took over. And when they did take over, they realized, oh no, Jack's actually worth more than that. And they quadrupled his price. And Levy was like, no, I ain't having it. You either pay what I was gonna pay before, and they're like, well, no, you can fuck off. So it's just the same shit that Levy does. The same thing when he was gonna sell Eriksen when Real Madrid were coming around, right? And he wanted something like 50 million, and they wanted to pay like 40 million or whatever it was, and he was like, no, I'm not doing that. They then wait 6 more months, and we had to sell Ericsson for £17 million because his contract was finishing. And it's just the same kind of shit. For me, the board always do the bare minimum at this club. And I'm talking about selling and buying, right? Not just. And this is what pisses me off so much about the way they run their transfer business, because I'm not asking them for them to go and spend 200-300 million a year. I want them to back the manager with the players they want. And like Jed Spence, right? We all know Jed Spence could be potentially a player, right? But let's be honest, he ain't going to get the chances here. What I've seen in Jed Spence is that Conte is, number one, he doesn't feel that he's ready to play him, right? And number two, he's sending a message to the board to say, look, I will play this guy if he's good enough to understand what I want him to do. But because he's not good enough, and I'm not going to give him a chance to even show that, because I don't feel that he's ready to do it.
I don't think Conte wants to be pushed around that much, where he just doesn't want to let Enoch and Levy win. He doesn't want to let Enoch and Levy win in that scenario. He would let them win in that scenario if he played him. And
it's like saying, right, you're the manager. It's like saying, Jack, I want you to play Pape Sarr and I want you to play Harvey White, right? And then you're sitting there saying, hold on, we're about to play Arsenal. I can't play Harvey White. Oh, no, but you need to develop him. It's like, who are you to fucking tell me what to do in my job? I'm the manager. I'm the one you're paying a lot of money to fucking pick your team.
You stick to your lane and let me do my lane, you know?
Well, this is exactly it. And this is why I just want them to give Conte the tools that he needs to do his job. Look, I'm of the opinion that Conte probably won't be here in the summer. And
I agree.
Look, this is how I feel. I just feel that the stuff that I've heard, right? So I'll be honest with you, and I think I might have said this in your group, David, right? That basically the deal, right, for Conte was on the table, right? That everything was verbally agreed, right, for an extension up until 2025. But after Ventroni died and after the World Cup, he was supposed to come back. Obviously, he was in a bad way, and they kind of delayed the talks. So after Ventroni died, they decided to wait until after the World Cup. He was supposed to have signed the contract, and he was supposed to sign the contract after the World Cup, before the January window, right? But what happened was, from what I understand, Levy changed some of the terms of the agreement that they had verbally agreed, and Conte was pissed off by that, because he now feels that he's now not going on his word that he gave Conte, and he's lost a little bit of trust in the board in terms of getting the assurances that he needs to sign a contract, right? If you don't get the assurances you need, right? For example, one of the things, look, this is all allegedly, right? I can't say to you it's 100% factual.
Yeah.
But it's just what I've been told, that they had agreed for Antonio Conte to have 100 million a year, right? Now, I don't know whether that's per summer, maybe it's both windows, who knows?
Yeah.
But the terms were changed, right? I don't know what the terms were changed.
That doesn't surprise me.
And that's why Conte hasn't signed the contract, because he should have signed it by now. But that's why he hasn't signed it, because he wasn't happy with what was on the table, because what was said originally had changed. So why would someone like Conte go into looking at the whole, what he knows about Levy, what he knows about the club? Why would he want to commit his future, right? And say, do you know what, Levy? I want to sign this contract because I trust that you're going to do the right thing and stick to your word, and you're going to give me the assurances that I'm going to be able to choose the players that I want, not Jeff Spence's, and choose the players I want, right, to bring into this team, so that I can try and do as best as I can and compete with the top teams, right? Or try and just improve the level of competitive level of this team. And that's all that someone like him would be asking for. He wants to show progress. Kane wants progress. He wants to see it. Kane's not stupid. If Kane don't see it, we're going to end up losing Kane in the summer. And then what's going to happen? We're a fucking mid-table team if we lose Kane.
Yeah, for me, I said this earlier, Danny. I think the both sort of walked away, agreed for a marriage of convenience till the end of the season, probably part ways. Yeah. Kane will go, and then look, I don't want to get that point. I mean, I'll cry if we lose Harry Kane. I'm going to admit
David,
that now.
I think everyone will cry with Harry Kane leaves, right? People are saying it now do you know what I'd be so upset? It's the fact that right? And if that doesn't tell you that Daniel Levy does not have ambition to win stuff, then I don't know what will. If someone like Harry Kane, who does not want to leave this club,
Yeah.
and I know he doesn't want to leave because I know someone who was at an event with Harry Kane's dad. He doesn't want to leave Spurs, but he'll do whatever he's in the situation. Yeah, he's in this situation where if he feels that he cannot be competitive with this team, he's forced to move away from Spurs to try and go and achieve what he wants to achieve with a team, right? To win trophies, whatever trophies he wants to win.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the saddest thing because we've had a generational talent like Harry Kane who's going to be our club top scorer and he's not going to have a trophy to his name. Yeah. That is the most disgraceful thing that this ownership have done, right? And that, for me, is why I want them out even more. And it should show the fans that they have to go. And do you know what the worst thing is, David? If Harry Kane leaves, I don't even think we'll really invest the money in the right way to go.
I've already said this. That's why I was against selling them when the City money came in, because I don't trust them to put it in the right areas on the right players. I don't even trust it all to go on transfers either. That's why when people were telling me at the time, Dave, we've got to look at selling Harry Kane, sell Harry. That's why I sat there every single fan show to everybody. It's like, look, I don't care what you say to me. You're not changing my opinion because I don't trust the club to bring in the right players of the right quality to replace them. It's that simple. But look, Danny, it is.
Before we go there, I just want to say one more thing. Sorry, with everything going on, like I've kind of been thinking, like it might come to the point where if Conte does walk out, in my honest opinion, what I would like, I'll probably lose interest in terms of going to the games every week. I probably won't go to the games anymore. I don't care if someone like Poch comes back because I've just seen this story too many times. It's going to be the same repetitive cycle that we're going to go in 2 or 3 years later. Poch is going to be thrown under the bus. He'll get sacked, and then we'll be in the same spot. So for me, I'd probably rather see us just rip up everything. Sell Son and Kane, sell Dyer, sell Davis, sell any player that doesn't want to be at the club and just bring in a young manager and just start from scratch. Because obviously, look, they just want to bring young players in, and I just want to see a plan, but I can't see us doing anything. Yeah, I can't see us doing anything if Kane and Conte decide to pack it in at the end of the season. And I just pray that they don't, because we're going to be set back so many years if them two walk out. It's just going to be, we're going to go through a very, very tough time. You think what Arsenal went through under Arteta in the first 2 years of their project, it's going to be worse for us.
This is the whole reason why I want to keep Conte. I want to keep Kane. I want to keep Son and do it.
So do I, Dave.
I know what's coming after they go. You're going to get in an average manager. You're going to get in a young squad, and it's going to be a rebuilding process all over again. And that's why I want to back Conte, because I don't want to have to go through that 2 or 3 years of obscurity or averageness to be able to get back to where we currently find ourselves top 4 right now. That's why I think it's important. You've got to kick on now underneath Antonio Conte while you're in Champions League and in fourth, and kick on from here, because I don't want to go through that. I know what's coming. That's why I'm Conte in. That's why I'm keep Kane, keep Son, and invest this January. But look, Danny, I think a very good call in, my man. You may get on more of these fan shows with us. I do apologize about the last one, actually. I texted you after. I did say, I was going to hold on for 5 minutes and let you come on, but then I ended up getting phone call after phone calls like, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? So I had to bounce. But Danny, thanks very much for your time this evening, and I appreciate you waiting so long as well.
Yeah, appreciate your patience, Danny.
No problem. It was good. It was nice to come and speak tonight with you boys. It's been a while since I've been on here.
No, you got to come back more often, my man. But just quickly tell people, when that stream is happening so people can tune in.
Say that again. Sorry. Someone a message just popped up and I just got distracted.
No, the guy with from the Supporters Trust.
Yes.
Tell people when that stream is happening.
Yeah, it's going to happen next week. So we've got two. Well, we've got 2 guys on, 2 guests. One of them is from the Supporters Trust, and one is someone else who you've probably seen before. Well, you have seen before. We haven't got a confirmed date, but we're just confirming the time. So keep an eye on Tottenham on Tour, because we're gonna. It's going to be a really interesting show. We're going to have a very balanced show on the club. Everyone's opinions on Levy, what some good insightful information about how the supporters trust is run and how they interact with the club, their experiences with Daniel Levy. So it's going to be really, really interesting and insightful to kind of get a bit more insight into that life and that kind of what they do. So yeah, look out for that, and you'll see a notification on Tottenham on Tour. We're going to schedule the show once we've got the date, so just keep an eye on that. It should be next week or the week after.
I think look, it'll be good for everybody to know how the trust operates on a day-to-day basis, what they're there to do and stuff like that. I think everybody should know about it. So everybody do look out for that stream. But look, Danny, we are going to end it off now, my man. Appreciate you waiting so long. Like I said, appreciate your time this evening. And hopefully, we can get you back on a bit more often.
Yeah, definitely.
Catch you, brother.
Big
Good man, Danny.
Appreciate the call in.
Being the closer.
Yeah, it's not easy. But a lot of good points raised by Danny there. Absolutely spot on. We got William Kelly. He says, after the transfer market closement, the announcement of Paratici being sacked will happen. William, do you know what? That was my first thought when I seen that. Are they going to announce then that it's kind of like, look, things in Italy are going to take a turn. He will get done and we're going to sack him. That was my initial thoughts. I hope that doesn't happen because, like I said, despite many people's reservations on Paratici, I do believe he's done better business than what Steve Hitchen has done, working under the same constraints. And that's why I like Paratici. But I hope that doesn't happen, William.
Worst case scenario, William, you're absolutely right in this case. Best case scenario, it's Don Paratici's, walking out with the chef's hat on, a nice, maybe souffle or, something like that with a wooden spoon. And he's, with the glasses on, the new, suit and everything. And he's just flexing basically, everything he's done in the January. But there's two scenarios in that case. And you could be right, William. You could be right.
Yeah. I hope you're wrong, though. William. But big up, my man. Really appreciate support. Let me know if you're clairvoyant said that to you. And Ellie says, stop Saka and Odegaard combination, and you've stopped 75% of the Arsenal play. And Martinelli put Skippy on him because this is the match that Ollie will be relishing as he's a real Spurs lad from our academy. Do you know what it is on Ollie Skippelli? I think the injuries haven't done it. He's struggling to come back from the injury, in my opinion. Struggling to reach that level. If it continues any longer, he probably will have to go on another loan to be able to sort of recapture some of that form. Because where we're at right now, we don't have time to put him out there and recapture that form. Any minutes we have given him, he hasn't took in the Palace game, the Portsmouth game. These minutes just haven't been taken. And look, it's obviously down to the injury. But how long can we accept this from? I like Ollie Skip, club lad. I really want him to work out. I really hope he succeeds. I like what Potts said about him, what Jose said about him. That this guy could be a future captain at Tottenham. But he needs to start getting back to levels of performances that are acceptable in the middle. Yeah. If I'm being brutally honest, the last couple of games has not been great. And it is shown that because he was late back from fitness when we were first originally told as well, right? So it kind of means that maybe there is a long-term struggle here with this and he might just need that loan move, Jack.
I forget what it was. I think he missed some really crucial moments in Korea, if I'm not mistaken, Ellie, to kind of like get back in fitness and everything. I think that's what happened, where he missed some moments in preseason to be able to sort of kind of get back into the flow of things. And the fact that Papa Sarr has looked like a much better player, Ellie, sort of kind of speaks to that, right? He hasn't gone through much injury. Papa Sarr doesn't really receive much playing time, but he's been training. He's been sort of, under Conte's tutelage. And the moment he's been given that chance, he looks like a much better player than Skippy did. I'm not really going to be jumping on sort of the Skippy needs to sort of go route, but I think maybe for the rest of the season, we could maybe benefit from a 6-month loan or something like that of some sort of short-term loan for the rest of the season, especially if we did want to bring in a midfielder this January. It would make sense that he would be the one maybe to get shipped out and he can refine himself. But I'm not giving up on Skippy in any way. And then when it comes quickly to Arsenal, Ellie, I think Saka and Odegaard, believe me, I think they're probably the two most creative players in that team. I think Martinelli is a really tricky customer on the ball. He's so hard to get a grasp of. But if you're actually looking for the guys who really create the chances, I think it is Saka and Odegaard. And those are the players that we do have to keen in on. You're absolutely right.
For sure. Big up, Ellie. Really appreciate the support, my dear. Scooter reacts. I did. Don't know. I don't know whether you heard me at the start of the show or not, but I did apologise about your comment getting deleted the other day. I don't know why it was happening. Same as King Huddle and other people, but I have got it sorted out. It won't be happening any longer, my man. So big yourself up, Scooter reacts. But look, guys, I think we're going to call it a night there. 12:30 at night. 4.5 hours worth of a fan show. I've actually really enjoyed it today. I think some really great conversations from everybody. But look, like King Huddle says in the chat, let's restore some order. Let's go and beat them fuckers at the weekend. Myself and Jack will be back here tomorrow with some more content, so stay tuned for that. Get some good night's sleep. If it's daytime where you are, maybe in Australia or whatever, have a good day. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
In
In
Conte,
we trust. We'll be seeing you, everybody.
See you all back here tomorrow.
Hit that like button on your way out, please.
Everybody!